This group of 6 all had extraordinary cultivation bases. After saluting by Xiaochun, they offered their names and stated the levels of their cultivation bases. For were in early core formation, one was in the mid-stage, and one was in the late stage, the latter being one of the young women. Her name was Lu Li. She was pretty, with phoenix-like eyes set in a young face. Despite her youthful appearance, she was buxom in a way that her armor couldn't hide. In fact, her armor had been crafted in a way that made her look good-looking, and even heroic. Bai Xiaochun was the lieutenant of the squad, with Zhao Long and Lu Li being the next strongest, and his immediate subordinates. Already, their group was strong enough to shake almost the entire Middle Reaches cultivation world. Furthermore, from what Bai Xiaochun could tell, this group of 10 were all friends with each other. Presumably, they had met in some other part of the army, and got along quite well. Most likely, they also had the ability to form and operate a spell formation. With their combined power, it would probably be possible for them to tangle with someone in the nascent soul stage, and if not defeat them, at least cause them quite a headache in battle. As Bai Xiaochun sized them up, they were doing the same to him. The truth was just as Bai Xiaochun had suspected. They had long since been a small team. Zhao Long's suggestion, plus the fact that they had personally witnessed the pill furnaces exploding on the other side of the wall, convinced them that becoming followers of this mysterious apothecary would be a good thing for them. Unfortunately, now that they were actually laying eyes on him for the first time, they were a bit let down. Not only did he seem quite young, but there was something that made him seem somehow untrustworthy. Bai Xiaochun gave a few words of explanation about his requirements and then, considering that it was already evening, gave them the rest of the day off. From this day forth, they would live in his courtyard, and would be responsible for carrying out all of his commands. During the night, the fighting still went on outside of the Great Wall. However, because of the spell formation shield, Great Wall City itself was very quiet. Bai Xiaochun sat quietly in his residence, looking at this lieutenant's command medallion. After a moment, he sent some divine sense into it, and once again felt the connection between himself and the huge eye on top of the pagoda. At the same time, he branded the medallion with his life sense, causing it to flicker with violet light. Moments later, he was able to see his accumulated battle credit. 43,753, he murmured. Lieutenants are pretty impressive. But if I could become a captain, it would probably be even more impressive. Then I could command 100 cultivators. Filled with anticipation at the thought, he decided to check the requirements to get a promotion to captain. 1 million. His jaw dropped. That's way too much, he thought, frowning. Then, he read further into the matter, and his frown deepened. There are different rewards for exterminating vengeful souls than there are for killing savages. And you get even more battle credit for taking out soul cultivators and necromancers. At this point, his eyes began to shine. Well, no need to get antsy. I can get battle credit by just making exploding pill furnaces, right? Doing that is a piece of cake. It all comes down to soul convergence pills. If I could concoct a truly powerful soul convergence pill, then I could rake in a whole bunch of battle credit with almost no effort. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun felt more excited than ever. Of course, battle credit was good for more than just getting promotions. Therefore, he decided to check what items were available for purchase. All you had to do was go to the tower and meet the requirements of the eye, and then whatever you wanted was yours. After a moment of silence, he murmured, I really don't have enough battle credit at the moment. With that, he decided to check his cultivation base. I'm not too far from being at the great circle of the gold core stage. Sadly, the spiritual energy here is too weak. It won't be very easy to speed up my cultivation that way. If I got enough military credit, though, I could easily get my hands on some cultivation resources. After some thought, he sent some divine sense out to confirm that no one was in the area watching him. Then he produced a handful of paper talismans which he set up around his residence. Then he guiltily opened up his bag of holding and pulled out some earth spirit tubers. The earth spirit tubers were completely golden, and were covered with countless ringed lines which could be used to determine their age. Each tuber had more than 100 of them. They're all more than 100 years old, he thought, licking his lips. The truth was that, although he did need these tubers to concoct soul convergence pills, he didn't need very many. The reason he had requested 1,000 of them, as well as certain other precious medicinal plants, was that he planned to secretly keep a few for himself, and use them to increase the power of his chi and blood, and also strengthen his life force. After all, life force was key to cultivating his undying live forever technique. With these earth spirit tubers, my undying tendons should advance by leaps and bounds. Even a single 100-year-old earth spirit tuber would fetch an astronomical price if sold publicly. In fact, in auctions, they would usually be classified as precious materials of heaven and earth. In Great Wall City, only someone like Bai Lin would be able to acquire so many at the drop of a hat. Bai Xiaochun could only imagine how he'd done it. A huge price must have been paid to get the Starry Sky Tao polarity sect to part with 1,000 of them. With such thoughts on his mind, he looked around again to make sure that no one was spying on him. Then he took one of the earth spirit tubers and performed a spirit enhancement using his turtle walk. After all, he had also requested fuel for numerous different types of multicolored flame. Almost immediately, the earth spirit tuber was even more extraordinary than it had been before. Unfortunately, he only had enough fuel to enhance a few more. When he finally gave up, he picked up one of the spirit-enhanced earth spirit tubers and took a bite. He suddenly felt like he was right back in the ovens, causing his heart to swell. I wonder how eldest brother is doing back on Sky Quarter Rainbow? He thought. Suddenly he recalled everyone he knew back in the river-defying sect, such as Li Qingho, Ho Xiaomei, and Song Junwan. All sorts of memories floated up in his mind. At the same time, he felt his life force surging hotter and hotter until it was like a fire. He immediately began to work with his undying live forever technique, causing the undying tendons in his left leg to become like a black hole, sucking in all of the heat. The night passed quickly, during which time Bai Xiaochun consumed the entire 100-year-old earth spirit tuber. Anyone else who did something like that would find their life force surging with incredible vitality. But Bai Xiaochun was different. His undying live forever technique almost seemed like a bottomless pit. Thankfully, the undying tendons on his left leg were almost complete, and he was even beginning to develop his right leg. Soon, he could sense that his fleshly body power was increasing with incredible intensity. When the light of day spread out, he began to concoct medicine again. This time, he didn't fall behind at all, but instead, increased to 50 batches. Thanks to the constant testing, he was making some progress toward a more powerful soul convergence pill, and yet was not pleased with the results. So far, nothing seemed to have reached the ultimate level that he knew was possible. However, he wasn't in a hurry, and was convinced that his tests would soon lead to a complete success. Besides, with every day that passed, pill furnaces continued to detonate. As far as Bai Lin was concerned, everything was going great. In fact, at one point when Bai Xiaochun was worried that he would run out of pill furnaces, Bai Lin had a whole new batch delivered. General Bai had long since fallen in love with the exploding furnaces. To him, they weren't tools for concocting medicine. They were weapons to harvest vengeful souls. As time went by, Bai Xiaochun continued to work on his cultivation. Eventually, he found that he had gone through so many earth spirit tubers that he only had a few dozen left. That night, his entire right leg seemed to burn with incredible heat and to pulse with incredible power. Rumbling sounds echoed out, causing everything in the area to shake. It worked, he thought excitedly. As of this moment, he could sense a terrifying fleshly body power radiating from both of his legs. In combination with the undying hex, he was confident that not even a nascent soul cultivator could catch up with him now, at least not without using a minor teleportation. Bursting into motion, he sped to a location 3,000 meters away in his courtyard, and by the time he had come to a rest and was standing there, the sound of his movement still hadn't reached his ears. Faster than the speed of sound. Elated, Bai Xiaochun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. The sound of Bai Xiaochun's voice echoing out in the courtyard attracted the attention of Lu Li, Zhao Long, and the others. Expressions flickering, they all rushed out to see what was happening. As soon as they approached, they could sense the powerful fluctuations in the air, prickling against their skin. apparently the result of something passing by with incredible speed. Then they saw Bai Xiaochun off in the distance, laughing uproariously, and they gasped, exchanging glances of astonishment and disbelief. All of them could tell at a glance that Bai Xiaochun must have been testing out some new technique, something that involved moving with incredible speed. Luli looked at Bai Xiaochun a bit more deeply, then murmured to herself, "Who would ever have thought that Apothecary Bai would have a secret magic like that?" She, along with Zhao Long and the others, all clasped hands in salute. Bai Xiaochun was quite pleased to see the astonishment in the eyes of Zhao Long and the others. Clearing his throat, he gave some words of encouragement regarding a few things, then strutted back into his residence. Zhao Long and the others were significantly affected by what had just occurred. Days later, they would still think back to what had happened and feel their hearts trembling. That was especially true of Lu Li and Zhao Long. Being in late core formation, they felt especially taken aback. That speed couldn't just be a secret magic. It would also require shocking levels of fleshly body power. With unbelievable speed like that, an ordinary fist strike would be like a divine ability. As time passed, Bai Lin continued to come collect pill furnaces, which he would send over the Great Wall to explode on the battlefield. Each explosion would rouse the hearts of the 5 legions. That was especially true considering that the power and effectiveness of the exploding furnaces increased every day. Of course, that made them only that much more of a headache for the wildland savages. The pill furnaces mostly targeted the vengeful souls, and didn't just converge them together in one spot, but rather wiped them out of existence. The destructive power of the explosions ensured that the once boundless sea of souls outside the Great Wall was slowly showing signs of weakening. Were it not for the fact that this campaign was backed by 10 tribes of savages, as well as soul cultivators and necromancers, then the souls would most likely have already dissipated. The wildlands were in a very tight situation at the moment, and couldn't think of any good strategies to turn the tables. Of course, they had no way of knowing that it was all due to the fact that Bai Xiaochun was now working for the 5 legions. On one occasion, Bai Lin took Bai Xiaochun up to the wall to experience for himself the power of the exploding pill furnaces. Of course, that was only after Bai Lin swore up and down that there wouldn't be any danger at all. As soon as he set foot on the wall itself, he could sense the countless gazes of the cultivators of the 5 legions, gazes filled with respect and awe. Bai Xiaochun immediately fell in love with the sensation. Being in the center of the public, I made him feel very much like a true hero. From that day on, whenever Bai Lin came to take the pill furnaces away, Bai Xiaochun would go along to witness the explosions. When he saw the blasts of energy and heard the deafening booms, it lifted his spirits to the maximum. Furthermore, with each explosion, the battle credit in his command medallion rose higher, which got him even more excited. This is definitely the place for me. Bai Xiaochun looked out at all the craters beyond the Great Wall, the infuriated savages, the recoiling sea of souls, and swished his sleeve. With a single massive snap of my finger, he mused proudly, I can destroy anything and everything. An entire month flew by, during which time the sea of souls continued to grow thinner. It was something that had not occurred for many years, and got the cultivators in Great Wall City into very high spirits. Conversely, the Wildlands forces were now paying closer attention to the situation than ever. I have over 300,000 battle credits, Bai Xiaochun murmured. Every day he would check to see how much his battle credit had increased, and was always pleased with the result. From what he could tell, he was definitely making enough to sustain his cultivation. One afternoon when Bai Xiaochun had just sealed 50 pill furnaces, he didn't stand there watching them like he usually did. Instead, he swaggered out of the armory and headed toward the huge pagoda in the middle of the city. Not only did that pagoda operate the city's grand spell formation, it was also where the 5 legions would go to spend battle credit. Therefore, it was a very important place. It was only natural that a place like that was also the dwelling place of a deva. Generally speaking, cultivators from the 5 legions could be seen coming and going there on a daily basis. As soon as Bai Xiaochun showed up at the pagoda, people recognized him. All of them seemed to view him favorably, and would salute him with clasped hands. Bai Xiaochun called out greetings in return, sighing at how popular he was. Upon reaching the pagoda itself, he sent out some divine sense to check what items were available for purchase. It was in that moment that cries of shock rose up around him, and a bright beam of light appeared up above. That light shot down with incredible speed, surrounded by a frigid coldness that was shocking on a deep level. It's Ji Feng. Of all the cultivators in the great circle of core formation in the 5 legions, he's the one most likely to get promoted to Major General. Ji Feng. I haven't seen him for a long time. I heard he was sent out on a secret mission outside the Great Wall to infiltrate the wildlands and gather intelligence. As the discussions went on, the beam of light faded away, and a young man appeared, clad in a blood-colored suit of armor. He had long black hair, and a handsome face that was marred by a long scar which ran from the top of his forehead down to the corner of his mouth, and transformed his good looks into something grotesque. As he hovered there in midair, he completely ignored everyone around him as he stared up at the huge eye atop the pagoda. Down on the ground, Bai Xiaochun looked up at Ji Feng. He didn't recognize him, but something about the strength of his cultivation base reminded him of Zhao Tianjiao. He must be a famous person like Zhao Tianjiao, he thought. Ji Feng had terrifying cultivation base ripples, and a murderous aura that was more powerful than anyone Bai Xiaochun had seen in the 5 legions other than Bai Lin. And considering that Bai Lin was half a step into the Deva realm, that was very telling. A fiendish killer, Bai Xiaochun thought with an inner gasp. Although Ji Feng seemed intimidating, Bai Xiaochun wasn't convinced that he would lose to him in a fight. After all, fiendish killers like this guy were usually the crazy type. Just when Bai Xiaochun was about to look away, Ji Feng waved his hand in the direction of the huge eye. That motion caused a vast quantity of vengeful souls to pour out of his sleeve. There were more than 10,000 of them, screaming and struggling. However, once the gaze of the eye locked onto them, they were sucked up, and in the blink of an eye had been absorbed. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. Simultaneously, expressions of astonishment could be heard in the area. Elder brother Ji Feng just offered a sacrifice of 10,000 vengeful souls. Not many people increase their battle credit by offering a sacrifice in such a way. Only top experts like Ji Feng can pull off something like that. There were more than 10,000 vengeful souls, but in terms of quality, they were varied. I'm afraid his battle credit will only increase by a few tens of thousands. Even as the discussions continued, Ji Feng turned and blurred into motion, speeding off into the distance. As for Bai Xiaochun, it was only at this point that he finally realized you could earn battle credit in such a fashion. What a pity! Right now, my exploding pill furnaces simply tear the vengeful souls to shreds. If I could use Ji Feng's method, I could earn even more battle credit. Sighing, he shook his head. After giving a final glance to Ji Feng disappearing in the distance, he poured some divine sense into his command medallion, establishing a link with the huge eye. A moment later, all sorts of information appeared in his mind. I can't believe you can trade for so much stuff here. They even have nascent soul pills. Considering the shocking fact that nascent soul pills were for sale, then it was no surprise at all that they had the type of medicinal pills that could help during the gold core stage. There were also magical items, paper talismans, and medicinal plants of all types. Bai Xiaochun's heart was already pounding with excitement. Many of the items were unique to this location, such as soul grasses from the wildlands and even underworld river water. The underworld river was illusory in nature, almost like something that belonged to another world. It had very unique properties, and was difficult to summon. In fact, other than Devis, no one could manipulate it. Underworld river water. Although Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure what that type of water could be used for, he could see that a single drop was extremely expensive. Obviously, it was something very useful for cultivators. Perhaps cultivators want underworld river water, the same way wildlands soul cultivators want heavenspan river water. Although Bai Xiaochun hadn't been at the Great Wall for very long, he had heard that in the wildlands, heavenspan river water was extremely valuable. Because of that, quite a few people would smuggle it out into the wildlands to trade with the soul cultivators. Although the practice was strictly forbidden, it was impossible to prevent it from happening altogether. There was even a black market within Great Wall City itself. However, Bai Xiaochun wasn't interested in that. What he was interested in were nascent soul pills. He quickly found the listing for nascent soul pills, and when he saw the price attached to it, he couldn't help but gasp. Earlier, he had assumed that he had a good amount of battle credit built up. However, after seeing how expensive things were, he felt really bad for himself. Nascent soul pills cost millions of battle credits. Looking sadly at his violet identity medallion, he sighed. After all, nascent soul pills had other uses than just breaking through to the nascent soul stage. They served the general function of increasing one's cultivation base level, and therefore could also be used to break through to the great circle of core formation. The reason for that was that the main way nascent soul pills helped with breakthroughs was by means of providing power through the medicinal ingredients. However, only some of those ingredients were specifically for the purpose of forming the nascent soul itself. At the moment, what Bai Xiaochun cared most about was the extra power the pills could provide. One pill. With one nascent soul pill, I could probably get to the great circle of the gold core stage. At the moment, Bai Xiaochun had to give up on the idea of purchasing a nascent soul pill. Instead, he bought some other high-grade medicinal pills useful for the core formation stage, as well as some magical items he needed, then left. After returning to his residence, he sealed the place thoroughly and then took out his turtle walk and performed six-fold spirit enhancements on everything he had just purchased, as well as some other items in his bag of holding. After he was finished, he looked hesitantly at the numerous designs on the objects he had enhanced. I only have 2 sets of 7-colored flame fuel, and 1 set for 8-colored flame. That's all Bai Lin could give me. Back in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, he had tried to track down fuel for various levels of multicolored flame, but hadn't been successful. At that point, he had come to understand that 7-colored flame fuel was possible to find, but when it came to 8-colored flame fuel, it was very rare. It had probably been difficult for Bai Lin just to get this 1 set. After a moment of thought, Bai Xiaochun pulled a jade box out of his bag of holding, opened it, and examined the contents. Inside was a fingernail-sized stone that initially seemed completely ordinary in nature. However, it was possible to sense a shocking power within that stone, power that could be unleashed by the smallest bit of friction. That stone was none other than 8-colored flame fuel. After studying it for a bit, he carefully closed the lid of the jade box and shook his head. I need to hold on to this 8-colored flame fuel, he thought, and only use it on a really good magical item. After putting away the 8-colored flame fuel, he began to consume the medicinal pills he'd just enhanced. As he did, spiritual power began to course through him, transforming into strands of frigid qi that gathered inside of his gold core. Another month flew by. The higher Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base grew, the easier it became to concoct medicine. He continued to produce successful batches of soul convergence pills, and although he wasn't very happy with the outcome, the final versions continued to improve compared to his original version. Bai Xiaochun was certain that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to produce a satisfactory soul convergence pill. Furthermore, he had decided that the best option was to wait until he made a significant improvement before presenting the pill to Bai Lin. By now, Bai Xiaochun was very pleased with his life in Great Wall City. Not only did everyone respect him, but the pill furnaces being constantly tossed over the wall and exploding among the enemy caused his battle credits to increase on a daily basis. His exploding furnaces were now one of the deadliest weapons at the disposal of the skin flayers, and were a source of great pressure for the Wildlander necromancers. Were it not for the fact that this was a large-scale assault, the Wildlands forces would have long since retreated. Whenever Bai Xiaochun went out to personally witness the devastating effects of his exploding furnaces, he could sense that the fighting was continuing to intensify. By this point, it wasn't just a single savage tribe who was participating in the offensive. There were now 6 of them. Before, there had been about 10,000 savages on the battlefield, but now there were around 80,000. It had been many decades since a battle this large had been fought in the war. Whenever the savage giants roared and charged into battle, all heaven and earth would shake violently. Furthermore, more and more soul cultivators were showing up to fight. The cultivators of the 5 legions took them very seriously, and would often send out their most powerful experts to contend with them. However, the soul cultivators were always under the protection of large groups of savage giants, and although a few of them were successfully taken down, they never went out without a fierce fight. Both sides ended up suffering casualties, although it was generally worse for the wildlands. After all, the 5 legions had the Great Wall to protect them, and most importantly, the exploding pill furnaces were wreaking havoc on the mostly unintelligent vengeful souls. Were it not for the pill furnaces, the vengeful souls, who didn't fear extermination at all, would have posed a huge problem for the 5 legions. By this point, there was virtually no one among the forces of Great Wall City who hadn't heard of Bai Xiaochun. Also, his name was spreading outside of the Great Wall as well. Many of the savage tribes were now aware of who he was, and that the magical items which were so useful against the vengeful souls were created by none other than him. In fact, he had already been placed onto the Wildlands execution list, and was in the top 100. All the people above him on the list were incredibly famous individuals who the Wildlands hated deeply. Couldn't be stated that Bai Xiaochun had completely changed the course of the war. A few exploding furnaces couldn't do something like that. However, he had influenced the state of battle, and that effect continued to grow as time passed. Furthermore, the chiefs of the savage tribes, as well as the necromancers, all hated him with a vengeance. The chiefs mourned those who had been lost among their various tribes, and the necromancers, who were a proud and lofty lot, were now forced to spend almost all their time keeping the vengeful souls under control. Generally speaking, controlling these souls should have involved simply directing their momentum. After all, the souls which poured directly out of the underworld river were particularly fierce. But now, the threat of the exploding furnaces made the souls very difficult to control. Some of them tried to flee, and others even tried to fight back against those controlling them. Currently, a meeting was taking place on the vast plain with the more than 1,000 black stones. Surrounding the black-robed old man on the floating black altar were 10 figures. All of them wore gray robes, and emanated terrifying fluctuations which identified them as none other than necromancers. One of them was speaking to the old man in a raspy voice. "Exalted emissary, we can't keep going on like this. We have to do something to resolve the situation." In addition to the necromancers, there were also 10 giants on the altar, all of whom seemed extremely ancient. They looked different from the other giants, larger and far more intelligent. One of those ancient giants looked at the black-robed old man and slowly said, "I agree, exalted emissary. If things keep going on like this, the warriors of our tribe will lose the protection offered by the Tide of Souls. Without that protection, they're no match for the cultivators on the wall. Exalted emissary, please use your divine abilities to put an end to this catastrophe." Considering what the necromancers and the tribal chiefs were saying, the old man thought for a moment, and then responded in a sinister voice, "We can't waste too much soul power before the appointed time. However, don't worry. I've already made some preparations, and I think the time is right to make a move. Pay close attention to the battle tomorrow. I'm going to make Bai Xiaochun's pill furnaces a thing of the past." Bai Xiaochun was sitting cross-legged inside Great Wall City, feeling very uneasy, although he wasn't sure why. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he looked around with a strange expression on his face. However, after a moment passed, nothing happened, so he went back to cultivation. Eventually, when the sun was setting, he finally let out a long breath and then emerged from his residence. Clearing his throat, he said, "Bring the furnaces over." Instantly, Lu Li, Zhao Long, and the rest of his squad all sprang into action and began setting up 50 pill furnaces in a circle around him. By now, they had grown used to Bai Xiaochun's ways, and how famous he had become now that he was on the Wildlands execution list. At the same time, he had treated them well, bestowing medicinal pills and magical items upon them frequently. After all, despite not having a huge accumulation of battle credit, he did get more and more on a daily basis and was not the stingy type. He wanted everyone around him to be just as happy as he was. Therefore, Zhao Long and the others didn't mind being ordered around. After setting up the pill furnaces, they took their places to stand guard. After things were set up, Bai Xiaochun nodded in satisfaction. Waving his hand, He opened all of the pill furnaces, and then sent large quantities of medicinal plants flying out. As was his usual custom, he made unique adjustments to all 50 of the medicine formulas. The pill furnaces began to heat up, whereupon Bai Xiaochun began to walk amongst them, occasionally adding ingredients to a furnace here, or adjusting the heat to a furnace there. After about 2 hours had passed, all the proper adjustments had been made, and he began to seal the furnaces. As Bai Xiaochun sealed pill furnaces, Zhao Long and the others exchanged glances, and then began to whisper among themselves. I wonder how many will explode this time? I bet it will be 20 or less. Yesterday 17 blew up, so I bet that it will be more than 20 today. This was how things usually went. After sealing all of the furnaces, Bai Xiaochun brushed off his hands and walked back into his residence, paying the furnaces no more heed. Another 8 hours passed, after which one of the pill furnaces began to emit cracking sounds. As usual, Bai Lin showed up, whereupon Bai Xiaochun ended his session of cultivation and walked out to meet him. Thank you for your hard work, Grandmaster Bai, Bai Lin said with a smile. He viewed Bai Xiaochun more favorably with each day that passed. It's no trouble at all, Bai Xiaochun replied grandly, looking very much like an important hero. I do everything for the Great Wall. However, I have to say, old Bai, I'm almost out of pill furnaces, and am running very low on medicinal plants, especially earth spirit tubers. Next time, bring a few more than usual. No problem. I'll handle it right away. Bai Lin continued to watch the furnaces with sparkling eyes until more cracking sounds began to ring out. With every pill furnace that began to show signs of exploding, Bai Lin would get more excited. Furthermore, in order to ensure that they would all explode at the same time, he would often draw upon the power of his cultivation base to suppress the more unstable ones. Eventually, when 27 pill furnaces were on the verge of exploding, and the others clearly weren't, Bai Lin laughed heartily, flicked his sleeve, and shot toward the Great Wall with the furnaces. As usual, Bai Xiaochun flew along behind him to see what would happen on the battlefield. After all, such direct observations of the exploding furnaces helped a lot when it came to adjusting his medicine formulas. Bai Lin knew that Bai Xiaochun liked to watch the explosions personally, so he flew slow enough that he could follow along. When they both reached the Great Wall, Bai Lin flung the 27 furnaces out in 27 different directions. When the cultivators of the 5 legions saw what was happening, they began to cheer in support. In contrast, the savages down on the battlefield gritted their teeth and began to back up. As for the vengeful souls, once the pill furnaces appeared, they became almost impossible for the necromancers to control, and instinctively began to scatter. The mere sight of what was happening before the pill furnaces detonated left Bai Xiaochun feeling quite wonderful. However, even as the savages and souls began to flee, a dozen or so sphere-shaped beasts suddenly flew out onto the battlefield. They moved with incredible speed, and at the same time, expanded rapidly, becoming a dozen 30-meter-tall spheroids that shot toward the incoming pill furnaces. As they closed in, the spheroid beasts opened their mouths wide. Next, intense sucking sounds could be heard as the pill furnaces were suddenly wrenched in their direction. The unexpected development occurred so quickly that before anyone on the Great Wall had a chance to react, the spheroid beasts had gobbled up all of the pill furnaces. Moments later, muffled thuds could be heard from inside them. The creatures bulged, and their eyes went wide, but after a moment, nothing else happened, and they actually just closed their eyes again. Then they slowly deflated, returning to their original size. Finally, they opened their mouths and burped out wisps of black smoke, which slowly faded away in the wind. The entire battlefield went silent. The cultivators on the wall looked on with wide eyes, and Bai Lin stood there trembling, the killing intent in his eyes rising rapidly. The dozen spheroid beasts were all surrounded by rippling distortions that indicated that they were under the protection of powerful guardians. If Bai Lin personally went out to try to deal with him, he would be in great danger, and the rest of the forces on the wall would be forced to decide whether or not to come out to aid him. Damn it! Bai Lin growled, the killing intent in his eyes growing stronger. By this point, He had come to understand that the Wildlanders' goal in this entire campaign was to get Deva Patriarch Xianxia to come out of the city. If that happened, a trap would likely be sprung in an attempt to kill him. I never could have guessed that they would come up with a way to deal with the pill furnaces in less than half a year. Those weird beasts have obviously been mutated recently. Even as Bai Lin sighed darkly, the savages outside the wall began to cackle madly. As for the vengeful souls, their murderous auras grew even more intense, and they once again began to charge across the battlefield. This time, the charge was made with more intense violence than before. Booms instantly rang out, along with miserable screams. The cultivators of the 5 legions could do little more than steel themselves and once again fight to defend the Great Wall. As of this moment, few people were paying any attention at all to Bai Xiaochun. Everyone knew that his exploding pill furnaces had been rendered useless. To see the pill furnaces that he had so painstakingly prepared for detonation be consumed just like that first left Bai Xiaochun staring in mute shock. It was almost as if his mind had been smashed with a sledgehammer. How could this be happening? What kind of beasts are those? He felt as if his heart were in physical pain. No more battle credit? No more medicinal plants? No more pill furnaces? And on top of it all, I wasted a whole bunch of time and energy on concocting medicine. Bai Xiaochun let out a bellow of anger, his eyes completely bloodshot. At the moment, he felt like someone had just ruined his life. Without battle credit income like he had before, his dreams of being promoted to captain would be completely dashed. When he thought of that, his anger grew even hotter. Furthermore, having his pill furnaces destroyed right in front of all the other cultivators was like a slap to the face, and was a severe blow to his self-esteem. As he stood there glaring at the spheroid beasts, he felt like he had just fallen out of the sky and slammed into the earth. You just wait. How dare you consume Bai Xiaochun's pill furnaces? I'm gonna make you regret it. Rage burning, he spun and shot back to the armory. As for Bai Lin, he saw Bai Xiaochun's reaction and sighed. Bai Lin knew that it wouldn't be long before all of the savage tribes in the wildlands would have those same spheroid beasts, which had obviously been specifically designed to deal with Bai Xiaochun's pill furnaces. Before long, Bai Xiaochun was back in the armory and walking into his courtyard residence. How dare you consume my pill furnaces? How dare you destroy my medicinal pills? Challenging me? Huh. Trifling little beasts. With the snap of a finger, Bai Xiaochun will reduce all of you to ashes. Zhao Long Lu Li, all of you stand guard, and don't let anyone inside. I'm going into secluded meditation. Waving his arm, he dragged 8 pill furnaces with him into his personal residence, slamming the door shut behind him with a bang. Zhao Long and the others gasped, unsure of what had happened. None of them had ever seen Bai Xiaochun like this. What's going on? As they exchanged awkward glances, uneasy feelings rose up in their hearts. As Bai Xiaochun settled down cross-legged in his residence, he had a fierce expression on his face, and his eyes were so wide that all of the veins were visible, and they seemed like they were on fire. Waving his hand, he produced an earth flame crystal and settled one of the pill furnaces in front of him. I can't believe you made me lose face in front of all those cultivators. Damn it. Bai Xiaochun is afraid of a lot of things in heaven and earth, but he's not afraid of beasts like you. Waving his sleeve, he sent a huge pile of medicinal plants flying into the pill furnace. I refuse to believe that I can't mop the floor with those big-bellied beasts. How dare they consume my pill furnaces and destroy my medicinal pills? It's bad enough they wrecked my battle credit income, but they also had to discredit me. They're intentionally embarrassing me. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and at the same time, he began to concoct medicine as if he were bedeviled. It had been a long time since he had sunk into a state like this. His hands almost blurred, and rumbling echoed out from the pill furnace. Soon, the medicinal liquid in the furnace began to form, and a strong medicinal aroma spread out. 3 days passed by in a flash, during which time Bai Xiaochun never stepped out of his residence. Instead, he remained inside, concocting medicine, and occasionally letting out peals of maniacal laughter. How dare you provoke me? I'm gonna show you once and for all how awesome Bai Xiaochun is. HMMMPH. This medicinal pill isn't strong enough yet. Just wait. You trifling beasts. You just wait. When Zhao Long, Lu Li, and the others heard his laughter, they gasped in fear at the strange state that he was in. By this point, they had heard about what occurred outside the Great Wall a few days before, that the savages had used some strange, spheroid beasts to consume Bai Xiaochun's pill furnaces. At that point, they understood why he'd come back so angry. Is he really that mad just because they figured out how to stop his pill furnaces? Another half a day went by. On the evening of the third day, Bai Xiaochun's door slammed open, and he stepped out, thin, emaciated, and his hair completely disheveled. Zhao Long, go tell Bai Lin that I need sky thicket leaf, female beast musk, male beast bones, earth dragon root. In one breath, Bai Xiaochun rattled of several dozen types of medicinal plants. And I need them today. With that, he walked back into his residence and slammed the door. Zhao Long was starting to get nervous. For some reason, this version of Bai Xiaochun seemed very dangerous. As soon as Bai Xiaochun walked back into his residence, Zhao Long hurried off to find General Bai Lin, and before long, the medicinal plants Bai Xiaochun had requested were delivered. Zhao Long cautiously knocked on Bai Xiaochun's door, which opened as Bai Xiaochun reached out to grab the medicinal plants. Through the crack of the open door, Zhao Long was just able to make out a cloud of swirling pink smoke. As for Bai Xiaochun, he looked haggard and thin, with a terrifying, demonic gleam in his eyes. Another 2 days passed. For some time now, a huge vortex had filled the sky because of the tampering with the underworld river, but for some reason it was now obscured with clouds that were filled with bolts of crackling lightning. Then, without any warning, large amounts of lightning suddenly began to descend upon the armory. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the armory's spell formation activated. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's hoarse laughter could be heard filling the air. The combination of all the sights and sounds immediately caused Zhao Long and the other guards to look around in alarm. What's going on? What's happening? Simultaneously, wisps of smoke were beginning to seep out from the cracks and crevices in the corners of Bai Xiaochun's residence building. In the blink of an eye, they filled the area, and from the way they were moving, they almost seemed intelligent, like a whole group of tiny snakes. Zhao Long and the rest of the guards began to edge away in fear. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal, and yet, as soon as the smoke appeared in the armory, vast quantities of ants suddenly rushed out into the open and began fleeing in the opposite direction. Ants weren't a very common sight in Great Wall City, but at the moment, they carpeted the ground. Before any of the guards could react, the entire armory was thrown into a commotion. What's causing this? Heavens! There's thunder and smoke and ants. Something big is going on. But what? Considering what was happening in the armory, other cultivators in the 5 legions were devolving into a commotion. Furthermore, the savages outside of the Great Wall could see the strange lightning, and were wondering what terrifying item had appeared inside of Great Wall City. As everyone reeled in shock, and as the heavens rumbled with thunder, a lightning bolt that seemed to be composed of countless other lightning bolts put together slammed down onto the armory, piercing through its spell formation shield and landing onto Bai Xiaochun's residence. The ground quaked, and the entire residence shook as much of it was destroyed. Zhao Long and the other guards backed up in terror, gasping the entire time. What kind of medicine is Grandmaster Bai concocting? Meanwhile, what could only be described as crazed laughter rang out from the wreckage of Bai Xiaochun's residence. Still not good enough. Zhao Long, go get me 3,000 portions of the same set of ingredients I had you get last time. A tremor ran through Zhao Long as he looked at the mostly destroyed residence, and the increasingly thick smoke emanating from it. It caused a sensation of intense danger to fill his heart. Swallowing hard, he looked over at the other guards, and could see how ashen their faces were. Thoroughly bewildered by what was happening, he gritted his teeth and hurried off. When he returned, Bai Lin was with him. When Bai Lin saw the wreckage and the terrifying pink smoke, he looked up at the thunderclouds in the sky and called out, "Xiaochun, There's no need to be impulsive about the, "Leave me alone. They're just a few beasts, right? I have tens of thousands of ways of dealing with stupid-ass beasts like that. Just wait and see." A long moment passed, and then Bai Xiaochun spoke again. "Zhao Long, throw those medicinal plants over here." Zhao Long didn't dare to refuse. After glancing at Bai Lin and getting confirmation, he tossed a bag of holding into the pink smoke. A bit of time passed in which Bai Lin considered trying to do more to convince Bai Xiaochun to stop. However, that was when rumbling sounds could be heard inside the smoke, which suddenly transformed from pink to red. At the same time, more bolts of lightning began to fall from above. Shockingly, even as the first round of lightning fell, more lightning could be seen converging higher up. In the blink of an eye, fully 10,000 lightning bolts merged together into something like a net that covered the entire sky. Even Bai Lin gasped at the sight of it, let alone the other ordinary cultivators in Great Wall City. Even the charging Wildlands army suddenly stopped in place to look at what was happening. As for the beasts in the army, they were suddenly stricken by very uneasy feelings. Some of them even began to pant and look over toward Great Wall City with red, glowing eyes, as if they were being stimulated into madness. Bai Lin was suddenly stricken by a very ominous feeling when he saw the smoke turn red. There was something terrifying about it, something that didn't have anything to do with one's cultivation base, but rather with some other, deeper instinct. "Xiaochun, don't get too worked up. I'm working on a way to deal with those spheroid beasts. You just, don't even try to convince me," came the growling interruption. "I, Bai Xiaochun, will definitely show those beasts that Lord Bai's pill furnaces are not that delicious after all." Inside the residence, Bai Xiaochun was sitting right in front of 8 crimson-hot pill furnaces. His hair disheveled, his face gaunt, surrounded by large quantities of medicine bottles. He had gone crazy in his pill concocting, relying completely on spirit alcohol to sustain his cultivation base, as well as numerous special medicinal pills. By this point, it was correct to say that Bai Xiaochun had gone all out. With a shout, he slapped his hands onto the surface of each of the violently shaking pill furnaces. Cracks spread out across their surfaces, whereupon intense gravitational forces sprang up. At the same time, the red smoke stirred, instantly rushing into the 8 pill furnaces. As soon as the smoke vanished, Bai Xiaochun appeared in front of Bai Lin and the others. A bright gleam flickered in his eyes as he threw his head back and laughed at the top of his lungs. "Trifling big-bellied beasts. I, Bai Xiaochun, have prepared a wonderful gift for you. Let's see if you ever dare to consume my things again. I used several thousand sets of supreme-grade ingredients, and even cleansed the impurities with tens of thousands of bolts of lightning. Then I purified the medicine again with a secret magic, and then went so far as to ruin the pill furnaces to refine them a third time. The result is something paramount, something unparalleled in heaven and earth, something that affects both male and female beasts. A single whiff of it will drive them crazy to the point of insanity. It is an aphrodisiac pill to shock all creation." Zhao Long's eyes went wide, and Lu Li gaped in shock. Everyone else had similar expressions on their faces as they looked at Bai Xiaochun standing there, laughing crazily. "Aphrodisiac pill?" Bai Lin said, mouth agape. Before anyone could ask any more questions, Bai Xiaochun waved his sleeve, sweeping up all 8 pill furnaces as he used the power of his undying tendons in his legs to leap into the air toward the Great Wall. "All right, big-bellied beasts," he said, his eyes shining brightly as he sailed through the air. "Bai Xiaochun is coming for you." As for Bai Lin, his eyes flickered as he suppressed his confusion and took a step to follow Bai Xiaochun. As for Zhao Long and the others, after a moment of hesitation, they also flew into motion toward the Great Wall, filled with curiosity about the medicinal pills Bai Xiaochun had created in such a terrifying state. It didn't take long for Bai Xiaochun to be atop the Great Wall itself, where he let out a shout and threw all of the pill furnaces out toward the battlefield. Down below, the giants of the savage tribes, as well as the seemingly endless sea of souls, were in the middle of a charge toward the wall. Now that the pill furnace's power had been negated, the vengeful souls were under less pressure and were easier to control. As a result, the necromancers had power to spare, which they used to upgrade some of the vengeful souls, making them much more powerful than before. More booms rang out on the battlefield than ever before. The increased power of the vengeful souls ensured that less savages were falling in battle, and at the same time the pressure on the 5 legions had increased. As for the 8 pill furnaces that had just been tossed out, they were crimson from heat, and were a shocking sight to behold. The mere thought of what would happen if they exploded was terrifying to contemplate. In fact, as soon as they appeared, the savage giants felt anxiety rising up in their hearts. However, they didn't panic. As they stared at the incoming furnaces, the black-robed old man on the black altar some distance away, as well as the necromancers and tribal chiefs by his side, were all watching the scene play out on a screen of water. "Scraping the bottom of the barrel, huh?" the black-robed old man said coolly. "That move won't work anymore." Expression cold, he performed a right-handed incantation gesture and then waved his finger at the water screen. The screen rippled, after which a dozen or so spheroid beasts on the battlefield suddenly raised their heads and bellowed. Then, looks of disdain appeared on their faces as they opened their mouths wide and inhaled deeply. Instantly, the 8 pill furnaces wobbled back and forth, and then shot toward the spheroid beasts, who began to fight amongst each other to consume them. Within moments, all of the pill furnaces had been swallowed down. As for the beasts who hadn't managed to swallow any furnaces, they began to howl in discontent. When the old man on the black altar saw the scene playing out, he smiled faintly, a look of scorn in his eyes. This was the second time that the cultivators of the 5 legions had witnessed pill furnaces being consumed. Bai Lin stood there quietly, while the other cultivators let out light sighs. Bai Xiaochun was the only one who simply stood there, looking coldly at the 8 beasts who had swallowed the pill furnaces. "Eat up," he murmured. "And don't spill a drop." A muffled thump rang out, and the huge beasts' bellies expanded for a moment before shrinking back down to normal. The beasts then looked threateningly toward the Great Wall and let out menacing howls before turning, as if to leave. Simultaneously, a large number of savage giants flew over to protect them. Meanwhile, the other savage giants on the battlefield began to call out in taunting fashion. "That's all you've got? Those magical items are useless against us now. Those wimps on the Great Wall are still trying this gimmick? 8 pill furnaces aren't even enough to get our beasts full. How moronic can you get? Their pill furnace trick didn't work last time, and yet they tried the same thing again." When the cultivators of the 5 legions heard the laughter ringing out from the battlefield, they gritted their teeth in frustration. Were it not for orders passed down by the Deva to hold their position on the wall, they would definitely have poured out in deadly fashion and filled the battlefield with rivers of wildlander blood. Bai Lin sighed, and turned to Bai Xiaochun as if to say something. Before he could, Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed, and he murmured, "Any moment now, and their laughter will cease. When I get pissed off, I frighten even myself." When Bai Lin heard that, he was taken aback. And then, before he could ask any questions, the 8 beasts who had consumed the pill furnaces suddenly stopped moving. A moment later, their expressions flickered, and slowly, their eyes began to turn bright red. They began shivering, and even opened their mouths to burp out pink smoke. In fact, their entire bodies suddenly seemed to be glowing red. Hoarse pants could be heard, which soon turned into clamoring howls. As the surrounding savage giants looked on in shock, the 8 beasts suddenly turned on them and pounced in full madness. 2 of the beasts even turned on their own kind with maddened howls. It took only a moment before all 8 of the beasts were pouncing on anything nearby that moved. All of them were under the complete control of the aphrodisiac pill. Furthermore, because the aphrodisiac pills had exploded inside of the beasts, the energy released was impossible to dispel. It was difficult to put into words the incredible power contained in pills like that, pills which had been refined 4 times. Whether the beasts were male or female didn't matter. As long as the pill furnaces had exploded in their stomachs, they were bereft of all sense of reason, and became lost within the effects of the aphrodisiac pill. If that were all there were to the situation, it might not have been a big deal. However, They continuously belched out pink smoke, smoke that didn't affect the vengeful souls, but most definitely affected the savage giants. All the giants had to do was get a whiff of that smoke, and their faces would instantly flush. A moment later, their eyes would turn both blank and bloodshot at the same time, and they would throw their heads back and roar. In the briefest of moments, the entire battlefield was thrown into complete and utter chaos. Screams and shrieks rang out in all directions. As of this moment, the area outside the Great Wall didn't look like a battlefield at all, but rather a scene of absolute pandemonium. One of the main reasons why these aphrodisiac pills were so terrifyingly effective was that Bai Xiaochun had combined his original formula with his fantasy pill formula. He had even performed spirit enhancements on some of the main ingredients. Thus, the pills were far more shocking than they had ever been before. The cultivators on the Great Wall looked down, their minds spinning, looks of blank shock on their faces, their hearts battered by waves of astonishment because of what they were witnessing. Damn it. What exactly is going on? What medicinal pills were they? Heavens! Everyone from the 5 legions was talking about what was happening, whether they were ordinary soldiers, lieutenants, captains, and even the colonels and major generals. Without exception, the shocking scene playing out caused them all to lose their cool. Even Bai Lin, a general of the 5 legions, felt his mind spinning in astonishment. In fact, the indescribable scene playing out was so shocking that the huge eye on top of the pagoda flickered. Then 3-eyed Chen Hetian appeared. He was a respected deva, and yet even he couldn't help but gasp, and then look over at Bai Xiaochun with a very strange expression on his face. Is this really the Great Wall? He thought. In fact, everyone was similarly stunned. As of this moment, the name of the pill's creator, Bai Xiaochun, was being indelibly branded into the minds of everyone present. For the rest of my life, I must make sure to never, ever provoke the terrifying Bai Xiaochun. As countless gasps rang out, and the chaos on the battlefield continued to play out, the black-robed old man on the black altar, as well as the surrounding necromancers and tribal chiefs, were all watching what was happening. Deathly silence prevailed on the altar, as all eyes were completely glued to the water screen. No one was talking, and in fact none of them were even breathing. It took a long moment before any breathing to occur, but when it did, it soon turned into panting, and eventually the entire group was physically shaking. Then, cries of rage began to ring out from the altar. Bai Xiaochun, the wildlands will destroy you or die in the attempt. Heaven-damned Bai Xiaochun. Why you will not die a good death. Issue a death warrant. Tell the whole world that this Bai Xiaochun must die. If he doesn't die, the wildlands will live in disgrace for all time. Bai Xiaochun looked out at the chaos on the battlefield and cleared his throat. Then he stuck his chin up and flicked his sleeve. With the snap of a finger, Bai Xiaochun gave all savages and beasts no other choice than to be reduced to ashes. Looking like the picture of a lonely hero, he turned and strolled dramatically off the Great Wall. As he did, the cultivators behind him watched him leave, shock and other mixed emotions clearly visible on their faces. Some of those expressions were those of reverence, some were fear, and others were plain terror. As Bai Xiaochun left, the magical cannons on the Great Wall rumbled to life. How could the 5 legions not take advantage of this spectacular opportunity? Some of the cultivators even charged onto the battlefield itself, where every enemy in their path was crushed like twigs. Bai Xiaochun didn't need to know the final outcome of the battle. He was content knowing that his message had been clearly sent to the wildlands. Provoke Bai Xiaochun and pay the price. The aphrodisiac pill was not without fault. For example, although it worked quite well on beasts, if the savage giants wished to protect themselves from its effects, they could do so in many ways. The only reason it had worked so effectively in this situation was because of the element of surprise. And of course, Bai Xiaochun was well aware of that. However, he didn't plan to use the aphrodisiac pill as a way to accumulate battle credit. He simply wanted to use it to frighten the wildlands, and ensure that they didn't dare to send beasts to consume his exploding furnaces. Well, exploding furnaces can't be a long-term tactic anyway. I need to switch things up a bit. and the key to that is my soul convergence pill. As Bai Xiaochun left, Zhao Long and the others followed him, their hearts trembling, the mere sight of Bai Xiaochun's back causing their hair to stand on end. When it came to thoughts of Bai Xiaochun's terrifying aphrodisiac pill, both Zhao Long and Lu Li felt the same. Not only were they scared to death, but they also couldn't help but muse that he was truly born for battle. In the following few days, word spread to all of the cultivators in Great Wall City. Stories abounded about what had occurred when Bai Xiaochun made his move, and yet again, his name shook the entire city. Not only were his pill-concocting techniques fear-inspiring, but his medicinal pills were horrific. Most of the grandmasters who lived near him in the armory were so scared that they moved away. By that point, the armory was almost half empty, and when Bai Xiaochun realized that, he simply waved his sleeve and had the empty half consolidated into his own personal headquarters. Of course, because of his actions, he earned a huge amount of battle credit, which immediately got him promoted from lieutenant to captain. Because of that, despite his residence being much larger than before, the increased number of subordinates under his control ensured that it didn't feel empty at all. Not only was Bai Xiaochun famous within Great Wall City, but he was now well known beyond the wall as well. Of the hundreds of tribes that occupied the eastern wildlands, all had heard of Bai Xiaochun and his horrifying aphrodisiac pill, as well as the tragic defeat the wildlands had suffered because of them. For those reasons, Bai Xiaochun's name rose high on the wildlands execution list. Before, he had been in the top 100, but now he was in 27th place. Of the people higher than him on the list, the weakest were nascent soul cultivators. In fact, many of the people below him on the list were in that same cultivation level. Bai Xiaochun was the only core formation cultivator in the top 50. He was now famous, had a huge accumulation of battle credit, and had earned the rank of captain. Everywhere he went in Great Wall City, the cultivators who saw him would salute with clasped hands. It was a wonderful feeling that Bai Xiaochun loved, and he couldn't help but muse that staying here had been a good decision. In fact, he would often take out his copper mirror and ask all sorts of questions that drove Imposter Night Crypt crazy. Imposter Night Crypt would rack his brains with new ways to flatter Bai Xiaochun, until Bai Xiaochun would eventually start to get embarrassed and stop asking questions. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation by no means stagnated. With all his battle credit, he was able to get plenty of medicinal pills to help with his Frigid School will-evolving incantation. At the same time, he continued to work on his soul convergence pill. Although his cultivation speed was actually moving along quite rapidly, whenever he thought about how much it cost to get the nascent soul pill that would propel him into the great circle of the gold core stage, he would always worry that he was going too slow. However, despite his cultivation base rising at a relatively slow rate, his undying live forever technique was making huge progress. After all, Bai Lin had been utterly shocked by Bai Xiaochun's skill in the Tao of medicine, and was more than happy to provide him with anything he asked for. He didn't even mind that some of the medicinal plants being requested were actually for personal use. As far as he was concerned, Bai Xiaochun was just too important. With so many medicinal plants at his disposal, Bai Xiaochun's speed with the undying live forever technique picked up. By this point, he had undying tendons spreading throughout his left arm. One night, his left arm even began to glow with bright light, and turned translucent to the point of being able to see his blood and veins inside. Eyes widening, he clenched his hand into a fist, which caused cracking sounds to emanate out. Then he punched out into the air, and his hand moved so quickly it was almost invisible. The sensation of incredible power which spread out from his body gave him a very clear idea of how much fleshly body strength he had at his disposal. Success! I have undying tendons in both legs as well as my left arm. Now I just need to finish my head, right arm, and torso. When that happens, I'll have completed my work with the undying tendons, and as such, the third volume of the Undying Codex. Then all I'll have to do is break through from Gold Core to Nascent Soul. Once I'm in the Nascent Soul stage, I can finally cultivate Undying Bones. The mere thought of undying bones caused Bai Xiaochun to purse his lips in excitement. According to the descriptions in the Undying Codex, once he cultivated the undying bones, he would essentially have reached the point of having an indestructible fleshly body. Skin, flesh, tendons, bones, blood. he said softly. Undying skin is for defensive purposes. Undying flesh gives power. Undying tendons helps with speed. Undying bones provides the unifying factor for all three, allowing one to unleash incredible force. Having considered all these matters, his anticipation regarding the undying bones grew even greater. Even without undying bones, and only being half-finished with my undying tendons, my fleshly body power combined with my gold core cultivation base puts me in an incredible position with my cultivation level. A flicker of pride appeared in his eyes as he thought back to his fight with the statue of Gongsun Wanner. Back then, although he had a Heavendao gold core, he was still only in the mid-core formation stage. During the fight, he had been unable to truly unleash what he was capable of. After all, even an ocean of water that has to pass through a tiny bottleneck will be limited. Things were different now, though. As he inched closer to the Great Circle, and had half a body's worth of undying tendons, he was completely confident that if he had to fight that Gongsun Wanner statue again, he would be able to secure victory as easy as flipping over his hand. Elder brother Zhao Tianjiao could kill nascent soul experts when in core formation. I should be able to as well. Bai Xiaochun could tell that if he truly unleashed the full power of his cultivation base, the terrifying level of power would be no weaker than what Zhao Tianjiao was capable of. From now on, not a single person beneath late core formation will be a match for me. Flicking his sleeve, he laughed loudly. Sometimes, good things come in waves. It was only 3 days after the undying tendons in his left arm were finished that, after nearly half a year of endless experimentation, he produced a batch of soul convergence pills that were exactly what he had been looking for. These soul convergence pills were no longer black, but rather gold. They emanated an invisible aura that distorted the air around them. And in addition to that, a black hole could be seen spinning inside of them. Furthermore, if you looked at one of the pills for too long, you would almost feel like your soul was going to be tugged out of you. The moment the golden soul convergence pills appeared, he knew that they were high-grade pills. Although they still had some impurities, those impurities wouldn't cause too many problems. These were the most perfect soul convergence pills he had concocted so far. Excited, he sent a message to Bai Lin, and then took Zhao Long and his other guards up to the Great Wall. Bai Lin was there to meet him, and immediately noticed the golden medicinal pill he was holding. Soul convergence pill? He asked, looking excited. Exactly, Bai Xiaochun replied, a proud smile on his face as he held the pill in his hand and looked out beyond the wall, his eyes glittering. The battle outside the Great Wall had been going on for the better part of a year. However, because of the chaos which had played out recently, the wildlanders had been driven into a fury. At the same time, the savage tribes didn't dare to show their faces. Few savage giants could be seen on the battlefield, and those that were visible kept their distance from the wall. There were few beasts either. However, the tide of vengeful souls continued to smash into the wall and the shield. Although this form of attack wasn't particularly effective, the sheer numbers involved ensured that the shield continued to ripple and emit light. Clearly, the vengeful souls had no hope of breaking through the defenses of the Great Wall. The magical cannons were firing constantly, and the cultivators of the 5 legions attacked with surgical precision. As a result, most of the souls which got close were destroyed. A battle like this had not taken place from the moment the Great Wall came into existence until this moment. By this point, it was impossible to determine exactly how many vengeful souls had been destroyed. And yet, there were always more souls to replace them. Furthermore, because the underworld river had been tampered with, the number of souls only seemed to increase. It was in that moment that Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and strode out to the edge of the wall, his eyes shining with anticipation. When he threw out the golden soul convergence pill, it turned into a streak of golden light that flew out into the very middle of the soul tide. When it thumped onto the ground, it didn't break apart like the previous version of the pill had. Instead, it emitted gold, rippling light in all directions. Instantly, both the cultivators on the wall and the wildland savages could see that the golden ripples extended to fill a 3,000-meter area. Within that 3,000-meter area, all of the vengeful souls trembled, and before they could do anything, a whooshing sound filled the air as all of the souls were sucked together into one spot. The soul convergence pill became like a black hole, and in the blink of an eye, countless screams could be heard as all of the more than 10,000 souls in the area of the pill became streaks of light that were absorbed into the pill itself. However, that wasn't anything very impressive, and Bai Lin even frowned in response. The power of this soul convergence pill didn't seem to measure up to the exploding pill furnaces. However, before he could put too much thought into the matter, the golden soul convergence pill, which had sucked in all the souls in the 3,000-meter area, suddenly changed color. In the briefest of moments, it turned bright red. In that instant, an incredible rumbling sound echoed out as the second deadly effect of the soul convergence pill was unleashed. The pill exploded in wild fashion, sending red ripples out to cover a 30,000-meter area. As that happened, the vengeful souls that were covered by the red ripples began to shake violently, as if they were struggling against something. Then, the brutality in their eyes vanished, and their bodies vanished as quickly as a strand of smoke in a storm wind. Furthermore, in the moment of vanishing, their eyes suddenly seemed to be looking around and seeing everything clearly. Within that clarity, there seemed to be a look of relief. The battlefield once again went silent. The savage giants began to tremble as they looked over at the terrifying medicinal pill that was clearly as powerful as 10 exploding furnaces. Without even thinking about it, they began to edge away. Back on the Great Wall, everyone, Bai Lin included, gasped in the realization that this new pill was clearly as effective as 10 or more exploding furnaces. And that was just one medicinal pill. Bai Lin looked over excitedly at Bai Xiaochun and asked, "Grandmaster Bai, are you the only one who can use this pill? Or can it be used by others, too?" When Bai Xiaochun concocts pills, of course they're the type that anyone can use. Even Bai Xiaochun had been a bit shocked by what had happened outside the wall. That was especially the case because of how the vengeful souls had looked relieved right before vanishing. That left Bai Xiaochun feeling very strange. Even he had been unaware that there would be another incredible use to the pills. Apparently, they could purify the souls they affected. Meanwhile, something else happened that no one else noticed. A blurry figure had appeared high up the sky, who was now looking down at the ground below. It was an old man, and although it was difficult to make out his facial features, if Bai Xiaochun had been close by, he would have recognized him immediately. He was none other than the Gravekeeper. Surrounding him were what appeared to be illusory, rippling fluid, which was none other than underworld river water. He looked deeply at Bai Xiaochun, then turned away and vanished into the underworld river water. Down on the Great Wall, Bai Lin's eyes shone as brightly as the sun. "Wonderful. Can you mass-produce them?" Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, then looked out at the battlefield and waved his hand dismissively. "Of course I can. However, as you can probably tell, I don't have enough medicinal plants or pill furnaces." Delighted, Bai Lin threw his head back and laughed uproariously. "That's no problem at all. Would 1,000 pill furnaces be enough? As for the medicinal plants, I can take you to see the liaison from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. As long as your demands aren't too excessive, he should be able to accommodate you." Bai Xiaochun realized that Bai Lin was reminding him not to get too greedy. Chuckling, he replied, "Of course," while simultaneously trying to decide what medicinal plants he would ask for. Bai Lin took a deep breath to keep his excitement under control as he thought about what it would be like for all the soldiers in the skin flayers to have a soul convergence pill ready to throw out at any time. Could completely change the entire course of the war. In fact, he could even see himself as being the first general from the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect to actually lead a devastating campaign into the wildlands. The meritorious services he would perform, and the glory he would accumulate, would be talked about throughout the ages. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Lin couldn't prevent his heart from racing as he looked from the battlefield back to Bai Xiaochun. "Xiaochun, according to the Deva Patriarch, this wildlands offensive is different from anything in the past. Although it might seem like they're on the run right now, the truth is that within the next few months, they will lead a charge greater than anything so far. During that battle, it is highly likely that one of their almighty Deva realm experts will join the fight. Of course, Senior Chun will handle that part of the fighting, and we wouldn't be able to do much to help. But in terms of the rest of the battle, it will be huge, and we will see an unimaginable number of savages and souls. Therefore, not only must you hurry and concoct as many soul convergence pill as possible, you should also try to come up with a way to produce a type of exploding furnace whose detonation surpasses anything you did before by multiple times. The bigger the explosion, the better. In response to Bai Lin's words, Bai Xiaochun stood there thoughtfully. The truth was that he didn't particularly want to concoct medicinal pills with the express purpose of getting the furnace to explode. After all, he was an apothecary, and apothecaries were supposed to concoct medicine, not explode furnaces. His exploding furnaces had only resulted from an unexpected turn of events during the concocting process. Back when he had first arrived in Great Wall City, he would have been too nervous to refuse, but right now he felt a bit daring and also determined. He was a grandmaster, right? Therefore, he glared back at Bai Lin and shook his head. General Bai, I'm afraid you can just forget about. However, before he could finish speaking, Bai Lin's expression flickered, and at the same time, both of them heard numerous cries of alarm rising up. Some distance away from the Great Wall, more than 100 beams of light could be seen screaming through the air at incredible speed, clearly ignoring any threat to themselves. As they closed in, it was possible to see that there were over 100 giants, each one of them at least 60 meters tall. From their size and from the incredible fluctuations rolling off of them, it was obvious that these were powerful experts from whatever tribe they came from. The cultivators on the wall instantly focused on the incoming giants. Soon, the giants began to self-detonate, causing incredible booms to ring out. However, even as that drew the attention of more cultivators on the wall, 3 beams of light appeared from a different direction, like 3 arrows ripping through the air, borrowing the force of the self-detonating giants to reach the Great Wall itself. Soon, it was clear that within these 3 beams of light were not giants, but rather soul cultivators. There were 2 men and 1 woman, and as soon as they appeared, they unleashed a bizarre divine ability that caused a demonic green light to form together into a huge hand. In response, Bai Lin's eyes glittered, and he waved his right hand, sending out a powerful surge of energy toward the 3 soul cultivators. In that same moment, Bai Xiaochun looked over. He was separated from the 3 soul cultivators by the shield, and yet, they were staring directly at him with venomous hatred. Before Bai Lin's divine ability could get close to them, all 3 self-detonated. There had to be a good reason for 2 waves of attackers to all self-detonate. Heart-pounding, Bai Xiaochun slowly began to back up. A huge boom echoed out as the soul cultivator's self-detonation sent a huge shockwave rolling out in all directions. At the same time, an illusory figure appeared within the explosion. It was a gray specter riding a black soul horse, and it was moving with speed that far outmatched that of the soul cultivators from moments before. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the shield and was bearing down on Bai Xiaochun. Quasi-Deva Realm Necromancer Soul. Everything happened so quickly that everyone was rooted in place in shock, with the exception of Bai Lin, who immediately leapt to intercept the enemy. However, the incoming Necromancer Soul was already resigned to being destroyed, and was holding nothing back in his attack. Stretching his right hand out, he pointed his finger at Bai Xiaochun, sending a green stream of energy out toward him. Even Bai Lin, attacking with all the power he could muster, only slowed down the green energy, and it was still moving so quickly that no core formation cultivator would be able to evade it. Bai Xiaochun's face drained of blood as a sensation of deadly crisis filled him. In that dangerous moment, he roared at the top of his lungs and drew upon the power of the undying tendons in both of his legs to fly backward with speed that surpassed the core formation level. After putting some distance between himself and the stream of green energy, he drew upon his frigid chi to teleport 300 meters away. Only by doing all of these things was he just barely able to extricate himself from the danger. The spot he had once occupied was pierced through by the green energy. Sadly, all of the skin flayers within several hundred meters of that spot who were hit by the fluctuations of the energy were instantly transformed into pools of blood. None of them even had a chance to scream before they were killed. With the exception of Bai Lin and Bai Xiaochun, everyone was killed instantly. As for the skin flayers beyond that radius, their faces went ashen in terror. Bai Xiaochun coughed up a mouthful of blood. His bones were all on the verge of being crushed, and even his 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs were almost destroyed. And that was just from the fluctuations rolling off of the attack itself. Looking around at the pools of blood that were all that remained of the nearby cultivators, Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. "You?" Before he could say anything else, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Thankfully, he had a powerful fleshly body and a gold core cultivation base. Because of that, he had avoided death. And yet, he still ended up being seriously injured. Spitting more blood out of his mouth, he looked over at the illusory necromancer, who was just now being wiped out by the gaze of the enormous eye on the tower. Even as the illusory necromancer was destroyed, a look of deep confusion could be seen in his eyes that said, "How did he survive? How did he escape death?" Originally, the necromancer had assumed that even if Bai Xiaochun managed to avoid the initial attack, being nothing more than a core formation cultivator, he would definitely be killed by the resulting fluctuations. After all, that necromancer had a quasi-deva realm cultivation base, and plus, there had been absolutely no indication that there would be an assassination attempt. In order to guarantee success, the wildlands had sacrificed more than 100 savage giants as a distraction, as well as 3 soul cultivators. In addition to all of that, the assassin was actually the soul of a powerful necromancer. All of that had been done just to try to kill Bai Xiaochun. The mere sight of Bai Xiaochun caused all wildlanders to seethe with hatred, and yet, they had met with nothing but defeat in their effort. Sweat was currently pouring down Bai Xiaochun's forehead. The sensation of imminent death moments ago had been incredibly intense. The 3 soul cultivators had been extremely powerful, with nascent soul cultivation bases. As for the necromancer, he was on the same level as Bai Lin, half a step into the Deva realm. Because he existed as a soul body, and also had some special techniques on his side, he had been able to get through the shield to deliver a single attack. If Bai Lin hadn't been there, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't have been able to evade the attack even if he was capable of greater speed than before. Bai Lin had a very unsightly expression on his face. Bai Xiaochun had almost been killed right next to him, which was in and of itself a bald-faced provocation. Bai Xiaochun was extremely important to him. Perhaps if he had already concocted a large number of soul convergence pills, his loss could be accepted. But at the moment, he hadn't even started working. For him to die now would have been a huge blow to the cultivators of Great Wall City. In his anxiety, he rushed over to Bai Xiaochun and handed him a medicinal pill that glowed with violet light. "Take this godly vestige pill." With a single whiff of the pill's medicinal aroma, Bai Xiaochun was able to identify it as a holy pill that was designed to heal injuries. Without hesitation, he popped it into his mouth, and an instant later, his entire body thrummed with spiritual power and life force. At the same time, all of his wounds and injuries began to fade away. It was a miraculous pill the likes of which Bai Xiaochun had never seen before, but he could tell that it was something incredibly valuable. In fact, Bai Lin probably kept it on hand as a life-saving contingency plan for himself. However, at the moment, Bai Xiaochun wasn't interested in getting more information about that. Turning to Bai Lin, he said, "General Bai, when you invited me to the top of the Great Wall to observe the fighting, you said over and over again that it would be safe." Bai Xiaochun was still feeling a bit jumpy and frightened, so as soon as he finished speaking, he backed a bit further away from the edge of the wall. Bai Lin felt horrible, clasping hands apologetically to Bai Xiaochun. He then glared out at the battlefield with killing intent flickering in his eyes. Of course, Bai Xiaochun wasn't angry at Bai Lin. Were it not for Bai Lin stepping in to help, Bai Xiaochun might not even be alive at the moment. "Can necromancers really just go right through the Great Wall's shield?" he asked. Although Bai Xiaochun's question had been worded rather vaguely, the point was obvious. He had almost just died. He usually maintained vigilance wherever he went, but because of the spell formation shield protecting the Great Wall, had always assumed that he was safe. After a moment of silence, Bai Lin replied, "Most people can't. In fact, necromancers with physical bodies can't either. Only in soul form can they do such a thing. However, after passing through the shield, the eye on the tower will detect them, and they will be killed within 3 breaths of time. Therefore, very few necromancers would choose to do such a thing. Forcing his breathing under control, Bai Xiaochun glared out at the battlefield beyond the wall. At the moment, the savages were retreating, as was the tide of souls. "Xiaochun, please forgive my carelessness today," Bai Lin said, turning back to look at Bai Xiaochun. "Why don't you come with me to see the sect liaison? All you have to do is say the word to him, and any resources you need will be yours." Bai Xiaochun immediately understood Bai Lin's implication. Bai Lin was giving him an opportunity to stuff his pockets as a way of making up for what had happened. Therefore, he suppressed his anxiety over the events which had just occurred, cast a final hateful glare at the savages, and then followed Bai Lin away. Soon, they were back in the city and heading to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect Liaison Office. Considering his status, Bai Lin didn't need to act polite. Striding up to the entrance, he barked, "Song Yidwa, get out here right now." Moments later, a fat, middle-aged man hurried out, huffing and puffing. Clasping his hands in greeting, he said, "What do you need? Just say the word." Bai Lin looked over at Bai Xiaochun and nodded, then stood there looking thoughtfully up into the sky. At the moment, Bai Xiaochun felt that the best way to deal with his anxiety was to crush it with cultivation resources. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to say, "I need 5,000 Earth Spirit tubers, and each one needs to be at least 500 years old." Song Yidwa shivered like a wild boar whose tail had just been stepped on. Yelping and fat jiggling, he replied, 500 years old? 5,000 of them? That's impossible." Ignoring him, Bai Xiaochun continued, "I also need sky dragon plums, 7 seas ginsengs, wyvern scales, and god glory herbs. 10,000 each." Song Yidwa was about to respond when Bai Xiaochun cut in and added, "Plus, fuel for 9-colored flame, 100 portions." Song Yidwa's anger flared. "Impossible. I don't have those things on hand." "Who could?" Completely ignoring Song Yidwa, Bai Xiaochun continued, "Also, I need 10,000 bottles of spirit alcohol designed to replenish the cultivation base, and 100 nascent soul pills. Oh right, that what's it called? Godly vestige pill. I want 100 of them too." By this point, even Bai Lin was getting a bit nervous. From what he could tell, it would probably require sending a message to his grandfather to acquire such a collection. As for Song Yidwa, he was wailing inwardly with grief. He was in charge of all the day-to-day affairs in Great Wall City, and if expenditures got too high, he would be punished. Conversely, if he didn't spend enough to keep the 5 legions happy, they would get angry. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand dismissively and looked over at Bai Lin. After a moment of thought, Bai Lin gave Song Yidwa a wry smile and then dragged him off to the side. First, he started out whispering, but then got angry, and finally, smashed his fist into a nearby ornamental rock, scaring the daylights out of Song Yidwa. Then the two of them walked back to Bai Xiaochun. With a wry smile, Bai Lin hustled Bai Xiaochun away, worried that he would start making more demands. "He couldn't get you the 9-colored flame fuel or the godly vestige pills even if you killed him. Everything else he can handle. As for the nascent soul pill, I need to think about how to pull that off." Bai Xiaochun had been mentally reviewing all of the wonderful things he knew about to try to figure out more things to request, but before he could, he found himself being dragged away by Bai Lin. Even still, Bai Xiaochun was chuckling inwardly. He had demanded an exorbitant compensation moments ago, and would have been happy if only part of his requests had been fulfilled. Feeling very pleased with himself, he looked over at Bai Lin, the deadly crisis he had just endured still fresh in mind. "General, didn't you just ask me if there was a way to make the pill furnace explosions even more powerful?" "What?" Bai Lin replied, his pupils constricted. "Didn't you say that was impossible?" Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened into a glare. "Impossible? What do you mean impossible? Of course it's possible. Or at least it could be." Gritting his teeth, he continued, "All you want is a bigger explosion, right? The simple. Some time back, I actually caused a pill furnace explosion so big it almost leveled an immortal mountain. All the plants and vegetation were incinerated, and everything else was burned to a crisp." As soon as Bai Lin heard this, His eyes began to shine brightly. He was completely obsessed with the exploding pill furnaces, and as such, he quickly asked, "What do you need? Just say the word." The specific medicinal pill formula is one aspect, but more important is the actual furnace involved. I need the same type of pill furnace they had back in the Bloodstream sect. I'm not really sure how to explain it. Why don't you have the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect send some people to the River Defying sect and look for the Grand Elder of Lesser Marsh Peak in the Bloodstream division? He can explain the details. Just have the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect make some similar pill furnaces based on his specifications. Pill furnaces like that are especially strong, so the explosions they make are incredibly large. Just don't forget that I'm from the River Defying sect, General Bai. So please make sure the representatives from the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect are a bit more polite than usual. No problem at all, Bai Lin said enthusiastically. Laughing, he told Bai Xiaochun to go back to the armory on his own, while he went back to discuss things with Song Yidhua. Bai Xiaochun made his way back to the armory, his mood much better than before. By now, he had recovered from the sensation of deadly crisis. However, he couldn't forget the ordeal he had just gone through, nor the icy killing intent he had seen in the eyes of the necromancer who had attacked him. I can't believe that the Wildlanders were willing to sacrifice over 100 savage giants, 3 soul cultivators, and a necromancer all to try to kill me. As of that moment, he made the decision to never go up onto the Great Wall itself unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, once his new exploding furnace made its debut, and he started pumping out soul convergence pills, the Wildlanders would hate him more than ever. Before long, his head would definitely fetch an astronomical price in the Wildlands. That thought left his heart stirring with fear and fury both. I never wanted any of this, he thought with a sigh. But I guess there's nothing I can do about it. We're just on different sides, that's all. Then he thought about the fact that he would be leaving in 10 years, and breathed a sigh of relief. Might as well not worry about it. In 10 years I'll be gone anyway. For now, I need to focus on battle credit, and even more importantly, getting myself into the great circle of the gold core stage. I also need to cultivate my undying live forever technique to completion. Once I do all that, I'll be in a much better position. After returning to the armory, he went into secluded meditation and began to work on his cultivation. 7 days sped by in a blur. Bai Xiaochun himself had no idea how Bai Lin and Song Yidhua managed it all. But on the 8th day, the Starry Sky Tao Polarity Sect's teleportation portal was activated, and a whole batch of supplies was sent to Great Wall City. That afternoon, Bai Lin came personally to Bai Xiaochun's residence, and with the wave of his hand, sent 1,000 pill furnaces rumbling down out of the sky. There were also numerous bags of holding, plus something completely new. There were 10 shocking pill furnaces, each of which was fully 300 meters tall. When they descended from the sky and landed onto the ground, everything in the area shook violently. Dust blew out in all directions as incredible pressure weighed down. Zhao Long and all of the other soldiers under Bai Xiaochun's command looked at the pill furnaces with complete shock. Those are pill furnaces. Heavens! I've never seen a pill furnace that big before. There's no way those are pill furnaces. Those are some kind of powerful magical treasure. Look at what they're made from. That's the same stuff they make nascent soul-level battleships from. Deep-sea meteoric iron. Even as their cries rang out, Bai Xiaochun emerged from his meditative trance and walked out of his room. When he saw the pill furnaces out in the courtyard, he gasped just as loudly as everyone else. Well, what do you think? Bai Lin said, laughing triumphantly. In order to procure all of these items, Bai Lin had been forced to beg for help from his grandfather, and had used every other method at his disposal. Furthermore, to produce these 10 enormous pill furnaces, all of the power of the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect had been mobilized, and they had even called upon help from other parts of the Eastern Cultivation world. The river-defying sect had been completely shaken when an emissary from the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect arrived and respectfully asked many questions of them. At the same time, they got some news about Bai Xiaochun, leaving the entire river-defying sect very excited. Those are all of the medicinal plants you requested, Bai Lin continued. pointing at all of the bags of holding. By the way, this is about the limit of my abilities to procure resources. Feeling profoundly pleased, Bai Xiaochun rushed over to examine the bags of holding, his heart beating more rapidly with every moment. Within moments, his face was flushed with excitement. Although there were no nascent soul pills or 9-colored flame fuel, there were 10 godly vestige pills, as well as all of the medicinal plants he had requested. Although there wasn't a mind-bogglingly large number of them, everything he had asked for was present. Most importantly, the earth spirit tubers and other ingredients that could increase life force were all present in large numbers. Eyebrows raised in delight, Bai Xiaochun nodded repeatedly as he inspected the bags. Next, he walked over to inspect the pill furnaces, including the 1,000 ordinary furnaces, and also the 10 300-meter tall ones. After examining the huge pill furnaces, Bai Xiaochun was delighted to find that, in terms of quality, they actually exceeded the pill furnace he'd used on Lesser Marsh Peak. Furthermore, they could also be sealed even tighter. The surfaces were covered with spell formations for just that purpose. Xiaochun, most of the things you requested are here. For the items that aren't, give me some time to try to think of a way to get them. Right now, the most important thing to consider is that the biggest battle yet to be fought will be coming in the next few months. Therefore, time is of the essence. You need to start producing soul convergence pills as quickly as possible, and also work on those 10 destructive furnaces. With a final deep look at Bai Xiaochun, Bai Lin turned and left. Bai Xiaochun rubbed his hands together, eyes shining as he circled around the 10 huge pill furnaces a few more times. Finally, he threw his back and laughed. Zhao Long Lu Li, you and the rest of the battalion are going to help me make some unheard of super pills, the likes of which have never been seen before. The 100 members of the battalion all voiced their agreement, whereupon the 10 huge furnaces were set up in the middle of the courtyard, surrounded by the 1,000 ordinary furnaces in concentric rings. Unfortunately, there were simply too many furnaces, so Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, issuing orders to his men to expand his residence. After tearing down and absorbing more of the nearby empty residences, he had a new courtyard that was fully 30,000 meters across, giving them more than enough space. The first furnaces he started to work with were the huge ones. Bai Xiaochun knew that they were extraordinary, and therefore used 10 times as many earth flame stones as usual. In fact, he even went to the length of putting some of the stones inside the pill furnaces themselves. He also added numerous medicinal plants that would cause violent explosions when they got hot enough. For each type of plant, he was liberal with his usage, adding in hundreds of portions. All I want is an explosion, right? For concocting other types of medicines, I need to put a lot of thought into the formula, but for exploding furnaces, it's simple. Brimming with self-confidence, he walked among the 10 huge pill furnaces, adding medicinal plants in here and there, and even adding in some low-quality soul convergence pills he had concocted in the past. He also added some of the other medicinal pills he had in his bag of holding that he didn't plan to use in the future. After a bit of thought, he also went so far as to add quite a few types of poison medicine. Still worried that the explosions wouldn't be powerful enough, he gritted his teeth and added in many of the mystery pills he had concocted in the past, pills that he would never dare to consume. In the end, he had no idea exactly what type of bizarre medicinal pills would form within the furnaces, but the entire point was to make the ingredients inside of the furnaces unstable to the point where they would explode. Finally, he patted his hands in satisfaction. That should do it, he said, looking contentedly at the 10 huge furnaces. By now, he very much looked forward to seeing what they would do when they finally exploded. Having accomplished these things, he rested a bit before beginning to work with the 1,000 ordinary pill furnaces. 2 months went by in the blink of an eye. As time passed, the 300-meter tall pill furnaces gradually began to turn crimson and emanate shocking levels of heat. However, Bai Xiaochun still wasn't completely satisfied and would often add more earth flame stones. To ensure that he got the best results possible, he even went to Bai Lin and asked if any top experts were available who could bless the flames. Bai Lin and Bai Xiaochun were on completely the same train of thought when it came to those 10 huge furnaces, so Bai Lin didn't even hesitate for a moment before agreeing to his request. In fact, Bai Lin personally went to seal the pill furnaces, and then had 10 of his subordinates who were nascent soul cultivators come and converge nascent soul flames from their cultivation bases to help heat up the furnaces. When Bai Xiaochun went out every day and saw 10 nascent soul cultivators looking almost like living earth flame stones, he couldn't help but anticipate the results. I wonder what these things are going to end up doing? Eventually, he was forced to simply suppress his curiosity and wait. During the 2 months which passed, he produced batch after batch of soul convergence pills. In fact, he quickly reached the point where he was concocting more than 10,000 per day. Zhao Long and the others would collect the completed pills, after which Bai Xiaochun would use his command medallion, which was connected to the pagoda and the huge eye, to brand them with divine sense. Then, cultivators sent by Bai Lin would take the pills away to be stored for distribution when the big battle came. The reason the pills were branded with divine sense was so that Bai Xiaochun would get some battle credit when they were used in the fighting. He wouldn't get all the credit for each pill but rather 30%. That was the agreement he and Bai Lin had come to. As for Bai Lin, since he was the financial backer of the pill, and also a general, he also received a small cut of all battle credit earned by the skin flayers. As for pills which ended up being used by the other 4 legions, Bai Lin would get a 30% cut. The fact that everyone was profiting handsomely was quite pleasing to both Bai Lin and Bai Xiaochun. Bai Lin was already very protective of the soul convergence pills, and had even sent a contingent of men over to stand guard over the armory. A large number of soul convergence pills were created during those 2 months, and at the same time, Bai Xiaochun still managed to set aside plenty of time for cultivation. Although he currently wasn't making much in terms of battle credit, with all of the medicinal plants that had been delivered by the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, his cultivation went on as normal. His frigid qi continued to grow stronger, and he was getting closer and closer to the great circle of the gold core stage. However, his most rapid area of advancement was with his undying live forever technique. With so many earth spirit tubers at his disposal, all of them hundreds of years old, he had a shocking amount of life force to work with. As such, his entire left arm was now filled with undying tendons, and he was reaching the point of completion with his right arm. Bai Xiaochun munched on earth spirit tubers the way a rabbit would munch on carrots on a daily basis. He even tended to nibble a bit here and there when concocting medicine. After another 10 days passed, rumbling sounds echoed out into the evening sky as Bai Xiaochun's right arm came to be fully filled with undying tendons. Everything down to his fingers throbbed with shocking power, and when he shot his right arm out with full speed in the form of a fist, cracking sounds filled the air. Even more strangely, when he clenched his hand into a fist, it almost felt like he was grasping onto the fabric of space itself, and that by moving his hand, he could twist the air around him. Looking down excitedly at his arms, he said, "I've finished cultivating both arms and both legs." He could sense that his arms were now filled with incredible power and speed. This place is more of a holy land than the Bloodstream sect was. Bai Xiaochun was extremely excited. After all, the undying live forever technique was a huge drain on resources, and that trend only grew more pronounced the more one cultivated the technique. Without the chance occurrences that had led him to large amounts of resources, he would never have been able to cultivate it to its current level. Before, he had been in the late gold core stage but only had undying tendons in one of his legs. But now, thanks to the indescribably valuable earth spirit tubers, he had advanced by leaps and bounds. Of course, one thing that Bai Xiaochun didn't know was that the amount of earth spirit tubers he had consumed so far was actually more than half of the available reserves for the entire Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, reserves that had been built up over the course of many years. After all, few people in the cultivation world raised earth spirit tubers, which were fundamentally hard to grow. Most of them existed in arcane pocket realms, and only transformed into medicinal plants after having grown for 100 years. Now the only parts left are my torso and head. At this rate, it should only be a few more years before I succeed completely with my undying tendons. At that point, I should be able to break through the third shackle. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. After experimenting a bit more with his newfound power, he looked up proudly, and mused about the fact that if he had a match with eldest brother Zhao Tianjiao, he would actually have a chance at victory. I wish I could find a nascent soul expert to fight. However, after a moment passed, he realized that such an idea didn't make much sense, and quickly changed his mind. Clearing his throat, he murmured, "No need to be so impulsive." With that, he took a moment to readjust his thinking, then went back to cultivation. Another month went by. One day, when Bai Xiaochun was in the middle of meditating, he suddenly heard what sounded like a war drum being beaten outside. The thunderous sound filled the entire city, and caused many cultivators to rush out and look up into the sky. Zhao Long and the others were in the middle of watching over the pill furnaces in the courtyard when they heard the war drum, and their expressions instantly flickered. The 10 nascent soul cultivators also opened their eyes and looked up in the direction of the tower and the eye. That eye was where the sound of the war drum was coming from. The drum of the celestial warrior. We haven't heard the drum of the celestial warrior for a long time. Whenever that drum sounds, it means that an army of savages larger than 500,000 strong is coming. Even as the cries of alarm rose up, the beating of the drum caused the blood within the veins of the cultivators to flow more swiftly than before, Bai Xiaochun included. The sound of the drum filled them with a desire to fight, and caused their bones and blood to vibrate. The sound even caused their cultivation bases to grow slightly more powerful. That was the power of the drum of the celestial warrior. Furthermore, there were additional benefits. All of the cultivators in Great Wall City found that they had begun to glow with a faint violet light. That light was a type of armor that made their defenses stronger, and gave them a slight boost to agility. Moments later, bugles began to sound, filling the city and drawing the attention of all cultivators of the 5 legions, no matter what they were doing. Bai Xiaochun walked out of his room to find that Bai Lin was flying over toward him at top speed. A moment later, he came to a stop up in midair, his expression serious as he looked down at Bai Xiaochun. The Wildlands has sent an almighty Deva realm expert, along with more than 100 necromancers, 1,000 soul cultivators, and 100 savage tribes with 700,000 giants. There are also innumerable beasts and souls. This is the major attack we've been waiting for. Bai Xiaochun shivered. Despite having been prepared for this moment, the news was still shocking. The Deva Patriarch has sent down orders that all cultivators in the city should prepare for battle. This is going to be the biggest fight we've had in years. Bai Xiaochun, I'll be very busy commanding the army, and won't have time to watch out for you. Make sure to take care of yourself in the coming battle. With that, Bai Lin looked over at the 10 huge pill furnaces. Although they were radiating intense heat, they had not yet reached the point of detonation. Unfortunately, there was nothing else that could be done. Bai Lin nodded at the 10 nascent soul cultivators, who joined him as he flew off toward the wall. Zhao Long and the rest of the battalion were already getting into their armor, and from their expressions, they hungered to do battle. Ever since they had become Bai Xiaochun's followers, they hadn't gone out to fight on the battlefield. Now, with the drum of the celestial warrior tugging at their hearts, their killing intent was burning hot, and their eyes were shining with the red light could only be seen among warrior cultivators from Great Wall City. Bai Xiaochun looked around quietly at Zhao Long, Lu Li, and all of the other soldiers under his command. After a moment, he patted his bag of holding to produce numerous sets of armor, sundry magical items, countless bottles of medicinal pills, and stacks upon stacks of paper talismans. Although he didn't have so many items that they could be referred to as endless, he definitely had enough to equip more than 1,000 soldiers for battle. Without any hesitation, he sent the items flying out to Zhao Long and the other 100 cultivators in the battalion. "I'm your captain, and you fight under my banner," he said. "Although I haven't given you much in the way of rewards up to this point, I've long since prepared for this battle. These magical items, medicinal pills, and paper talismans are for you. One suit of armor isn't enough, so I've prepared multiple sets for all of you. Make sure you're well covered. Ideally, all of you should make sure to wear your spirit helmets at all times. In terms of magical items, I've prepared more than 20 for each of you. Even if you just use them for the force they unleash when detonated, at least you'll be able to take down more of the enemy. As we all know, you should never allow yourself to run low on medicinal pills, especially not in the middle of a battle. Therefore, I've prepared all sorts of pills for you, including pills to replenish your cultivation base, to heal injuries, and even some poison pills. Remember, when you go out into battle, you represent me by Xiaochun. Furthermore, I've personally prepared a set of 100 soul convergence pills for each of you. As for orders for battle, I only have one. As you go about killing the enemy, please, you absolutely must make sure to keep yourselves alive. Bai Xiaochun's voice quavered a bit by the end of his speech. Waving his sleeve, he sent numerous bottles of soul convergence pills flying out to Zhaolong and the rest of the battalion. Everyone was stunned, and soon, their eyes brimmed with gratitude. All of them knew that the things Bai Xiaochun was giving them had been purchased with his own battle credit. Furthermore, everything was high quality, and would give them a clear advantage among anyone of the same cultivation level as them. With that, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and unleashed his murderous aura. Eyes glinting, veins of steel pulsing. He turned into a beam of light as he led his battalion up to the Great Wall. Let's go! Before Bai Xiaochun and his battalion could even reach the Great Wall, a blood-colored cloud suddenly appeared on the horizon, spreading out with incredible speed. Within the blood-red cloud were countless vengeful souls that looked quite different from the ordinary type. These souls were crimson, and seemed to contain something boundlessly evil. As they neared, the souls began to clump together into the shape of a head, fully 9,000 meters tall. It was the face of a young woman, complete with long, flowing hair and eyes that sparkled with sinister coldness. Astonishingly, that head radiated an energy that seemed capable of rocking both heaven and earth. Standing on the very top of the head was a young woman in a crimson garment, who was barely visible within the cloud. Although it was impossible to make out her features clearly, she radiated an aura that seemed to fuse with heaven and earth. The scene playing out was completely and utterly shocking. "Chan Hatian!" the young woman cried in a voice that wasn't loud, and yet echoed out in bizarre fashion, completely disregarding Great Wall City's spell formation to fill the entire city. Anyone who heard the voice would sense their mind spinning, and would feel as if they were drowning in a sea of blood. Virtually all of the cultivators of the 5 legions, including the ones inside the city, couldn't help but scream in response. Bai Xiaochun was leading his 100-man battalion up to the wall when the sound hit them all. His subordinates immediately found blood oozing out of their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths, and began to shriek in fear. Bai Xiaochun also began to tremble. It felt like 2 daggers were stabbing into his ears, and it was only because of the Heavendao aura within his gold core that he was mostly unscathed by the sound. "A deva!" Bai Xiaochun gasped. At the same moment, the eye atop the enormous pagoda in the middle of the city suddenly cast bright light out. Although it wasn't the dead of night at the moment, the sky was dark, casting all the lands into murkiness. Therefore, when the huge eye began to shine brightly, it made it look like a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sun. As the light spread out, the cultivators in Great Wall City and on the wall itself quickly recovered from the effects of the deafening noise, which was rapidly driven out past the shield. Suddenly, an old man appeared within the huge eye, flashing through the air to appear high above Great Wall City. The instant he appeared, a ghost image sprang up resembling the entire city, which vanished moments later as he stepped out beyond the wall. "Back down, red dust, you she-devil." That old man was none other than Chen Yueshan's father and Zhao Tianzhao's master, Chen Hetian. He wore a long white robe, had a third eye on his forehead, and just like the young woman in red, seemed connected to both heaven and earth. Rumbling sounds echoed out as these 2 shocking forces appeared out in the open. In the blink of an eye, Chen Hetian had reached the blood cloud and vanished inside. Moments later, muffled rumbles like the crash of thunder echoed out from inside, and the cloud itself began to churn and seethe. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but gasp at the sight. Clearly, that young woman was a deva from the wildlands, and the battle she was fighting with Chen Hetian was beyond that which ordinary cultivators could participate in. Moments later, Bai Xiaochun and the rest of his battalion recovered, and proceeded up to the Great Wall. The first thing they heard upon arriving were the booms and screams of the combat going on beyond the wall. There were more than 700,000 savages from over 100 tribes out there. A mighty force that was so awe-inspiring that Bai Xiaochun's eyes went as wide as saucers upon seeing them. So many vengeful souls were gathered that it was impossible to see the end of them. Within their midst were the giants, who were equally innumerable. Based on the slight differences between them, these giants were clearly from more than 100 different tribes, and interspersed among them as they charged toward the wall were numerous vicious beasts. The lands quaked because of their passage, and even the Great Wall itself seemed to be swaying back and forth. And that was just the land. Up in the sky were even more giants and vengeful souls, screaming through the air along with thousands of soul cultivators. Among those soul cultivators could be seen both men and women, all of them good-looking, but with cold expressions. They were people who could attack with vicious power, and at the same time, could control the savages among whom they were scattered. Further off in the distance were even more powerful figures who were guarded closely by even more soul cultivators. Necromancers. Most of the necromancers wore dark robes, and with the single wave of a hand would send countless vengeful souls screaming out in front of them in devastating attacks. Even further off in the distance were 5 black altars hovering in midair. Black beams of light shot out from the 5 altars, connecting together in a pentagram-like ceiling pattern. High up in the sky, the pentagram split the air and cracked it open, allowing numerous ghostly hands to stretch out from beyond, accompanied by cackling screams. Atop each altar was a wrinkled old man in a black robe, all of whom were chanting scriptures that caused the rifts overhead to widen. Those were merely the things Bai Xiaochun could see with his own eyes. The army was so huge that it was impossible to even see where it ended. The vast size of the army left Bai Xiaochun wondering if the Great Wall forces could even hold out against it. As he looked around, he could see various expressions on the faces of the cultivators of the 5 legions. However, none of them were expressions of fear, as if this enormous army were nothing out of the ordinary. It didn't take long for the Great Wall's shield to begin to ripple and distort, and then slowly begin to advance forward onto the battlefield. At the same time, the cultivators of the 5 legions began to break up into groups and charge forward to fight. At that point, Bai Xiaochun received orders from the colonel who was his commanding officer, instructing him to lead his troops into the fight. As the shield advanced across the battlefield, the forces of the Great Wall began to engage in close quarters fighting with the wildlanders. The savage giants were the least difficult of the enemy forces to deal with, considering that they weren't very numerous. The vengeful souls which surrounded them didn't fear being destroyed, and had always been the most troublesome. However, that was before Bai Xiaochun came to the Great Wall. As of this moment, it was to Bai Xiaochun's surprise that cultivators of the 5 legions were already tossing out soul convergence pills into the fight. Soon, the booms of exploding soul convergence pill filled the air, as well as the shrieking of the vengeful souls who were sucked together in one place, and those who were destroyed in the secondary blast. Not only were the vengeful souls affected in devastating fashion, but the savage giants were also injured by the explosions, and were sent staggering backward with blood spraying out of their mouths. Even just one soul convergence pill was powerful on its own, but to have more than 1,000 exploding at the same time struck terror into the hearts of the wildlands forces. Thus, the 5 legions were able to advance slowly but surely across the battlefield. In addition, the several thousand elite cultivators of the 5 legions were specifically targeting the soul cultivators and engaging them in deadly duels. The sounds of fierce fighting filled the battlefield, and although everything seemed chaotic on the surface, the truth was that the Great Wall forces had the advantage, both because of their shield and because of the soul convergence pills. As the shield inched across the battlefield, the 5 legions followed along, forcing the wildlands savages to either retreat or get stuck inside the shield to fight the cultivators, and eventually be cut down. Furthermore, because of how the cultivators of the 5 legions were well-disciplined and frequently rotated their forces up to the front lines and back, there were few casualties. It was really a terrifying situation for the enemy. It was the same on the ground and up in the air as well. As for the huge eye atop the pagoda, its gaze swept across the battlefield, killing giants and decimating vengeful souls, hewing furrows into the earth and sending powerful ripples through the sky. Although the 100 Wildlander tribes vastly outnumbered the 5 legions, they were as disorganized as a plate of loose sand. Normally speaking, the 5 legions would never have such an advantage. Considering how things normally went during such battles, the vengeful souls would always cause a huge headache for them, and also provide a powerful measure of defense for the Wildlanders. Usually, the charge of the vengeful souls would prevent the Great Wall's shield from advancing across the battlefield, and could even push it back or threaten to break it. After all, the attack of such a vast number of vengeful souls was difficult to even describe. Although a single soul couldn't do much to the spell formation shield, masses of them together were terrifying. But now, as soon as that tide of souls got close to the 5 legions, soul convergence pills were unleashed, instantly hewing out enormous spaces that were completely free of vengeful souls. Furthermore, the explosions would also injure the savages. It was almost as if the Wildlands army had been grabbed by its figurative neck and was being shoved backward. Damn it! How come they have so many of those pills? This is impossible. I thought the Great Wall only used pill furnaces. What kind of medicinal pill is that? I remember something like this happening once, but that was a single pill. Damn it! They're throwing out thousands of them. How? How do we fight back against this? The fury of the tribal chiefs rose high into the heavens, and even the soul cultivators were left frowning. As for the esteemed necromancers, of which there were only a few more than 100, all they could do was force the vengeful souls to attack in an attempt to somehow reverse the situation. Unfortunately for them, that was no simple task. This is all the doing of that by Xiaochun. Damn it! If we don't get rid of him, our Wildlands forces are going to suffer a huge loss. Numerous hateful gazes were cast toward the Great Wall from the tribal chiefs and the necromancers. All of that made by Xiaochun quite nervous, and he even backed up a few steps in his position on top of the wall, worried that there might be another assassination attempt. Down on the battlefield, Zhao Long and the rest of the battalion were engaged in fierce fighting. Compared to the 5 legions as a whole, Bai Xiaochun's battalion wasn't very large. However, they stuck out quite a bit. After all, they all wore multiple layers of armor, and when they attacked, they destroyed their opponents as easily as a boulder crushing a drinking glass. In moments of danger, they would toss out vast quantities of soul convergence pills, to the point where the other cultivators of the 5 legions were looking over at them enviously. Most over the top was how they wouldn't hesitate to detonate their own magical items to defend themselves. Even some of the colonels in the army noticed what was happening. Whose men are those? Heavens! Look at how many soul convergence pills they're using. How do they have so many? And the magical items. I just saw them blow up 6 at the same time. Those things are expensive. That's nothing. Look at how much armor they're wearing. 5 or 6 layers at least. They don't even get hurt when the savage giants self-detonate. The performance of Zhao Long and the rest of the battalion couldn't have been more eye-catching, and the numbers of vengeful souls and savages that they cut down far exceeded any of the other cultivators. Nothing could stand in their way as they fought their way across the battlefield. "Keep it up, guys," Bai Xiaochun shouted excitedly. Turning to some of the soldiers manning positions on the wall near him, he proudly said, "Those are my men. What do you think? Pretty awesome, huh?" The other cultivators were left speechless by how well-equipped Bai Xiaochun's battalion was. Many of them even looked over at Bai Xiaochun and sighed in envy. They're not skin flayers. They've obviously become Grandmaster Bai's personal retinue. It was in that very moment that something like a sudden clap of thunder rang out in the distance. Bai Lin and the other leaders of the army were clearly startled, and as for Bai Xiaochun, his heart leapt in fear. Everyone looked over to see the clouds parting off in the distance as a river appeared. The river was so wide it was almost like a sea, and was pitch black in color. Within those waters could be seen countless vengeful souls, all of them howling as they attempted to break free from the water. However, none of them seemed capable of doing so, and were swept away with the current. "Underworld River!" someone shouted in alarm. Bai Xiaochun immediately backed up a bit more, looking up wide-eyed at the huge underworld river. Moments later, an enormous hand suddenly appeared next to the flowing waters of the underworld river. Instantly, Incredible pressure erupted out, causing the Great Wall's spell formation shield to tremble. Even Chen Hutian, who was in the middle of battling the red-garbed young woman, was shocked by what was happening. Next, the huge hand began to chop down like a blade, slashing into the underworld river, causing intense, mind-numbing rumbling sounds to fill the air. Ru-yu-yu-umble. It was with a deafening roar that the underworld river was ripped open, creating something like a tributary that poured out in the direction of Great Wall City. The gap that had been opened up began to close, but couldn't prevent a massive number of vengeful souls from pouring out. Black underworld river water rushed through the air toward the battlefield and the Great Wall shield. Some of the savage giants weren't quick enough to react and were swept up by the water. Screaming, they were dissolved away, instantly becoming part of the river itself. Although all of this takes a bit of time to describe, it happened so quickly that before anyone could react, the countless vengeful soul from the underworld river had reached the Great Wall's shield. A huge boom echoed out as the shield trembled in unprecedented fashion and rapidly began to weaken. As the shield weakened, it shrank back, forcing the cultivators of the 5 legions to retreat. Bai Xiaochun immediately began to get nervous. As for Bai Lin, when he saw what was happening, he roared, "Everyone, toss out your soul convergence pills. I refuse to believe these vengeful souls can't be vanquished." The cultivators of the 5 legions gritted their teeth and began to toss out soul convergence pills as they backed up. It took only the briefest of moments for the sky to fill with countless medicinal pills. The pills were designed to affect the souls, not the waters of the underworld river, and yet they were still partially effective. Furthermore, there were so many of them that when they exploded, they transformed into numerous whirlpools within the underworld river. Instantly, those whirlpools began to absorb the nearby vengeful souls, and at the same time, began to merge together with each other as they grew. Soon, one gigantic whirlpool could be seen in the underworld river, which sucked in a massive amount of soul bodies before it trembled and then detonated. The blast spread out, sending underworld river water splashing out in all directions, along with countless miserable shrieks. Although the Great Wall's shield had been weakened, the cultivators of the 5 legions still had the advantage. The underworld river began to fade away, and the gap that had been opened up in it had already closed up. Apparently, the hand which had opened the gap could only do so once. Countless vengeful souls on the battlefield had been destroyed, and the ones which remained behind had been thrown into such chaos that the necromancers couldn't control them, and some even began to flee or attack the wildlanders. It was the perfect opportunity for the 5 legions to make their move. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Lin sent out orders to counterattack. The shield once again began to advance, the cultivators of the 5 legions moving with it. Zhao Long and the other members of Bai Xiaochun's battalion were like razor-sharp blades that slashed through the enemy with reckless abandon. In response to everything which had just occurred, Bai Xiaochun frowned. Even he hadn't been aware that the detonation of his soul convergence pills could be so devastatingly effective. Weird, he thought, blinking a few times. I never thought they would be so powerful. He could also see numerous leaders among the savage giants glaring at him in hatred. If looks could kill, then he would definitely have been chopped to pieces and boiled to death on the spot. For the first time, Bai Xiaochun actually felt a bit guilty. At the same time, he felt more in danger than ever. Sadly, they were just on different sides, and there was nothing he could do about it. As Bai Xiaochun's anxiety mounted, the twists and turns in the battle down below caused the red-garbed young woman fighting Chen Hutian to frown. However, the intensity of the fight she was participating in ensured that she didn't have much attention to spare. The blood clouds surrounding her seethed, and rifts snaked out into the sky as a result of the attacks being unleashed. As the cracking sounds rang out above, some of the rifts even reached down to the ground, almost like lightning bolts that caused huge explosions when they touched the soil. Bai Xiaochun's scalp prickled in fear as he watched one of those rifts hit a soul cultivator who was comparable to the nascent soul stage. As soon as the rift touched him, he was ripped to shreds, destroyed in body and soul. Deva! He breathed. This was his first time witnessing the true power of Devis. and it left his mind reeling. The level of power on display far surpassed that which a human body could handle. It was something completely beyond what ordinary cultivators were capable of dealing with. Merge oneself with heaven and earth, he murmured, and borrow their boundless might. From his perspective, everything around Chen Hutian and the red-garbed young woman became weapons to use at their disposal, whether it was the wind, or the clouds, or other things. Anything in heaven and earth could be used like divine abilities. There were also illusory forms which took shape around them, figures from ancient times which began to battle each other. Thankfully, the Great Wall still had the overall advantage in the battle. The cultivators of the 5 legions continued to advance, and the tide of souls was pushed away. Without the vengeful souls to protect them, the army of 700,000 savage giants had to fight the 5 legions directly, and were suffering one setback after another. Bai Xiaochun felt quite relieved because of that. After all, despite having participated in quite a few wars, this was definitely the largest one he had ever been part of. However, in the exact moment in which Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, the over 100 necromancers among the Wildlands forces suddenly looked up. Because of how the necromancers had just lost control of the vengeful souls, that meant that they now had attention to spare. One by one, they began to settle down cross-legged, after which they pulled out black sticks of incense, the smoke of which they inhaled deeply, causing them to instantly slip into deep trances. Moments later, even as large groups of soul cultivators approached to guard them, shadowy figures appeared above the heads of the necromancers. They were the necromancers' own souls, which emanated shocking auras as they then shot toward the Great Wall's shield. Although the shield could keep most Wildlanders out, with the help of the incense they had just inhaled, the necromancers could now pass through it. This was almost the same thing which had occurred during the assassination attempt on Bai Xiaochun. As soon as Bai Xiaochun saw the souls flying out of the necromancers, he backed up again. As he did, the souls became beams of light that shot forth and pierced through the Great Wall's shield. Without hesitation, the 5 generals of the various legions, Bai Lin included, flew forth to meet the necromancer souls in battle, followed by the various major generals of the armies. The souls of the necromancers were thus prevented from reaching the Great Wall itself. Furthermore, the huge eye also began to shoot out terrifying, destructive beams of light. At the same time, the savage giants received new orders from their tribal chiefs. Eyes turning red, they howled and began to charge toward the Great Wall, disregarding all danger to themselves. Booms rang out as they began to self-detonate, throwing themselves fearlessly at the shield, which began to distort and weaken once again. The Wildlanders were making a major offensive. Tens of thousands of giants blew themselves up, instantly shoving the shield backward across the battlefield. Many of the cultivators of the 5 legions who weren't quick to react were caught up in the explosions and died screaming. However, such screams paled in comparison to the screams of the cultivators who the giants managed to grab a hold of. Bai Xiaochun's face went pale when the sounds reached his ears. He even personally watched as 2 of the giants ripped a cultivator in half and began to eat him alive. As a result, both giants clearly began to head toward a cultivation-based breakthrough. The savages also practiced cultivation, but instead of using spiritual energy, they absorbed soul power. However, that didn't mean that they didn't desire to absorb spiritual energy. In fact, they found spiritual energy to be delicious. Eat them. It's been a long time since I dined on a cultivator. Ha ha ha. Now that's the flavor I'm talking about. The savage giants charged forward with madness, grabbing any cultivators they could get their hands on and devouring them as ravenously as wild beasts. Some of them continued to self-detonate, explosions which not only weakened the shield, but also completely destroyed any cultivators unlucky enough to get caught up in them. Bai Xiaochun's ashen face began to flush in response to what he was witnessing. Although he had heard that the savages ate human flesh, this was his first time seeing it actually happen. Now is not the time to fear death, he growled through gritted teeth. Although he had felt a bit guilty earlier because of his soul convergence pills, now that he saw the brutality of the Wildlanders on full display, his heart suddenly turned cold and grim. After a moment of silence, he spun and shot back down to Great Wall City, transforming into a beam of bright light that headed directly toward the armory. Back in the armory, numerous pill furnaces were set up in concentric rings. Although the 10 300-meter-tall furnaces weren't being attended by the nascent soul cultivators anymore, they were still bright red and were emanating intense heat waves. Bai Xiaochun quickly examined the 10 huge pill furnaces, then took a deep breath and waved his sleeve. In response, all of the huge furnaces rumbled up into midair and then began to circulate around Bai Xiaochun. Then, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing numerous sealing marks to fly out to the furnaces, backed by the power of his gold core and filled with a Heavendao aura. As they sank into the pill furnaces, muffled sounds like thunder began to echo out. Although the huge pill furnaces had not quite reached the point of detonation yet, Bai Xiaochun was a skilled apothecary, and naturally had his ways of forcing them to explode early. By relying on the external power of the sealing marks he had just unleashed, he could prematurely destabilize the medicine within the furnaces. Although the resulting detonation would be slightly less effective, a huge amount of power had already built up in the furnaces during the past several days. Having placed his sealing marks onto the furnaces, he shot back up toward the Great Wall, furnaces in tow. When he returned, quite a few cultivators of the 5 legions noticed him, as did many of the wildland savages. After all, the 300-meter-tall furnaces were completely eye-catching, especially considering that they were all bright red and emanated shocking fluctuations. Those are Grandmaster Bai's pill furnaces. Expressions of excitement and profound anticipation appeared on the faces of the cultivators of the 5 legions. Similar expressions could be seen on the faces of the generals and major generals who were fighting the necromancer souls, especially Bai Lin. As for the faces of the necromancer souls, they flickered with shock, and the wildlands savages gasped. The tribal chiefs were especially astonished. They're so huge. Heavens! Before anyone could recover from their shock, Bai Xiaochun flew up into the air above the Great Wall, howling as he hurled the 10 enormous furnaces out over the battlefield. They were like 10 burning suns that pierced through the air, sailing right into the army of countless savages. In that instant, the entire battlefield went quiet, and all eyes came to be fixed onto the burning, sun-like pill furnaces. The chiefs of the more than 100 wildlands tribes were all completely shaken. During the course of previous skirmishes, the power of the exploding pill furnaces they had seen left them completely shocked. Now, the sheer size of the furnaces they were looking at left them incapable of even breathing. They're so huge. If those 10 furnaces explode. The chief's eyes went wide as their hearts were slammed by waves of shock. And they weren't the only ones. Upon seeing the furnaces, the tens of thousands of madly charging giants were suddenly overwhelmed by painful memories. Devil Bai! Damn it! It's that Devil Bai! In their terror, countless numbers of giants tried to retreat. Devil Bai was the nickname the Wildlands tribes had given to Bai Xiaochun after the appalling scenes of devastation he had wreaked upon them. Not even Bai Xiaochun was aware that he had been given that nickname, and yet it was already widely known in the Wildlands. In that moment in which all eyes were locked on the pill furnaces, a shrill cry suddenly rang out from within the Wildlands forces. Pay any price to lock down those pill furnaces! Instantly, numerous soul cultivators and tribal chiefs all drew upon the full power of their cultivation bases to summon a massive, all-encompassing net. The net shot across the battlefield with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye had reached the pill furnaces. Although the net managed to block some of the furnaces were moving so quickly that 4 of them managed to slam into the ground, instantly crushing the giants who had been too slow to evade them. As soon as they touched the ground, a deafening boom rang out that could shake heaven and earth, a sound that surpassed everything else on the battlefield, a sound that rose to the highest heavens and the furthest reaches of the earth. As the first of the 300-meter-tall pill furnaces filled with cracks and exploded, lands shook and mountains were rocked. It was like the end of days as a blue sea of flames erupted out from the location of the pill furnace, instantly spreading out to fill an area 10 of thousands of meters across. Wherever the blue flames passed, agonized shrieks rose up as the giants were incinerated. In addition to the flames, the shrapnel from the furnace itself became meteoric blades of flame that slashed through everything in their path. And things weren't over yet. There was also a shockwave which spread out, picking up the burning giants and hurling them violently across the battlefield. The boom of the explosion made it seem like heavenly lightning was crashing into the earth in an unceasing waterfall. Simultaneously, tendrils of five-colored smoke spread out rapidly, boring into the bodies of the giants, provoking blood-curdling screams as the giants' flesh began to rot and decay. Others amongst the giants were seemingly struck senseless, and simply stood there unmoving as the flames burned them away. And yet, things still weren't over. The second pill furnace cracked and exploded, then the third and the fourth. One by one, massive explosions ripped across the battlefield, filling an area 300,000 meters across, and transforming it into little more than rubble. And that was only 4 of the pill furnaces. The other 6 had been wrapped up by the huge net and sealed. Even still, the explosion of those 4 pill furnaces was a devastating blow to the wildlanders. Vast numbers of giants were burned alive. Meteor-like shrapnel pierced bodies left and right, and the shockwave sent countless savages tumbling across the battlefield. Most calamitous of all was the 5-colored smoke. That smoke didn't leave a single living thing in its wake. It was the result of countless types of strange pills whose medicinal effects touched the savages in ways that not even by Xiaochun could have anticipated. Agonized shrieks continued to ring out as blood sprayed out of the mouths of the soul cultivators, many of whom were sent tumbling backwards. Furthermore, those 4 pill furnaces had not only killed countless savages, but they had also wreaked incalculable damage on the survivors. Those surviving giants had their will to fight destroyed. Their determination was cut away, and as they backed away, their eyes were filled with fear, astonishment, and utter incredulity. Devil! Devil! Buy! Chaotic cries of alarm began to ring out, as if they were the only way to dispel the terror felt in the hearts of the wildlanders. When their horrified gazes turned toward by Xiaochun on the Great Wall, he could sense how fearful they were. Actually, it wasn't just the savage giants who were reacting in such a way. As of this point, many of the cultivators of the 5 legions had forgotten to breathe, and were looking over at by Xiaochun with looks of extreme reverence and awe. He had created the original exploding pill furnaces, and he had concocted the soul convergence pills. As for the supernova-like detonations just now, they had also originated with him. He had crushed the enemy with impunity over and over again, to the point where every last individual among the 5 legions knew his name. As the effects of the explosion began to fade away, it became clear that the space in front of the 5 legions on the battlefield was almost completely empty. There were only 4 enormous craters, and 6 ruined furnaces that had not exploded. The battlefield was almost completely silent, the only sounds to be heard coming from the Deva battle, and the fighting of the souls of the necromancers against Bai Lin and the other leaders of the armies. Everyone else on the battlefield was simply staring in complete and utter shock. Further off in the distance were the 5 altars in pentagram form and the black beams of light. The black-robed old men sitting there chanting scriptures were trembling as they looked out at the battlefield. Then they glanced up at the Devas fighting, and then looked silently over at by Xiaochun standing on the Great Wall. Despite how far away they were, it was almost as if he were standing right in front of them. Currently, Bai Xiaochun was staring with gaping jaw at the battlefield. After a moment passed, he remembered to breathe, after which, his heart began to thump in fear. At the same time, he realized that his battle credit was rising at shocking speed. At this rate, I'm definitely going to be promoted to colonel. Even as his heart began to swell with excitement, a gaze was suddenly leveled upon him from within the blood cloud. At the same time, a stream of blood mist shot out in his direction. It was none other than an attack by the Deva realm young woman in red clothing. However, there was no way Chen Hetian would simply allow that to happen. Laughing loudly, he blocked the attack, and then, the fighting between the two of them resumed at even more intense levels. At first, Bai Xiaochun was startled, but seeing that the attack couldn't reach him, he sighed in relief. However, before even half of that sigh could escape his lips, more gazes fell upon him from within the wildlands army. Those gazes came from the numerous tribal chiefs, all of whom were now staring fixedly at Bai Xiaochun. The ferocity and madness in those gazes completely surpassed anything from before. What are they all looking at me for? Well, I think my work is done here anyway. This place is way too dangerous now. I'll just head off the wall. Having made his decision, he was just about to leave when, all of a sudden, a howl rippled through the air that seemed intense enough to shred the heavens. As it did, the rifts which had previously opened up in the heavens were completely ripped open, creating a pentagram-shaped hole. Muffled cries could then be heard. Hungry, so hungry. At the same time, one terrifying ghost hand after another stretched out, which quickly grabbed the black-robed old men and dragged them up into the rifts. The old men didn't resist at all. They simply allowed the ghost hands to drag them up, whereupon sickening crunching sounds echoed out. That strange scene instantly caused the cultivators of the 5 legions to stare in shock, and threw their breathing into chaos. As for Bai Xiaochun, his eyes went wide as he looked at the pentagram-shaped opening up in the sky, a bad feeling rising up in his heart. Even as he began to race backward toward the city, an incredible rumbling sound erupted from the pentagram, revealing a gargantuan mouth. Apparently, that mouth existed in some location beyond the heavens, and was so huge that the opening could only reveal part of it. It was greenish, with black teeth that were stained with blood and gore. Almost as soon as that mouth appeared, more words could be heard. Hungry, so hungry. Even as everyone was shaken, the mouth shifted to face the direction of the Great Wall and then begin to inhale deeply. Heaven and earth dimmed, and everything began to shake as an indescribable gravitational force erupted from the mouth. Not even the spell formation shield could do anything to stop it, and within moments, many of the cultivators of the 5 legions were shocked to find themselves flying up into the air, their bodies completely beyond their own control. Whooshing sounds could be heard as more than half of the 5 legions cultivators were suddenly sucked beyond the shield and toward the huge mouth. There were quite a few cultivators on the Great Wall itself who were affected, even by Xiaochun. Trembling, he found that he was completely incapable of retreating. A scream escaped his lips as he was sucked off of the Great Wall and out onto the battlefield beyond the shield. "No!" Bai Xiaochun screamed. However, the incredible gravitational force simply plucked him off of the wall and sent him flying out into the air and past the spell formation shield. A sensation of profound crisis filled Bai Xiaochun, rumbling in his mind like heavenly thunder and causing his face to drain of blood. Even as he screamed, he looked around and realized that there were many other cultivators of the 5 legions who, just like him, were being sucked toward the enormous mouth behind the pentagon. Some of them had already reached the mouth itself and were being shredded into masses of blood and gore. The entire battlefield was shaken by their screams. This was a huge blow to the forces of the Great Wall. The mouth was like a hungry ghost, and the gravitational force exerted by it caused heaven and earth to grow dim. The screaming winds swept the cultivators through the air, who were now calling upon all sorts of techniques to try to protect themselves. Some used secret magics, others used powerful magical treasures. Some combined the two. A few even called upon their powerful trump cards. Some succeeded and some failed. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was so scared out of his mind that he could only think of one thing. "I can't let myself reach that mouth." Gritting his teeth, he opened his heaven-span Dharma eye, whereupon intense fluctuations of spiritual power erupted out, transforming into a restrictive spell that instantly tried to lock him in place. However, it wasn't very useful. As he watched himself flying over the heads of the savage giants, and as the enormous ghost mouth grew larger, Bai Xiaochun truly started to get anxious. Eyes completely bloodshot, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then slapped his hands onto his chest. "Living mountain incantation!" he shouted at the top of his lungs. Instantly, his body began to expand, almost as if he were being surrounded by countless boulders. As the boulders merged together and swirled around him, he flew along another 300 meters or so, whereupon Bai Xiaochun wasn't visible anymore. Instead, he had been replaced by a huge stone golem. He was now 300 meters tall, like a small mountain, and also much heavier than before. Even with the gravitational force tugging at him, he suddenly lurched to a stop and began to fall downward. Then he landed on the ground with a boom, causing shockwaves to roll out from the point of impact. However, despite being on the ground, he was still being pulled toward the mouth. Bai Xiaochun's stone golem face bore the same features as his normal face, except that they were twisted ferociously as he threw his head back and howled. Shoving his hands forward, he stabbed them into the ground in front of him, causing everything to tremble. Using all the power at his disposal, he shoved himself like a nail into the ground, ensuring that, no matter how wildly the gravitational force tugged at him, he didn't move. The gravitational force didn't last for very long, only about 10 breaths of time. Then the mouth behind the pentagram rift closed, taking the blood and gore that remained of the cultivators it had sucked away with it. Then the rift slowly began to close up. Bai Xiaochun was shivering, his breath coming in ragged pants as he reverted from his living mountain incantation form to normal. Seeing the huge mouth fade away, he felt as if he had just passed through a deadly tribulation. Bai Xiaochun wasn't the only one among the cultivators of the 5 legions to have resisted the gravitational force exerted by the mouth. After all, considering that there were hundreds of thousands of cultivators among the forces of the Great Wall, it was impossible for the mouth to have affected them all. Furthermore, many of them had trump cards of their own to use, and as such had been able to pass through the tribulation. However, there was no time to rejoice. As the surviving cultivators looked around, they realized that they were surrounded by numerous wildlands giants, whose cold eyes seemed to flicker with ravenous hunger. The truth was that the wildlanders didn't necessarily care whether or not the huge mouth actually consumed many of the 5 legions cultivators. They simply wanted to get them outside of the shield. As long as they were outside of that shield and within reach of the army, then most of their lives would be within the hands of the wildlanders. The generals and major generals of the armies were in the middle of fighting the necromancer souls, and were unable to do anything other than shout, "Fall back immediately!" At the same time, more beams of light began to shoot out from the enormous eye to attack enemies on the battlefield. Simultaneously, the spell formation shield began to advance, hoping to bring the exposed cultivators back under its protection. Some of the cultivators who were close to the shield to begin with were able to retreat behind it with reckless bursts of speed. However, there are at least 200,000 who were too far away to make it, or who were blocked by the vast numbers of giants. "Kill them!" the tribal chiefs shouted. The truth was that the savage giants on the battlefield didn't need any orders to do just that. Roaring, they began to charge the nearest cultivators. Hundreds of thousands immediately intercepted the cultivators who had been pulled beyond the shield, making it impossible for them to retreat. Lingering fear could still be seen on Bai Xiaochun's ashen face, and he was still trembling. His heart felt cold as he looked around at the battlefield, almost on the verge of tears. Moments ago, he had been safe on the wall, relishing the sensation of having so much battle credit being added to his name. But now, he was now surrounded by the enemy, and in mortal danger. This turn of events was too sudden, and he almost couldn't accept it. However, as he looked around at the scores of savage giants, he realized he had no choice. All of them were glaring at him with madness and greed as they rushed in his direction, cackling madly. "Devil Bai's here! Kill him! Ha ha ha! I can't believe Devil Bai is right in front of me! He's mine! I'm gonna eat him!" Bai Xiaochun almost felt like his head was going to explode as the giants neared. They were so close that he could smell the rotting stench that came from their mouths. His eyes were bloodshot, and the sensation of deadly crisis was like a needle slowly poking into his mind. However, it was in that moment that, all of a sudden, his veins of steel began to pulse, and a murderous aura erupted out. "Hey, I'm friends with your commanding officer," he said. However, the clever words which came out of his mouth did no good. This was not a situation in which he could retreat, and as such, his fleshly body began to pulse with power. "My flesh belongs to me, not you people. You want me dead? Well, you're gonna regret it." With that, he slapped his bag of holding, causing numerous suits of armor to fly out. Most people would, at most, wear a few sets of armor at the same time. But somehow, Bai Xiaochun was using a strange method to don far more than was normal. Plus, he was putting them on with blinding speed. Flying swords flew out to surround him, as well as magical items. Within the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by scintillating, multicolored light. And yet, things weren't over yet. Stacks of paper talismans appeared, which he slapped all over himself, then activated, creating a glittering shield with more than 1,000 layers. Quicker than words could describe, Bai Xiaochun was armed to the teeth, which was when the dozens of incoming savage giants slammed into him. These giants all had profound cultivation bases that were comparable to core formation. However, they were completely incapable of penetrating Bai Xiaochun's defenses, and in fact, were hit with a backlash that sent them stumbling backward, blood spraying out of their mouths. The other nearby giants stared, dumbstruck. Damn it! I can't believe he's wearing more than 10 suits of armor. How do we pierce through that? And look at all the paper talismans. Even one of them alone would be very expensive, and he's using more than 1,000. Heavens! He's like a living bag of holding. Considering that he was temporarily invincible, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and mustered his courage. Seemingly ready to put his life on the line, he charged toward the nearby giants. "You people push things too far," he roared. Although some observers might think that having so many suits of armor, defenses, magical items, flying swords, and the like would be very cumbersome, they didn't affect his speed at all. In the briefest of moments, he was upon the nearest savage giant, whom he slammed into before a reaction was even possible. Even as the savage giant was shoved away, Bai Xiaochun's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he pointed out, sending a dozen flying swords out at top speed, completely cutting off the giant's path of retreat. There was no time for the giant to even react. In the blink of an eye, miserable shrieks rang out as the flying swords slashed him to pieces. He died so quickly that he didn't even have a chance to self-detonate before being destroyed in body and soul. Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate for even a moment. After cutting the giant down, he exploded into action, bearing down on the next giant and waving his hand to send his flying swords forward. The giant wanted to evade, but Bai Xiaochun was too quick, and within moments, the giant's head was flying through the air. As that happened, more giants closed in and prepared to attack. Bai Xiaochun looked up, simultaneously reaching out with his right hand and then slamming it into the ground, causing rumbling sounds to echo out, as well as a gale-force wind. The savage giants' faces fell as Bai Xiaochun unleashed incredible speed to fight back against more than 10 of them at the same time. Ru Yuyuumble. Although the scene playing out now didn't count for much when considering the battlefield as a whole, in that particular area, Bai Xiaochun was like a god of death. The giants in the area couldn't do anything to stop him or even obstruct his path. However, overall, there were just too many savage giants. It didn't take long before more than 100 of them were unleashing deadly attacks. Bai Xiaochun's defenses were beginning to crumble, one layer at a time. And yet, his eyes were completely bloodshot and even gleaming with madness. What a bunch of bullies! I can't believe all of you are ganging up on one person. Both offended and enraged, he shot forward like a meteor, then slammed into the chest of one of the giants, who flew backward uncontrollably. However, the rest of the more than 100 giants were circling around him, cutting off all avenues of escape. Finally, Bai Xiaochun slapped his bag of holding and tossed out a big handful of medicinal pills. As they flew through the air, they exploded, sending streams of hallucination smoke out in all directions. As soon as the smoke bored into giants' bodies, they began to act very strangely, giving Bai Xiaochun the perfect opportunity to break past them. However, even as he did, hundreds more howling giants poured toward him, their killing intent surging. There were even a few in the lead position who reeked of the aura of self-detonation. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. By this point, he couldn't evade even if he wanted to. More than 10 savage giants all self-detonated simultaneously, sending corrosive blood out in all directions. Bai Xiaochun's face fell as a huge portion of his defenses crumbled. And yet, He borrowed some of the force of the momentum to flee. Unfortunately, the battlefield was huge, and he was a great distance from the spell formation shield. There was no way he could make it to the shield in any short period of time, and furthermore, hundreds of savage giants were swarming forth to surround him. "You're dead, devil bye. I'm gonna eat ya." As the giants closed in, more fierce fighting broke out. The madness in by Xiaochun's eyes burned hotter than ever as he waved his hand, causing roughly 30% of the magical items swirling around him to explode. The shocking force released by the detonation of the magical items sent hundreds of savages tumbling backward with blood spraying out of their mouths. However, before Bai Xiaochun even had an opportunity to flee, more giants began to close in on him. Shockingly, they appeared to be trying to bury him with numbers. Cold grins appeared on the faces of the distant tribal chiefs. As of this point, they were certain that as long as nothing unexpected happened, Bai Xiaochun would be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. However, some of the chiefs even began to head in his direction. As for the other chiefs, they headed in other directions to start fighting the 5 legions colonels who had been pulled out past the shield. As the battlefield sank into chaos, Chen Hutyan's anxiety began to mount. Never before had the wildlands used tactics like this, and it had caught him completely unprepared. Unfortunately, considering how he was being pinned down by the red-garbed young woman, there was little he could do to reverse the situation. Although Bai Lin and the other generals and major generals were still inside of the protection of the spell formation, the necromancer souls they were fighting were extremely dangerous and vicious. The entire tide of battle had been reversed in the shortest of moments. The shield continued to advance, and more cultivators were returning to its safety, but too many of the 5 legions' forces had been separated, making it difficult for them to extricate themselves from danger. Because of the recent turn of events, the battlefield had quickly become a sea of blood. Bai Xiaochun's throat was already hoarse from the shouting. He was completely inundated by a sensation of deadly crisis, and was spattered with blood and gore. Considering how he was being completely surrounded, he finally had to abandon his idea of trying to use frigid qi to teleport to safety. Although he had put on an impressive performance so far, the truth was that up until now, he had mostly been relying on fleshly body power. After all, he was outside of the Great Wall, where there was almost no spiritual power at all. If he used magical techniques, he would not be able to replace the spiritual energy they used, and would quickly drain himself. Once that happened, death would be just around the corner. Therefore, he could only use spiritual power in the most critical of moments. Gritting his teeth, he decided to detonate another large portion of magical items. An earth-shaking explosion rang out, and more savage giants were seriously injured. However, the bloodthirsty madness in their eyes shone brightly as, instead of retreating, they lunged forward and self-detonated. The booms sounded like drums of death that finally battered through the remaining layers of Bai Xiaochun's personal shields. His armor could only hold out for so long, and even the detonation of his last group of magical items barely allowed him to break through. By that point, his armor was crumbling into dust. Behind him was a pile of corpses. In the short amount of time that the fighting had been going on, Bai Xiaochun's strength and madness had shocked the nearby giants to the core. "I can't believe Devil Bai single-handedly killed so many of us. Damn it! Not only is he shockingly skilled at concocting medicine, but his battle prowess is incredible. He can't be left alive. I'm definitely gonna eat him. He has shocking levels of defense, but at the moment is right out in the open. He's definitely going to die today." Roaring, the giants once again raced to surround him. Among the group were 3 who were larger and fiercer than the others, and also faster. They were the first to close in on him. Bai Xiaochun's face was ashen, and he was stooped over, panting for breath. The giants were closing in on him like a rising tide, and it almost seemed impossible for him to kill all of them. When he heard their roars and smelled the reek of blood in the air, his eyes turned crimson. "You think you can kill me just because I ran out of defenses?" All of a sudden, he started laughing, a laughter that contained no small amount of madness. By this point, he had already decided to throw caution to the wind. It was obvious that he was in a deadly predicament, and if he didn't go all out, he wouldn't even have a chance of making it out alive. Continuing to laugh, he stood up straight, and his fleshly body power began to thrum. Then, a blast of wind shot out in all directions as his skin turned completely golden, and the illusory image of a heavenly king appeared behind him. Simultaneously, numerous complex magical symbols that resembled hexing marks appeared all over his legs and arms. His undying live forever technique was now on full display. With that, he took a step forward and then unleashed the mountain-shaking bash. The sudden development happened too quickly for the three of the fastest giants to react. A moment later, a string of afterimages stretched out as Bai Xiaochun shot forward toward the nearest of them. That giant had originally been grinning in confidence because of his own incredible fleshly body strength. However, when Bai Xiaochun slammed into him, his eyes went wide, and before he could cry out, he was launched into the air with a bang. The cracking sound of breaking bones could be heard, and blood spurted out in all directions. Finally, the giant screamed, and yet before he could land on the ground, a pop could be heard as he exploded into a cloud of blood and gore. A single move on by Xiaochun's part had killed him in body and soul. After exterminating the first giant, Bai Xiaochun spun to face the other two incoming giants. Just when they were about to unleash attacks, Bai Xiaochun grinned viciously and lifted his right hand. Even as the second giant was striking out with his fist, Bai Xiaochun's hand moved as quickly as lightning to grasp onto his throat. His hand wasn't even big enough to wrap around that throat, and yet his hand still contained incredible destructive power. In the blink of an eye, his two fingers clamped down with crushing strength. Black light spread out, and the giant's throat and neck were crushed. It was none other than the throat-crushing grasp. Things weren't over yet, though. After killing the second giant, Bai Xiaochun's right foot swept through the air toward the third giant, who was just preparing to slash at him with a serrated greatsword. However, when Bai Xiaochun's right foot slammed into the sword, cracking sounds rang out as the sword shattered. Then Bai Xiaochun's foot contacted the giant's arm, reducing it to a haze of gore. Even as the giant screamed, black threads spread out to completely seal him. Apparently, the sealing was an indescribably painful one. Continuing to scream, the giant dropped to his knees, unable to move. It was none other than the undying hex. Who else wants to die? Bai Xiaochun growled. His skin was gold, his hair was flying in the wind, and his murderous aura was as explosive as ever. He looked like some sort of god. As he glared at the other savage giants in the area, his eyes radiated madness and ferocity, causing the savages to hesitate, their eyes shining with disbelief. They had just witnessed how powerful he was, even when surrounded by more than 1,000 giants. Before, they had assumed he was impressive only because of his defenses, but now they had watched him kill 3 of their own in a row, even without any defenses to back him up. Not a single one of them dared to respond to his challenge. He had killed 3 giants with precision and ruthlessness. However, it had not been a simple task. They had not been ordinary savages, but rather had cultivation bases comparable to the Great Circle of core formation. They were actually half a step into the nascent soul stage. So far, Bai Xiaochun's undying live forever technique was the key to everything. Because of how it helped him recover quickly, it ensured that his battle prowess remained very potent for a long time. In fact, although his murderous aura made him seem very threatening at the moment, he was actually taking time to relax and build back some energy. It was in that moment that a voice rang out from off in the distance. "Here I come." Then, the ground began to tremble, and Bai Xiaochun looked up to see a 300-meter-tall giant running in his direction, clad in beast pelts. The giant's hair was flying about crazily, and a ferocious expression could be seen on his scar-covered face. He made a very impressive sight, and clearly possessed massive amounts of power. As for the other giants, they rushed to make way for this newcomer, expressions of reverence on their faces. As the giant got closer and closer, the other giants began to howl excitedly. "King! King! King!" Bai Xiaochun's heart immediately started pounding. It wasn't quite clear what the other giants meant. Was King this giant's name? Either way, the simple wave of his hand knocked all of the other giants out of the way. Almost in the same moment that Bai Xiaochun looked over at him, the giant glared at him with vicious rage and then lifted his food to stomp on him. Time to die! Both in terms of size and speed, this giant was completely shocking and fairly radiated intense fleshly body power. Bai Xiaochun's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and yet he knew that he wouldn't be able to evade this attack. If he even tried to, he would quickly be surrounded and overwhelmed by the other giants in the area. "You'll be the one dying," Bai Xiaochun yelled, his anger burning. Instead of trying to avoid the giant's descending foot, he clenched his hand into a fist and struck out. From a distance, the two opponents were so mismatched it almost seemed like a joke. The giant was 300 meters tall, whereas Bai Xiaochun was like a tiny ant. And yet, he was relying on his fleshly body power to fight back with a fist strike. Ru-yu-yu-umble. A deafening boom filled the sky, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. At the same time, a shockwave rolled out in all directions. When Bai Xiaochun's fist made contact with the giant's foot, he began to shake. Howling, he poured all of the power he could into the fist strike, causing his skin, his bones, and even his blood to begin to vibrate. It was almost as if his life force and body itself were about to be destroyed. "How could I possibly die in this place?" Bai Xiaochun howled. Pulses of boundless power rippled through him, originating from his own flesh and blood, as it created a powerful energy to counterattack. "Die! Die! Die!" Bai Xiaochun roared as he punched out again and again. The power of his undying skin, undying heavenly king, and undying tendons all merged together, making a black glow that spread out from his fist to cover the huge giant. The 300-meter-tall giant began to tremble, and then let out an agonized howl as his right leg collapsed into a mass of blood, ripped flesh, and shattered bone. Then, the black light continued to spread out, doing the same thing to the giant's other leg, his torso, his arms, and finally his head. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was reduced to a mass of gore. Blood splashed down like rain in all directions as the giant was destroyed in body and soul, leaving Bai Xiaochun standing there completely alone. Silence spread out as the surrounding giants stared in shock at what had just occurred. Their minds felt as if they were being struck by countless bolts of lightning. King is dead. How could this be happening? King. He was king. The boundlessly powerful king was actually killed by Devil Bai's fist strike? How is this possible? Heavens! Is Devil Bai a warrior of the holy people? Or are we? That fleshly body power, it. All of the savages were shaking in terror of Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun had clearly proven that his power came, not from his defenses, but from his fleshly body. Not even the boundlessly powerful king had been a match for him. As the rain of blood spattered down onto the surrounding savages, their hearts drained of the desire to do battle. At the same time, that figure standing in the middle of all the falling blood became like a thing of nightmares. Bai Xiaochun wasn't affected at all by the corrosive rain of blood as he looked around coldly at the rest of the giants in the area. "Who else wants to die?" Not a single giant responded. Instead, they just stood there, panting, their expressions those of terror. "Who else wants to die?" Bai Xiaochun repeated, his murderous aura raging. Then he took a step forward, only to find that the ashen-faced giants stepped backward in response. "You want to kill Bai Xiaochun? Well, let me ask you, who else wants to die?" The thunderous roar of Bai Xiaochun's voice spread out across almost half of the battlefield, reaching the ears of many of the other savage giants as they fought with the cultivators of the 5 legions. As for the cultivators who heard, they trembled and looked in the direction the voice came from. Some of them had strange expressions on their faces, but most of them gritted their teeth and began to head in his direction. Before long, more and more of the scattered 5 legions cultivators began to close in on Bai Xiaochun. They were wounded and bedraggled, and yet none of the giants dared to block their paths. Before long, a group of hundreds had gathered around Bai Xiaochun. When they saw him, and the mountains of corpses that surrounded him, their hearts were filled with complete and utter shock. Our respects, Grandmaster Bai. Our respects, Grandmaster Bai. As their stunned cries rang out across the battlefield, it became clear that all of these cultivators now viewed Bai Xiaochun as their figurehead. When Bai Xiaochun saw all of the cultivators gathering in his area, and how the suddenly cowardly giants were doing nothing to stop them, his heart quivered with an anxious feeling. For some reason, the current situation seemed like a great opportunity. The larger the group, the stronger we are, he thought. The expression on his face remained as cold as ever, and his energy continued to surge as he waved his hand and called out in a hoarse voice, "Let's go. I'm taking you back to the Great Wall." As his words entered the ears of the surrounding cultivators, they began to tremble. In their moment of helplessness, surrounded by savages and faced with the prospect of almost certain death, what they wished for more than anything was to get back to the Great Wall. Of course, all of them knew that doing such a thing on their own was virtually impossible. That was especially true when they saw so many of their comrades falling in battle. To be in a situation like that, only to have someone offer to lead them back to the Great Wall, someone who the giants were terrified of and who seemed actually capable of following through on his words, led to a sensation they would never ever forget. The gratitude which rose up within them was intense to an indescribable degree. Who else wants to die? The words so recently uttered by Xiaochun were still echoing in their hearts, which were now pulsing, not with anxiety, but with anticipation. Without any hesitation, they began to form up protectively around Xiaochun, their eyes shining with hope and the desire to live. "Let's go," Xiaochun said. "We kill anybody who tries to get in our way. Join our voices together so that more cultivators can join us on our way back. Even if we don't make it all the way back, we'll make sure that everyone in this part of the world remembers our battle cry for the rest of their lives." Xiaochun's voice was like the last bit of hope in the world, and it caused the surrounding hundreds of cultivators' eyes to shine bright red. After Xiaochun was satisfied that the cultivators were sufficiently worked up, he waved his arm, gritted his teeth. He stepped forward to lead the formation, which was the best way to control the power of the group. And then, even as he and the rest of the cultivators hovered right within the jaws of death, he shouted out at the top of his lungs and burst into motion toward the distant spell formation shield. "Advance!" The rest of the cultivators also began to shout out. "Advance! Advance!" Hundreds of them clustered around Xiaochun, adding their power to the formation as they shot like a deadly spear across the battlefield. As they moved along, the savage giants immediately backed up, convinced that if they didn't, they would die. That feeling was especially bolstered by the savagery Xiaochun had just put on display. All of them knew that if they simply fell upon him with wave upon wave, they would eventually overwhelm him with numbers. And yet, not a single one blocked his path. The hundreds of cultivators shot across the battlefield with Xiaochun in the lead, who relied only on his fleshly body power, and didn't draw upon a single magical technique. Of course, there was a reason for that. In his opinion, there were obviously a lot of people who were aiming to kill him, and thus, he needed to keep his spiritual power in reserve as a trump card. Thankfully, his undying live forever technique came with shocking restorative powers, and as such, he was able to lead the cultivators forward without any resistance. They crushed anything in their path like a hammer crushing an ice cube. As for the cultivators he led, they had grasped onto that last bit of hope, and were willing to give their all to make sure that no one even got close enough to take it away. As they barreled forward, their voices rang out for everyone to hear. "Who else wants to die? Fellow Taoists of the 5 legions, join us and get back home." More and more cultivators who were locked in deadly combat on the battlefield did everything they could to join the group, which was now growing larger and larger. Soon it didn't number in the hundreds but rather the thousands. As a result, their momentum picked up, and they became even harder to resist. They were now a major focus on the battlefield, to the point where the cultivators who had managed to stay in place on the Great Wall could see them. Even Chen Hutian caught a glimpse of them, and was instantly moved. "Unleash all the power of the eye," he bellowed. "Focus the spell formation shield to extract Xiaochun." In response to his words, numerous beams of light shot out from the enormous eye, screaming through the air to clear a path for Bai Xiaochun. As for the spell formation shield, it trembled as a small section bulged out and began to spread across the battlefield toward the group he was leading. By this point, more and more tribal chiefs were paying attention to what was happening. Finally, the red-garbed young woman fighting Chen Hutian suddenly shouted, "Kill him!" Chen Hutian roared in anger and attacked with full force, but other than that, could do nothing but watch as the thousands of soul cultivators who were standing guard over the necromancers suddenly turned their heads in Bai Xiaochun's direction. A large number of them then rose to their feet, becoming beams of light that shot toward Bai Xiaochun and the cultivators he led. They moved with incredible speed, and despite the fact that they were made up of all sorts of handsome men and beautiful women, from the mysterious light that shone in their eyes, it was obvious that they possessed powerful soul magic. Bai Xiaochun had heard Chen Hutian's words earlier, and saw both the beams of light shooting out from the enormous eye and the spell formation reaching out to meet him. Even as excitement rose up in his heart, the red-garbed young woman called out her orders, and whistling sounds filled the air as numerous soul cultivators shot in his direction. Complete and utter bullies, he thought, his anxiety mounting. Just when the chance to escape was right in front of him, these people were rushing to block his path, and as a result, his anger began to burn. Brothers, cut down those soul cultivators. With them out of the way, we can return to the Great Wall. The surrounding thousands of cultivators could see exactly what Bai Xiaochun meant, and all began to shout out battle cries. Unfortunately, the soul cultivators didn't come alone. By utilizing some unknown technique, they forced the retreating giants' eyes to suddenly turn blank, as if they had suddenly lost their ability to think. Then the giants roared and joined the charge. It was the same with the various battle beasts. Thankfully, not all of the giants were affected, only some of them. Even still, the group that did join in the attack was not small compared to Bai Xiaochun and the cultivators he led. In the blink of an eye, the soul cultivators were on them, some of them focusing on Bai Xiaochun, and others attacking the men with him. Almost immediately, the troop formation began to fall apart. A middle-aged soul cultivator suddenly faded into being right in front of Bai Xiaochun, his eyes shining with cold light as his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture. Instantly, green strands of flame sprang into being in his palm, which shot toward Bai Xiaochun. Behind him were 7 additional soul cultivators, none of them slower than him. Apparently, all the first soul cultivator planned to do was slow Bai Xiaochun down to give his fellows time to finish him off. Further off in the distance were even more soul cultivators, dozens of them, spreading out to try to cut down all possible paths of escape for Bai Xiaochun. "Wanna kill me?" Bai Xiaochun shouted, his eyes flickering with madness. Instead of trying to dodge out of the way of the expressionless middle-aged soul cultivator, Bai Xiaochun charged forward, seemingly oblivious to his own life or death. He slammed into the man, instantly causing blood to ooze out of his own mouth, but then didn't hesitate to unleash the mountain-shaking bash. Instantly, the man was shoved backward with deadly force into the group of 7 incoming soul cultivators. This sudden development caused the 7 soul cultivators' eyes to flicker. Without any hesitation, they shoved their hands out, sending 7 illusory soul dragons roaring toward Bai Xiaochun as if to consume him. "Just what I've been waiting for," Bai Xiaochun roared. Instantly, blue light appeared in his pupils, and before anything else could happen, heaven-shaking, earth-shattering frigid chi erupted out. Frigid School will evolving incantation. Although the frigid chi was not quite at the frigid paragon level, it was very close. The frigid chi instantly spread for thousands of meters, causing all savages and soul cultivators within that area to begin to tremble as they iced over. The giants were especially affected. As for the soul cultivators, their expression flickered. This turn of events completely surpassed their power of prediction. Especially shocked were the soul cultivators closest to Bai Xiaochun, who were stunned to find that their cultivation bases were freezing up. In the blink of an eye, an area thousands of meters across had become like the dead of winter. Icy coldness filled the area, as well as astonishing frigid chi. Everything was frozen over to the point where blue snowflakes appeared and began to fall. Although Bai was trembling with fear and anxiety, He was also grittily fierce as he said, "Time to do some killing." He had no desire to die, and therefore the only option now was to kill the enemy. This was a frigid domain. This was Bai Xiaochun's world. Within the frigid domain, giants and soul cultivators alike trembled in fear as their cultivation bases were seemingly frozen solid. Not a single person under nascent soul could escape its effects. Even people in the great circle of core formation, or quasi-nascent soul experts, were by no means exempt. The shocked giants and soul cultivators' first instinct was to flee. However, thanks to the frigid qi locking them down, they were incapable of doing so. Bai Xiaochun took a step forward, and with the wave of his hand caused the middle-aged soul cultivator in front of him to explode to bits. The other 7 soul cultivators were howling in rage, and yet couldn't do anything to fight back. Moments later, booms filled the air as the 7 core formation soul cultivators exploded to bits, sending frozen chunks of blood and gore out in all directions. "This is my world," Bai Xiaochun said, his eyes shining with fierce light as he waved his finger down at the ground, causing the frigid qi to surge out again. This time, it didn't spread out for thousands of meters, but rather for 30,000. The 30,000-meter frigid domain was a tool of the frigid master. Within that area, everything was frozen solid and couldn't stand up to Bai Xiaochun any more than dried twigs and limp weeds. Each and every attack he unleashed cut down another core formation soul cultivator, one after another. Everything was happening too quickly. Nothing could prevent the slaughter from being carried out. A savage giant shivered, and then his head exploded, sending frozen chunks of flesh out in all directions. Bai Xiaochun burst through him, hand flashing in an incantation gesture that caused a dozen nearby soul cultivators to explode to bits. However, there were so many savages and soul cultivators that even with the help of his frigid master powers, Bai Xiaochun couldn't wipe them all out in a short period of time. As the moments ticked by, the terrified and despairing soul cultivators looked around with flickering eyes, hoping to find some way of extricating themselves. Soon, some of them began to twitch and move. When Bai Xiaochun saw that, he snorted coldly, performed a double-handed incantation gesture, and then stretched his arms out wide. Domain projections. Instantly, what appeared to be a dozen human-sized mirrors appeared in the area, from within which stepped a dozen shadowy figures. Shockingly, all of those figures looked exactly like Bai Xiaochun. These clone-like entities were frigid domain clones who immediately began to slaughter the enemies around them. Giant after giant, soul cultivator after soul cultivator. One by one they were destroyed in body and soul. Even those who were regaining their ability to move couldn't do so quickly enough and died screaming. Booms rose up as the entire frigid domain became like a terrifying hell. Unfortunately, to use divine abilities and magical techniques in this way would quickly drain one's cultivation base. Were Bai Xiaochun back in the lands of Heavenspan, it would have been easier to use and easier to recover from. But he was in the wildlands, where there was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Whatever spiritual power he lost was lost for good, and therefore he was being drained of energy at a rapid pace. As such, Bai Xiaochun could only keep up the current action for the space of a dozen breaths of time or so. After that, his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and the freezing domain around him began to melt and fade away. As that happened, screams began to ring out. Some of the soul cultivators and savage giants had been smashed to pieces, but because they were frozen in place, hadn't been immediately killed. But now, blood and gore filled the 30,000-meter area, and the ground was littered with the corpses of hundreds of giants and roughly 70 or 80 soul cultivators. The other soul cultivators and giants who hadn't entered the freezing area earlier were now left gasping in horror and disbelief at Bai Xiaochun. How is this possible? How could he be so strong? He's not a core formation cultivator. That was obviously the power of the nascent soul stage. He slaughtered those core formation experts as easily as if he were stomping on ants. Not only were the giants and soul cultivators shocked, but the cultivators of the 5 legions who had remained within the freezing area but weren't affected by the coldness were also dumbfounded. As they looked around, panting, Their eyes began to shine with passion, and for many worship. In an era where the law of the jungle prevailed, powerful experts always gained respect. That was even more true in the cultivation world than the mortal world. As of this moment, the way that Bai Xiaochun had dominated the battlefield ensured that a deep impression would be left on the hearts of all present. "Come with me," Bai Xiaochun said loudly. "We're going back to the Great Wall." Bai Xiaochun's breath was coming in ragged gasps, and exhaustion gripped him tight. He had already drained much of his cultivation base. However, he still threw his head back and roared as he led the cultivators of the 5 legions charging across the battlefield once again. The way the cultivators clustered around him protectively caused him to sigh in relief. Despite the carnage he had just unleashed, he was jumpier than ever. Only he could truly be aware of how nervous he was at the moment. However, he didn't think it was appropriate to let anyone know how afraid he was, which was a skill he had long since mastered. As he sped along, he pulled out a bottle of spirit alcohol and guzzled it down, sparing some to give to a few of the surrounding cultivators. At the same time, he surreptitiously pulled out a godly vestige pill and tucked it into his palm in case he needed it later. His godly vestige pills were his trump cards. One such pill could completely heal any injuries in the blink of an eye. Although it wouldn't restore his spiritual power, he did have plenty more spirit alcohol in his bag of holding. Everyone in the group around him was getting excited as they charged viciously toward the shield. At the moment, the savages and soul cultivators were powerless to stop them, and by now they were only about 3,000 meters away from the shield. However, there were also hundreds of soul cultivators speeding in their direction. Further off in the distance were numerous tribal chiefs who radiated shocking auras. Clearly, they had the battle prowess of the nascent soul stage, and yet, under the command of Chan Hutian, the enormous eye within Great Wall City continued to send destructive beams of light out to prevent them from getting closer. Unfortunately, there were too many core formation soul cultivators for the enormous eye to do anything about them. As they closed in, they unleashed wave after wave of soul power which forced the giants to join their attack. The giants' eyes would turn blank, and then they would howl as they lurched forward and self-detonated as soon as they got close enough. From the look of things, the giants and soul cultivators were going to throw everything at their disposal toward Bai Xiaochun to prevent him from escaping. The power of the detonations rippled out, and corrosive blood splashed everywhere. Many of the group of thousands of cultivators were injured and tumbled backward as a result. At the moment, it seemed like the troop formation they had created would fall apart at any moment. Anxiety mounting, Bai Xiaochun guzzled down another mouthful of spirit alcohol, then burst into motion, unleashing more frigid qi. However, as the frigid qi spread out, the soul cultivators' eyes flickered, and all of them quickly responded by sending out clouds of black mist. Within those mists were soul shadows that screamed through the air toward Bai Xiaochun, fighting back against the frigid qi and simultaneously providing the soul cultivators with a measure of protection. Theoretically speaking, all Bai Xiaochun had to do was unleash slightly stronger frigid qi, or keep the current frigid qi roiling out for a bit longer. If he did, then his opponents wouldn't be able to do anything against him, at least not for the following 10 breaths of time. After all, the soul cultivators from earlier had been powerless to resist, and the current batch were only just able to fight back on a small scale. However, Bai Xiaochun could do neither of those things. Not even relying on spirit alcohol could negate the fact that there was no spiritual energy in the wildlands. There was only one thing that Bai Xiaochun could do, and that was rely on his veins of steel to go all out to fight the soul cultivators, even if he got injured in the process. And that was exactly what he did. He quickly closed in on the nearest soul cultivator, ignoring the divine ability being unleashed against him. Grabbing his opponent's arm, he unleashed the mountain-shaking bash, crushing him to pieces. Things weren't over yet, of course. He took another step forward, placing him right in front of a soul cultivator who had just summoned a pitch-black soul sword. Allowing the sword to bite into his shoulder, he grabbed the man's neck with his left hand, then crushed his fingers down viciously. Without pausing for a moment, he continued forward, using violet chi cauldron summoning, as well as a host of wind blades to destroy everything in his path. Bai By Xiaochun seemed like he had already descended into madness. He had received numerous injuries, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. Behind him, the ground was littered with corpses, and the soul cultivators ahead of him were completely shaken. To them, Bai Xiaochun seemed insane and completely bereft of the desire to live. Despite having killed quite a number of soul cultivators, he was clearly seriously injured. However, he didn't seem to care about any such injuries as he strode forward, shouting, "Die!" Suddenly, an old soul cultivator appeared in front of him, reaching out with a hand that was already decaying into blackness. By the time his hand was extended, it looked like nothing but ashen bones as he tried to grab Bai Xiaochun's chest, apparently to rip out his heart. At the same time, 8 other soul cultivators in the area drew so deeply upon themselves that blood began to ooze out of their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths. Soul power battered Bai Xiaochun's frigid chi as they charged an attack. If they could just slow down his momentum, then perhaps their combined force would be enough to destroy him in body and soul. In the face of such danger, Bai Xiaochun laughed viciously and allowed the old man's pitch-black bone hand to slam into his chest. The old man's eyes lit up with delight, and just when he was about to grab down, his face fell as he realized that it felt like his hand had run into a chunk of iron. Heart-pounding, the old man made to retreat. However, that was when Bai Xiaochun lunged forward, headbutting the man in the face. As the man's head was crushed, he screamed and tried to fight back, and yet, the frigid chi had suppressed even his quasi-nascent soul cultivation base, and a moment later, he was dead in body and soul. After killing the old man, Bai Xiaochun spun, his hands flashing in a double-handed incantation gesture to summon a gale-force wind that blasted against the other 8 soul cultivators' blood sprayed out of his mouth, and yet he shot like lightning toward the 8 enemies, landing vicious fist strikes onto their chests that sent them tumbling backward like kites with their strings cut. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but actually occurred within about 10 breaths of time. During that time, he had already killed at least 100 soul cultivators, and many savage giants. Behind him, the ground was soaked with blood and gore. As his frigid chi faded away, he staggered a bit to the side, where some of the cultivators of the 5 legions reached out to prop him up. Those cultivators' eyes were bright red. After witnessing Bai Xiaochun's brave ferocity, they were also pushed deeper into madness, and took it upon themselves to protect him as they again charged forward. Bai Xiaochun's face was pale white, and he was having a hard time breathing. However, with the help of the other cultivators, he managed to grit his teeth and put a godly vestige pill into his mouth. Then he pulled out a few bottles of spirit alcohol to restore his spiritual energy. The main reason he had been willing to sustain such injuries moments ago was because he had the godly vestige pill to fall back on. As soon as the miraculous pill entered his mouth, heat washed through him, and in the blink of an eye, all of his injuries were being healed. Meanwhile, the cultivators continued to charge toward the shield, which was now only about 1,500 meters away. Along the way, other nearby cultivators had noticed what was happening, and had been hurrying over to join them the entire time, causing their numbers to swell to over 10,000. Of course, they weren't the only large group of cultivators who had managed to group together. There were 7 or 8 other such groups, all of whom were in formation and trying to reach the shield. Furthermore, all of them were rallying around a powerful figure of some sort. And of course, Bai Xiaochun was just such a leader. However, he was a bit different from the other core figures who had rallied troops around them. Those people had long since grown in prestige and power. In contrast, Bai Xiaochun had slaughtered his way into fame in a very short time. He seemed to lack any fear of death, and was willing to fight back against hundreds of soul cultivators and savage giants. Because of that, he had gained the complete approval of everyone around him. As his group blasted through layer after layer of opposition, and got closer and closer to the shield, one of the nascent soul tribal chiefs finally used some unknown method to make it past the destructive beams of light being sent out by the huge eye. At first, the tribal chief was only about 30 meters tall, but as he closed in, he rapidly grew in height to 300 meters tall. Every step he took caused his energy to rise to even more shocking heights, even causing a powerful wind to sweep about in all directions. As he sped toward Bai Xiaochun, cries of alarm rang out from the cultivators. "Time to die, devil Bai!" he howled in rage, his voice echoing like thunder. The mere sound of his voice was such that the cultivators who had been clustered protectively around Bai Xiaochun began to tremble and cough up blood. With that, the tribal chief lunged forward, shoving his mountain-like hand forward and unleashing pressure that the cultivators of the 5 legions could not fight back against. From the look of it, there was nothing anybody could do to stop this chief. Even as Bai Xiaochun stood there, supported by another cultivator, he looked up, and his pupils constricted. Nascent soul! There was no time for hesitation. He had already surmised that the Wildlanders wouldn't let him escape so easily, which was why he had held back so many of his other trump cards. Although the scene which was playing out was shocking, it was by no means unexpected. Gritting his teeth, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, and then dashed forward to meet the tribal chief, frigid chi swirling around him, his undying live forever technique on full display. In the blink of an eye, the two of them met, and an intense boom filled the air. Blood sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth, and he almost felt like the pressure and might of the nascent soul stage alone was enough to crush him into oblivion. However, the tribal chief didn't come out unscathed. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and his eyes shone with incredulity as he staggered backward several steps. "What level is your cultivation base? You're not injured." In his shock, the tribal chief asked 2 questions in one breath. From what he had been able to tell, this devil Bai was actually on equal footing with himself, which seemed like a complete impossibility. Bai Xiaochun wiped the blood off of his mouth and said, "My cultivation base level? The level that can kill you." A quick glance confirmed that the beams of light from the giant I would definitely keep the other tribal chiefs at bay temporarily. However, if he didn't take care of this tribal chief quickly, then death would be just around the corner. Eyes flickering, he decided to completely throw caution to the wind. Quickly performing a double-handed incantation gesture, he shoved his hands down toward the ground. Water swamp! Instantly, ripples spread out through the air, causing water vapor to spring out of nowhere as the entire area was transformed into a huge swamp. When that swamp appeared, the tribal chief's face fell, and the profound sense of deadly crisis that inundated him caused his heart to begin to pound. This devil Bai is very strange. The chief's eyes flickered with killing intent. Well aware that he couldn't let Bai Xiaochun finish using this technique, he suddenly lunged forward. "You're dead." "Nope," Bai Xiaochun retorted. "You're dead." With that, he flung his hands over his head, causing his hair and his blood-stained garments to whip about as energy surged in all directions. Kingdom. Ruuyuyuumble. The lands quaked as a massive spike shot out from the ground, then a second, and then a third. One after another, they rose up like mountains, provoking looks of wide-eyed shock from everyone on the battlefield. The tribal chief had been in the middle of lunging forward, and was stabbed directly by one of the spikes. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and a look of utter shock appeared on his face. Frigid chi poured into him as he looked down at the spike and the swamp around him. From what he could tell, that water vapor hid some shockingly enormous beast. And yet, things weren't over yet. Bai Xiaochun leaped into the air above the tribal chief, spreading his arms wide as he howled, "Living mountain incantation." In the blink of an eye, rocks began to form around him until he looked like a huge stone golem, with the power of a living mountain. He bore down on the tribal chief and then crushed him with vicious ruthlessness. Elder Brother Zhao can kill nascent soul experts, and so can Bai Xiaochun. Below the tribal chief was the Water Swamp Kingdom. He was surrounded by frigid chi, and was looking up at Bai Xiaochun's living mountain power. The combination of all of those factors created a deadly gambit that was Bai Xiaochun's last hope for survival. These were his most powerful trump cards. Early on, he had assumed that he would face a moment of ultimate danger such as this, and as such, he had been holding back a bit of fleshly body power, and even some of his spiritual power, all for a moment like this. Furthermore, because of his godly vestige pills, he was much more confident of being able to survive. Therefore, he also knew that he had to go all out. Although he feared death, in a moment like this when the flame of his life force could be snuffed out at any moment, such fear was useless. If he wanted to keep himself from dying, he had to risk his life. Throw caution to the wind. That was his line of thinking. As he descended, the maddened tribal chief also drew upon every ounce of power he could to fight back against this unprecedentedly deadly crisis. The most unbelievable aspect to the entire situation was that he was a nascent soul expert. Although he was only in the early nascent soul stage, that still counted as nascent soul. And it didn't matter how strong Bai Xiaochun was, the chief could sense that he was only in the late core formation stage, not even the Great Circle. Despite the fact that this was a late core formation cultivator, he imparted such a sensation of imminent danger that the chief couldn't help but feel both humiliated and terrified. However, there was no time for thought or planning, nor any time for discussion. The tribal chief's cultivation base power erupted out, bolstering his fleshly body to the point where he looked like a heavenly king. The savage giants were different from soul cultivators in that they focused mostly on fleshly body cultivation. Although this tribal chief had some magical techniques at his disposal, the true foundation of his power was fleshly body strength. "Wanna kill me?" the chief roared, throwing both his hands above him to smash into the living mountain incantation. None other. Bai Xiaochun roared back, unleashing everything that his living mountain incantation, water swamp kingdom, and frigid master powers were capable of. Boom! Wind blasted out in all directions, and brightly colored light flashed in heaven and earth. The entire battlefield trembled, and cultivators from both sides of the conflict all simultaneously stared in the same direction to see what would happen. The eyes of the other tribal chiefs were glued to the scene, and at the same time, their minds were battered with waves of shock. Even the necromancers and the top experts from the 5 legions were all looking over at Bai Xiaochun. He was the complete and utter center of attention. As everyone looked on, a heaven-rending, earth-crushing boom ripped through the air. Then, a moment later, the frigid master aura began to fade, and the water swamp kingdom spikes began to vanish. Up above in the air, Bai Xiaochun was trembling and coughing up blood as he tumbled backward. Cracking sounds rang out as his living mountain form cracked and crumbled. Soon, his true form was revealed, and after coughing up another mouthful of blood, he popped another godly vestige pill into his mouth. When he looked up, he didn't even take the time to see the outcome of his attack, but instead bolted toward the shield. At the same time, the fading effects of the living mountain incantation, water swamp kingdom, and frigid master aura slowly revealed the nascent soul tribal chief. At first, he stood there completely unmoving, but then a breeze swept past, and he trembled. Then the chief slowly crumbled and transformed into ash, starting from his feet and head, and slowly spreading to the rest of his body. He had been completely destroyed, from his physical form down to his soul. In the moment of his death, his eyes continued to shine with terror and defiance. And yet, nothing could stop him from fading away into the wind. The battlefield went silent for a long moment before panting sounds began to rise up, and then a huge commotion. Impossible! Heavens! A late core formation cultivator just killed a nascent soul expert. This. He wasn't an ordinary nascent soul expert either. He was a tribal chief from one of the Wildlands tribes. His fleshly body power must have been shocking. This devil Bai. Damn it, not only did he come out alive, but he actually ended his opponent. What brilliance! Even as the exclamations of astonishment rang out, the more than 10,000 cultivators in the area began to cry out in joy and cluster around Bai Xiaochun as they all shot toward the shield. The other giants and soul cultivators in the area were completely shaken. As Bai Xiaochun barreled toward them, their faces turned ashen with fear, and they scattered, not daring to provide even the slightest bit of resistance. Bai Xiaochun had put far too many giants and soul cultivators to death. He had even killed one of the tribal chiefs. How could any of them even think of trying to stand in his way? The enormous eye began to send beams of light out with even more rapidity, making it impossible for any other tribal chief to get closer. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun's own battalion was also speeding in his direction. They had been trying to reach him the entire time, intent on joining and guarding him. After all, Bai Xiaochun had always treated them well, plus, his current achievements in battle ensured that he would almost certainly be promoted in the army. How could they possibly be anything but awe-inspired? As for the spell formation shield, it continued to bulge out toward him, to the point where all of the savages and soul cultivators, and even the tribal chiefs could see, that he would be within that shield in moments. In the moment he did, a tremor ran through him, and all of the valor and bravery from moments before vanished, to be replaced by lingering fear. His face was ashen, and he was panting as he turned back to look at the countless savages gnashing their teeth beyond the shield. You just wait for Lord Bai to come back and show you a thing or two. Inside of the shield, Bai Lin and the other top experts were still fighting the necromancer souls. Unsightly expressions could be seen on the faces of the necromancers, many of whom had received grievous injuries. As soon as Bai Xiaochun made it back inside the shield, the necromancer souls exchanged glances and made as if to charge in his direction. And yet, how could Bai Lin and the other top experts let that happen? Without the slightest hesitation, all of the major generals, as well as other nascent soul experts from the 5 legions, leapt forward to fight them. Moments later, the necromancer souls scattered, not in an attempt to get at Bai Xiaochun, but to flee back outside of the shield. They all headed in different directions, and although some of them were close enough to Bai Xiaochun that they might have been able to send a casual attack in his direction, considering how many cultivators surrounded him, and considering how he had fought the tribal chief, they were so frightened that they just left. Bai Xiaochun maintained full vigilance as all of this happened. Soon, the necromancers were gone, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Surrounded by all the cultivators he had led off of the battlefield, he began to speed back toward the Great Wall. When he finally reached the wall itself, he finally seemed to run out of energy. Heart pounding, he thought back to everything which had occurred during the fight, and was left with the sensation that he had barely escaped with his life. Eventually, as evening gave way to night, Chen Hetian and the red-garbed young woman finally stopped fighting. The day of battle had finally come to an end, and the only thing left behind on the battlefield were mounds of corpses. The wildlands had suffered grievous casualties, and yet so had the 5 legions. After a night of rest, the fighting resumed in the morning, just as fierce as before. 3 months passed, during which time the fighting raged. At the same time, the savage giant's army continued to receive reinforcements, and it was the same with the 5 legions. Cultivators from World City were continually being sent to bolster the forces at the Great Wall and ensure that their overall strength didn't lessen. During the 3 months, one name after another rose to prominence within the 5 legions, all thanks to the battle credit they had accumulated. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was the most spectacular of them all. Although he never went back to the front lines during the 3 months which had passed, his bravery and veins of steel during the initial battle caused the more than 10,000 cultivators who he had led to safety to view him with reverence and awe. Furthermore, his battle credit continued to rise, although no one in the 5 legions could determine the exact extent of it. Meanwhile, a similar situation occurred among the Wildlands forces. Because of the fierce fighting, one powerful expert after another rose to fame, the vast majority of them being necromancers. A month before, as the battles seemed to be winding down, the necromancers seemed to abandon the tactic of using souls as their weapons, and instead began to fight personally on the battlefield. When they did, the attacks they unleashed shocked everyone present. That was because the magical items they wielded, despite not being at the level of precious treasures, were all decorated with a minimum of 7 spirit enhancement designs. There were even some of them that had received 10-fold spirit enhancements. Most shocking of all were 3 particular necromancers who were in the late nascent soul stage. Their magical items unleashed shocking power that not only enabled them to easily kill other nascent soul cultivators, but also allowed them to challenge quasi-deva realm experts like Bai Lin. Each of those 3 necromancers wielded magical items with 13 silver designs on them. Shockingly, they were magical items with 13-fold spirit enhancements, Many of the cultivators from the legions were shocked by this, especially by Xiaochun. In fact, it was so unbelievable to him that he personally went up to the wall to see for himself. How is this possible? Bai Xiaochun almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. In the lands of Heaven Span, the most advanced spirit enhancement he had ever seen was tenfold. But now, in a completely unexpected turn of events, he was looking at magical items which had been enhanced far beyond that. There's something strange going on. Could it be that the Wildlands harbors some mysterious secret regarding spirit enhancement? Even as he pondered the issue, he subconsciously cast his senses toward the turtle walk inside his finger. Most telling of all about the whole thing was that Bai Lin and the other most powerful experts didn't seem to find the matter unusual at all. It was almost as if they were used to seeing necromancers using such spirit-enhanced magical items. Furthermore, their eyes burned passionately at the sight of them, and they attacked with greater fervor than before, clearly in the hopes of getting their hands on one of the enhanced treasures. Apparently, for the generals and major generals, one of the key things they could gain from battle wasn't battle credit, but rather the spirit-enhanced treasures of the necromancers. The fighting went on for another month, after which the Wildlands finally retreated. The Great Wall forces didn't chase after them. After all, the Great Wall had suffered extensive losses in this battle as well. Neither Chun Hetien nor the red-garbed young woman came out on top in their conflict, and in fact, both received similar injuries. It was only in the moment that the Wildlands armies began to retreat that Bai Xiaochun finally got a good look at the young woman in red. She wore a long red garment and had flowing black hair. She seemed very young, and was beautiful in a way that surpassed even Chun Manyao. Of greater significance, however, was her cultivation base, which made her radiate an air of nobility that would cause anyone who looked at her to feel their heart pounding in their chest. Of course, Bai Xiaochun didn't really care about any of that. At the moment, he was looking glumly at Li Hongming, who had come to the armory to visit Bai Xiaochun the very afternoon the fighting ended. Li Hongming had been a colonel to begin with, and still was, but had risen within the ranks of the colonels thanks to his accumulation of battle credit during the fighting. Xiaochun, you're famous now. Completely famous. According to the secret reports I saw, the Wildlands has increased the bounty on your head. Do you know what the reward is for your death? A Deva beast soul. Although the reward is only one of them, and it's not clear what type, that's still something incredibly valuable. After all, if you can collect enough 5 elements Deva beast souls to meet the requirements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, you can step into the nascent soul stage. Only people in the top 10 of the Wildlands execution list have rewards like that attached to their names. Congratulations, Xiaochun, you're already in the top 10. The only people even close to you on that list are nascent soul cultivators. In fact, you are the only core formation cultivator in the top 30. Devil Bai. That's what the Wildlanders call you now. Li Hongming was sincerely offering his congratulations to Bai Xiaochun, and had actually hurried over here just to tell him this news. However, Bai Xiaochun was left shaking in fear. A Deva beast soul as a reward. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but gasp in shock as his heart began to pound. He could only imagine how badly the savages and soul cultivators in the Wildlands would want to kill him now. Li Hongming was left sighing continuously in his heart. When he thought back to the time Bai Xiaochun had first arrived, it would have been impossible to predict that he would become so famous both inside and outside the Great Wall. The two of them chatted a bit more about some random things, until eventually Li Hongming could sense that Bai Xiaochun was feeling down. Finally, he patted his shoulder and left. Afterward, Bai Xiaochun sat down and sighed. Ah, whatever. No matter where I go, I always put on a breathtaking performance. AI. Worst case scenario, I just don't go outside the Great Wall after this. I'll stick around until the 10 years are up, and then head back to the sect. Only by comforting himself in this way could he somewhat still his pounding heart. And yet, his anxiety just wouldn't go away. Not only was he worried about the Wildlands soul cultivators trying to get the bounty on his head, but he also couldn't keep from being nervous about the other cultivators in the 5 legions. After all, his head was very valuable now. Thankfully, he didn't have to stew in his worries for too long. Now that the fighting was over, the promotions were being handed out. Many cultivators were being promoted from ordinary soldiers to the rank of lieutenant or captain. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was one of only 2 captains who were promoted to colonel. Now that he was a colonel, he could occupy both the armory and his own personal colonel's command center. Furthermore, in addition to Zhaolong and the original battalion of 100 men, he would now command an additional 900 cultivators. It took a huge amount of battle credit to earn a promotion from captain to colonel, which made such promotions very uncommon as a result of only one battle. The other captain to receive a promotion to colonel had already been stationed in Great Wall City for 100 years. The only reason he had finally been able to get his promotion was because he was about to break through into the great circle of core formation and had risked his life in countless battles. The truth was that despite how many soul cultivators Bai Xiaochun had cut down, and regardless of the fact that he had slaughtered a tribal chief, he still shouldn't have had enough battle credit to get promoted. The only reason he was now a colonel was because of his soul convergence pills and pill furnace bombs. In that fashion, he had advanced by leaps and bounds, and been promoted to colonel in one fell swoop. As an apothecary, he had invented soul convergence pills which ended up changing the course of the battle. Furthermore, his exploding treasures also shocked everyone near and far. And then there was his battle prowess. After cutting down numerous soul cultivators, and even a tribal chief, it was clear that his fleshly body was similar to the nascent soul level. And although he wasn't a true nascent soul expert, he could obviously do things that ordinary core formation cultivators could not. In addition to all that, he had saved the lives of over 10,000 soldiers, causing countless cultivators to revere him. To top it all off, he was now in the top 10 on the Wildlands execution list. All of these various honors and glories were like a shockwave that rolled through all of Great Wall City. In addition, it caused the generals of the other 4 legions to suddenly view Bai Xiaochun as being vastly more important than he had been before. Whoever had Bai Xiaochun in their legion would not only have a valiant warrior, but would also have soul convergence pills and exploding pill furnaces. Plus, they would have someone who thousands upon thousands of other cultivators revered. He was really a comprehensive package. The generals of the other 4 legions were quite excited, and therefore, it was no surprise that on the evening in which Bai Xiaochun was promoted to colonel, a bright beam of light suddenly appeared outside of the armory. Within that beam of light was an old man wearing a pitch-black suit of armor. He pulsed with a black energy, and had the illusory image of a fierce tiger floating above his head. His eyes were bright red, and he seemed to pulse with demonic chi. Overall, he made a very terrifying sight. In addition to all that, he had a very profound cultivation base, being half a step into the Deva realm. Heaven and earth trembled upon his arrival, and all of the cultivators in the armory looked up and then clasped hands in salute. "It's the general of the Black Demons." "Greetings, General." Zhao Long and his compatriots were shaken, and as for Bai Xiaochun, he had been in the middle of meditating when he felt the sudden pressure in the area. Walking out, he saw the general of the Black Demons hovering in midair. Bai Xiaochun had never interacted personally with the man. They had only seen each other on the battlefield. Feeling a bit surprised to see him here, Bai Xiaochun clasped hands and bowed. The old man laughed heartily as he landed in front of Bai Xiaochun, his eyes shining with approval and admiration. "Grandmaster Bai, why don't you join the Black Demons? Whatever compensation they're giving you here, I'll triple it." Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. He had a lot of freedom in the skin flayers and hadn't planned to leave. However, this general's eyes burned as if with fire. Clearly, he really wanted Bai Xiaochun to agree to the proposition. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, and just when he was about to say something else, another beam of light appeared in the sky. Before anyone could say a word, a new voice rang out. "Don't listen to him, Grandmaster Bai. Why don't you join the Bane Stars? Not only will I offer you 10 times your current compensation, but I can also guarantee that you won't be injured by the Wildlanders even a single time. I definitely won't let you end up in any critical situations, such as those which unfolded before." Even as the words rang out, a middle-aged man in a crimson robe appeared. He was very attractive, and had a warm smile that lacked even the hint of a bad temper. He was almost humble-looking. However, Bai Xiaochun had seen him fight in battle, and knew that his murderous aura was beyond comparison to anyone except for Bai Lin. "You'll guarantee my safety?" Bai Xiaochun blurted, his heart suddenly pounding. He had just been pondering the issue of how dangerous things were, so to hear the general of the Bane Stars make an offer like that instantly got him excited. When the general of the Black Demons saw Bai Xiaochun's expression, he instantly started to get nervous, and was just about to insert some words when, all of a sudden, a cold snort filled the air. "The Black Demons and the Bane Stars are all stingy tightwads, Grandmaster Bai. What's the use of joining miserly legions like theirs? If you come to the Savage Butcherers, I'll increase your compensation by 20-fold. I'll also guarantee your safety and get you any medicinal plant you need. The same goes for spirit alcohol and medicinal pills. Whatever cultivation resources you require will be at your disposal." A third beam of light appeared, and as it touched down, a tall, burly man came into view. The burly man wore a suit of heavy armor and looked almost like a mountain. His eyes flickered with a brutal gleam as he glared at the old man and the middle-aged cultivator. The generals of the Black Demons and the Bane Stars glared back at him, and it almost looked like a fight might break out at any moment. Bai Xiaochun said, blinking a few times. Although he was very pleased by the fact that the generals of these three legions were competing over him, he had to conclude that the offer from the Savage Butchers seemed the best of them all. However, it was in that very instant that another cold snort echoed out, along with a blast of wind that caused intense rumbling sounds to fill the air. Then, numerous bolts of lightning descended from the sky, which swirled together into the form of a white-haired cultivator. In the blink of an eye, he was standing therein by Xiaochun's courtyard, lightning crackling beneath his feet, transforming the entire courtyard into something like a lake of lightning. Of course, the lightning didn't harm Bai Xiaochun or his men. However, the faces of the other generals flickered as they were forced to rotate their cultivation bases to keep themselves from harm. "What do you think you're doing, Master Soul Slaughterer?" shouted the burly man from the Savage Butchers. "What am I doing? Competing with you people, obviously. Grandmaster Bai, why not join the Soul Slaughterers? I can guarantee you 10 years of safety and 50 times your current compensation. Plus, I can ensure that you will be rich and taken care of after you go back to the sect. I'll give you access to all the medicinal plants and other resources you need, and I'll even give you a priceless nascent soul pill. All you have to do is nod your head yes, and I'll hand the pill over immediately." Even as he spoke, he lifted his right hand, which was holding a crystalline medicinal pill. The pill instantly erupted with a shocking medicinal aroma that Zhao Long and the others had no trouble identifying as that of a nascent soul pill. Nascent soul pills were one of the most important types of cultivation resources in existence at the Great Wall. They were even hard to get in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, and extensive records were kept on their distribution. They were second in value only to Deva Beast souls. In fact, most people actually valued them more than Deva Beast souls. After all, despite the fact that using Deva Beast souls to step into the nascent soul stage would lead to incredible power, it would only work if you possessed all 5 souls of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. However, any cultivator in the great circle of the core formation stage would have a good chance of achieving a breakthrough with a nascent soul pill. Although breaking through using that method came with certain downsides, such as being less powerful than someone who used Deva Beast souls, it was still the nascent soul stage. And besides, very few people would be able to build up a full collection of 5 elements Deva Beast souls. Not even Bai Xiaochun had been able to get his hands on a nascent soul pill since he had arrived in Great Wall City. As such, he knew how valuable they were, and here this white-haired cultivator was holding one of them in his hand. All he had to do was nod his head, and he could have it. How could Bai Xiaochun not be excited about that? His eyes were burning with passion as he looked at the pill. Although he didn't actually plan to step into nascent soul using that method, the pill could still be very useful. With it, he could ascend to the great circle of core formation almost immediately. That would definitely save him a lot of time. The other 3 generals looked at the nascent soul pill, their hearts trembling. It wasn't that they didn't have nascent soul pills of their own to offer. They did. However, Such pills were so valuable that they couldn't help but hesitate about what to do. The more Bai Xiaochun looked at that nascent soul pill, the brighter his eyes shone. Taking a deep breath, he glanced over at the other 3 silent generals, and decided that if he hesitated any longer, he might lose this chance. Just when he was about to nod, an enraged shout ripped through the air. Absolutely disgraceful. Screw off, fools. Damn it. How dare the 4 of you bastards show up here in Skin Flayer's territory and try to steal my people? That's nothing more than a nascent soul pill. Ignore them, Xiaochun. I'll give you 3 nascent soul pills. It was none other than Bai Lin, his voice cracking like thunder as he appeared in front of Bai Xiaochun to stare furiously at the 4 other generals. As far as he was concerned, the fact that they had shown up in his territory to brazenly attempt to recruit one of his men was completely embarrassing. Thus, his murderous aura raged as he waved his sleeve, sending a blast of air rumbling toward the other generals. Shocked, Bai Xiaochun backed up, and as for Zhao Long and the others, they had long since fled. The 4 generals' faces fell. Clearly, none of them had expected Bai Lin to actually unleash an attack. They immediately drew upon the power of their cultivation bases, and were about to start fighting back, when all of a sudden, a beam of light shot out from the enormous eye atop the pagoda. The beam slammed down right in the middle of all 5 generals, forcing them to back away from each other. At the same time, Chun Hutyan's ancient voice echoed out with icy coldness. You're dismissed, all of you. The 5 of you are generals, so start acting like it. Gritting his teeth, Bai Lin glared at the other 4 generals. The generals, fully aware that they were in the wrong, cleared their throats, then cast longing glances at Bai Xiaochun before turning and leaving. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, looked around, and then turned his attention to Bai Lin. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, They came looking for me. Face grim, Bai Lin walked over to Bai Xiaochun. Xiaochun, those 4 bastards are real tricksters. Don't listen to them. You stay here with me. Don't worry. I'll keep you safe, and I'll keep you supplied with whatever medicinal plants you need. Compensation won't be a problem either, nor will nascent soul pills. With that, he winced a bit as he pulled 2 nascent soul pills out of his bag of holding and handed them over to Bai Xiaochun. I only have 2 at the moment. Take them. With a bit of time, I can come up with a way to get a 3rd. Inwardly, Bai Lin was cursing at the fact that he now needed to come up with yet another nascent soul pill. The truth was that they weren't impossible to acquire, but it always took a long time to save up enough resources to buy one. Bai Xiaochun took the 2 nascent soul pills, his heart quivering with anticipation. Then he looked back at Bai Lin, suddenly struck with how well the general was treating him. And then he thought about how he would be continuing to serve as the man's subordinate for some time, and his expression suddenly turned very serious. Shaking his head, he said, What kind of person do you think I am, General? If I wanted to join one of the other legions, I could have agreed before you showed up. General, don't you understand why I was buying time? I can't afford to provoke those 4 generals. Therefore, I also couldn't simply refuse them. And that was why I was waiting for you to come take control of the situation. With that, he flicked his sleeve. Looking more serious than ever, he continued, General, you have treated me with great kindness. How could I possibly cause difficulties for such a benefactor? 2 nascent soul pills are valuable enough on their own. I won't take a 3rd from you even if you offer it. With that, he clasped hands and bowed deeply in salute, feeling very pleased with himself. From what he could tell, his words just now had brimmed with righteous intent, and had been worded perfectly. Regardless of how much Bai Lin truly trusted what Bai Xiaochun had just said, he was still moved. After looking at Bai Xiaochun for a long moment, he realized that he was definitely the type of person who knew how to act properly in front of others. Taking a deep breath, he said, Xiaochun, if possible, try to build up enough battle credit over the next 10 years to become a major general. If you can reach that rank, your status and position will be completely different. Even your river-defying sex position will change for the better. When major generals return from the 5 legions to the sect, they become elders of the Hall of Steel Veins. That's a status that surpasses the position of anyone in any of the other halls. If you can reach that level, you would be in one of the most powerful groups in the entire Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. As long as you didn't ever betray the sect, you could do almost anything you wanted. Bai Lin didn't offer any more detailed explanation than that. After making a few more vague statements, he turned and left. Afterward, Bai Xiaochun thoughtfully walked back into his room. Then he pulled out his command medallion and checked how much battle credit was required to be promoted to Major General and gasped. That much? He was left almost completely speechless. He had no idea how the other Major Generals had ever managed to get promoted. It took more than 100 times as much battle credit as it took to get promoted to Colonel. That basically implied that it would take 100 battles such as the one he had just fought in to get that promotion. Well, forget that then, he thought. I'll just stick with being a colonel. Feeling a bit discouraged, he shook his head and put his command medallion away. Then he pulled out a nascent soul pill, whereupon his eyes yet again began to shine. The great circle of core formation. Trying to keep calm, he set up some restrictive spells around his residence, and then told Zhao Long and the others that he would be going into secluded meditation. By the time all his preparations were complete, it was deep into the night. When everything was ready, he slowly put one of the nascent soul pills into his mouth. Instantly, he began to tremble, and his mind filled with rumbling sounds. Then, shocking energy of heaven and earth surged through him, converging in the location of his gold core. Rumble! The boundless power of the nascent soul pill slammed into him like an enraged wave, pouring into his gold core and causing his chi passageways to thrum. His gold core, which was filled with a heaven Tao aura and 9 spiritual seas, rumbled as the spiritual power of heaven and earth crashed into it, causing his cultivation base aura to immediately begin to rise. Before, he had been in the late gold core stage and very close to the Great Circle. The frigid chi within him had already reached the 80% level, and once he reached the 100% level, he would achieve the breakthrough he sought. As the energy of heaven and earth filled his gold core and its 9 spiritual seas, he unleashed his frigid school will-evolving incantation, causing frigid chi to pulse out rapidly. That wasn't ordinary frigid chi. It was of the frigid master level. Once he entered the Great Circle, his frigid chi would also break through to the frigid paragon level. As a frigid paragon, he would be able to freeze portions of Heavenspan River water. Furthermore, when combined with his other extraordinary abilities and powers, he would be able to freeze anyone in the core formation stage in place, and even kill them with a mere thought. The aura of a frigid paragon could even cause major problems for nascent soul experts. After his breakthrough into the Great Circle, the power of his Heaven Tao Gold Core would be able to unleash its true potential. It was the most powerful type of Gold Core, the type which could shake the nascent soul stage. Before, he had only been able to fight the nascent soul tribal chief by relying on godly vestige pills and his incredible fleshly body strength. But once he stepped into the Great Circle, then even if he faced ordinary soul cultivators with divine abilities of the nascent soul stage, he would definitely be able to fight them toe-to-toe. The Great Circle of the Gold Core stage. Such thoughts filled Bai with anticipation, as well as excitement. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and therefore, he calmed his thoughts and focused on the frigid school will-evolving incantation, sending pulses of frigid chi out of his body. Frigid chi filled the building, instantly freezing everything over. In fact, from the outside, the building almost looked like an enormous ice cube. As the cracking sounds rang out, Zhao Long and the others who were standing guard looked on in shock. Moments later, even some of the nearby pill furnaces were frozen just like the building. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun had warned them ahead of time of what to expect, and they were some distance away. Were they not, they very well could have been in danger of being frozen in place. What technique does our exalted colonel cultivate? That frigid chi is so strong. It's horrifying. Zhao Long and Lu Li exchanged glances, as did everyone else. Even as they looked on, frigid chi filled more than half of the armory. Everywhere it went became a world of frozen ice. Thankfully, during the course of Bai Xiaochun's rise to prominence, the other grandmasters had all moved away. If they hadn't, they would also have been frozen in place in their residences. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, the entire armory was frozen. It looked like an ice mountain that astonished not only Zhao Long and the others in the regiment, but also the other skin flayers in the area. There were even major generals with nascent soul cultivation bases who were astonished, and as for Bai Lin, he personally flew over to see what was happening. After looking down at the armory, his eyes began to shine with a strange light. If he'd possessed frigid qi of this level before, he would have been able to fight his way back to safety much more easily than he did. Eyes sparkling with approval, he quickly issued orders for more skin flayers to come and stand guard as Dharma protectors. The last to take note was the Deva Chenhutian. A beam of light shot out from the enormous eye to shine upon the armory, which closely examined the situation before retracting a moment later. This seems to be some new transformation of frigid qi, Chun Hutian murmured thoughtfully. Time passed. Bai Xiaochun's session of secluded meditation lasted for several months, during which time fighting resumed outside the Great Wall, but little more than small-scale skirmishes. Nothing like the fighting earlier that year occurred. Eventually, his months of cultivation led to a crucial moment. The energy of heaven and earth provided by the nascent soul pill had converged in his gold core, causing his spiritual seas to vibrate as frigid qi completely froze his gold core. From the look of it, his core was transforming into an ice core. By this point, the gold core was more than 90% iced up, and pulsed with a freezing aura that left Bai Xiaochun motionless and seemingly frozen. Another 3 days passed. That evening, when the final bit of the gold core came to be covered with ice, Bai Xiaochun's gold core truly had transformed into an ice core. Rumbling sounds echoed out in his mind as his eyes snapped open. At the same time, boundless streams of energy erupted out from inside of him. Cultivation base breakthrough. No longer was he in the late gold core stage, he was now in the great circle. It worked, he shouted, his eyes gleaming with strange light. As of this moment, he could sense that the golden ice core inside of him contained frigid qi that vastly surpassed anything from before. Furthermore, as that qi flowed through him, it didn't harm in the least. He slowly extended his right hand, causing a stream of frigid qi to emerge from his fingertip. Instantly, the layers of ice around him began to tremble, as though an incredible pressure had suddenly descended onto the existing ice, a pressure from the emperor of all freezing things. Instantly, more ice began to build up in the armory, causing all of the cultivators who had been standing guard to back up to avoid it. Frigid paragon? Bai Xiaochun murmured, his expression the same as ever as he looked thoughtfully at his fingertip. For some reason, it felt as if some unexplainable transformation was occurring to the ice core inside of him. It was almost as if something were growing inside. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Although he couldn't be sure if something really was inside of the ice core, he could definitely sense some familiar fluctuations, and was certain that if he made another breakthrough, the results would be astonishing. It almost seems like control power, he murmured. Wait, I get it. Since I cultivate the frigid school will-evolving incantation, and have just made a major breakthrough, then I most likely have will growing inside of the ice core. Bai Xiaochun already had his own speculations and understanding regarding the so-called will. After a bit of time, he suppressed his curiosity. The answer would come when his willpower was eventually brought out into the world. Then he would know for sure. My cultivation base is now in the great circle of the gold core stage. Next is my undying live forever technique. The strength of the nascent soul pill had already pushed him into the great circle, but there was still a bit of power left, which he could transform into life force. These nascent soul pills really live up to their reputation. What a pity I don't have the medicine formula. Of course, based on what I can tell, main ingredient is almost certainly immortal birthing grass. Immortal birthing grass was a near-extinct type of medicinal plant whose primary function was to provide life force power. In the legends, that type of life force could be used to become an immortal. Of course, that wasn't true at all, and yet it went to show how valuable immortal birthing grass was. From what I can tell, as long as I prevent the nascent soul pill from taking my core and forming a nascent soul, Then I can absorb the life force with my undying live forever technique and make a huge advancement. The third level of the Undying Codex is the Undying Tendons. I've already cultivated it in both arms and both legs, and am lacking only in the torso and head. The requirements for the torso are significant. After a moment of thought, he looked at the second nascent soul pill, gritted his teeth, and put it in his mouth. Anyone on the outside who saw him consume a second nascent soul pill would have been completely flabbergasted. For one thing, nascent soul pills were incredibly valuable, and furthermore, few people would ever need to consume more than one to make their breakthrough. As soon as he consumed the second pill, the energy of heaven and earth erupted out into his chi passageways. Almost immediately, it began to head toward his ice core, where, normally speaking, it would shatter the core and begin to form a nascent soul. However, as soon as the energy began to speed toward the ice core, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered, and he unleashed his undying live forever technique. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a huge vortex formed in his torso, and a shocking gravitational force sprang into being. In the blink of an eye, all of the energy of heaven and earth veered off course and began to pour into that vortex. The undying live forever technique could be cultivated with incredible rapidity as long as enough life force was available. Bai Xiaochun had learned that many years ago. Also, he had come to understand that cultivating it required a huge, almost preposterous expenditure of resources. There was no way the river-defying sect could sustain such a resource drainage, and even the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect, one of the river source sects, would be hard-pressed to do so. And as of this moment, he had only reached the third level of the Undying Codex, the Undying Tendons. Later, he would need to work on the Undying Bones and Undying Blood, and could scarcely imagine what level of life force would be required for that. I can't worry about all of that, he thought, his eyes shining with determination as the vortex in his torso sucked in the life force from the nascent soul pill. Almost immediately, his body began to radiate intense heat that began to melt the surrounding ice, and caused his blood to seethe as it surged through his veins. As the heat filled him, he could clearly sense his chi passageways being reformed. As they were, black light filled him, the representation of powerful fleshly body power flowing through his body. As it connected to the power in his four limbs, something like a restrictive spell began to spread out to surround him. Time passed, although Bai Xiaochun couldn't be sure how much. Suddenly, his eyes opened to find that his entire body, with the exception of his head, was radiating a black light that was painful to look at. Eyes shining, he cast his senses throughout his body, and could immediately tell that his fleshly body power had increased far beyond its previous level. However, that was not the most shocking aspect to the change. He could also sense that his body was much lighter, or at least that was what it felt like. As of this moment, he was quite sure that he could move so quickly that he could pierce through the air. Curious, Bai Xiaochun was struck with the desire to test out his theory. However, he suppressed that desire and decided to examine himself a bit further. Suddenly, he gasped. This! To his delight, he realized that he was just on the verge of making contact with the next shackle of mortality. That feeling brightened his spirits immediately. From what he could tell, all it would take would be one more bit of advancement to spread his undying live forever technique to his head. Unfortunately, the life force from the nascent soul pill was already fading away. What a pity, he thought sadly. However, he was still excited. I'm in the great circle of the gold core stage, and made a big breakthrough with my undying live forever technique. As of this point, not a single ordinary core formation cultivator would ever dare to provoke me. Laughing heartily, he rose to his feet. No longer suppressing his desire to pierce through the air, he took a step forward. When he did, the layers of ice in front of him exploded, and Bai Xiaochun vanished. As that happened, the other layers of ice in the area cracked and shattered, and in the blink of an eye the building was revealed. The effects quickly spread out into the courtyard, and within the space of a few breaths of time, to the entire armory. Cracking sounds filled the air, causing the skin flayers to look around in surprise. Zhao Long and the others from the regiment looked on in shock as the masses of ice, and the mountain that had been the residence, all collapsed. Everything in the armory, from buildings to pill furnaces, all shattered as they transformed into a blast of wind that spread out in all directions. Then, countless gasps rang out as people realized that Bai Xiaochun was nowhere to be seen. The Grandmaster is missing? What's going on? Xiaolong, Lu Li, and others from the regiment rushed over to the collapsed residence. And sure enough, Bai Xiaochun was gone. As they began to search for him, something happened on the battlefield outside the Great Wall. Of course, there was no fighting going on at the moment, although the landscape was shattered and there were corpses everywhere. That was how the area outside the Great Wall usually looked, like a scene from the underworld. Occasionally, various wildlands animals that enjoyed feasting on carrion could be seen munching on severed limbs and crunching on other parts of the corpses. Suddenly, ripples spread out into the air, after which a black glow appeared, which seemed to take the shape of a magical symbol. The carrion-eating animals were startled, and many shot off in the opposite direction, not daring to get close to the black glow. At the same time, the cultivators on duty atop the Great Wall also noticed what was happening. Some of the magical cannons even began to warm up, as if they were about to unleash attacks. The ripples outside of the wall eventually formed into the shape of a bubble, which popped, after which a figure staggered out. Killing intent appeared in the eyes of the cultivators on the wall, and they were about to attack when suddenly, some of them began to call out in surprise. "Grandmaster Bai! It's Bai Xiaochun!" Gasps could be heard as the cultivators realized who it was they were looking at, and yet were unable to reconcile his sudden appearance on the battlefield. The person down there was definitely none other than Bai Xiaochun. At first, he glanced around in confusion. When he finally realized where he was, his scalp began to prickle in fear. "What am I doing here?" Instantly, his anxiety mounted as he thought about what would happen if a group of soul cultivators suddenly showed up. Without any hesitation, he began to speed back toward the Great Wall. "Let me in!" he cried as he flew along. Seeing that the cultivators on the Great Wall were hesitating, he quickly pulled out his identity medallion to prove who he was. With that, he passed through the shield and landed on the wall itself. The cultivators still seemed a bit suspicious though, and began to ask some questions. "Grandmaster Bai, what were you doing out there? We didn't see anyone go out beyond the wall. You're supposed to get permission from a general before doing that." An accident, that's all," Bai Xiaochun said, clearing his throat. "Just a little accident." Now that he was back inside the protection of the Great Wall, his heart began to calm down. Earlier, he had been attempting to test out his ability to pierce through the air, and hadn't been expecting to suddenly step into a void of darkness. Within that void, he felt like his body was collapsing, and, terrified, had struggled to emerge. When he did, he was dropped onto the battlefield outside of the Great Wall. The mere thought of what had just occurred left his heart pounding with residual terror. After offering some more vague explanations, he hurried back to the city. "Way too dangerous," he thought. "I definitely can't take risks like that anymore." Despite his lingering fear, though, he had to admit that what he had just done was extraordinary. He had actually pierced through the Great Wall and its spell formation shield with something almost like a minor teleportation. Or maybe that's not it. After all, outside of battle situations, the huge "I will prevent cultivators from the 5 legions from leaving the shield without orders. And of course, they can't get back in without an identity medallion. And yet, I definitely managed to get out. Why? He blinked a few times, and after a moment, couldn't help but feel that what he had done just now felt like a strange manifestation of his undying tendons. Don't tell me it's the undying hex? Maybe it can affect or even bypass other restrictive spells. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun considered doing some more tests. However, the sensation of almost being ripped apart in that void was something he couldn't stop thinking about. "No, it's too dangerous. If I want to do some more tests, I'll have to wait until my undying tendons are complete, and I've broken through the next shackle." Shaking his head, he finally got back to the armory. That was when Zhao Long and the rest of the regiment finally found him. Zhao Long immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The members of his regiment felt more than ever that Bai Xiaochun was a mysterious and enigmatic figure, and were shocked that he had been able to vanish despite all of them being present to stand guard. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Grandmaster. Grandmaster, do you want us to start rebuilding things?" As of this point, the armory was uninhabitable, but as a colonel in the Skin Flayers, he had his own command center. Therefore, he simply waved his hand and said, "We're done with this place for now. Let's go to my command center." Great Wall City was divided up into East, West, South, North, and Central districts, one for each of the 5 legions. The Skin Flayers occupied the East District, which was further divided up into 10 garrisons, one for each of the major generals. The major generals were all nascent soul experts, people who had climbed mountains of corpses and swam through seas of blood to get to their current position. Their murderous auras and battle prowess vastly exceeded those of others in their same cultivation level. Without illustrious service performed for the army, and also powerful backers, it was virtually impossible to become a major general. As for the garrisons, they were divided into 10 command centers, which belonged to the 10 colonels who led them. As for the lieutenants and captains, they occupied locations within the command centers of the colonels. Bai Xiaochun's command center was in the garrison belonging to Major General Zhou Xingjuan of the 3rd Corps, right next to Li Hongming's command center. After Bai Xiaochun was promoted to colonel, Major General Zhou Xingjuan had almost immediately arranged for troops to be assigned to him. Clearly, the army cared a lot about Bai Xiaochun, because all of those cultivators came from the group of 10,000 that he had personally rescued off of the battlefield. Originally, they had been members of other parts of the army, but had been specifically reassigned by General Bai Lin. The entire group of cultivators felt incredible gratitude toward Bai Xiaochun, and had personally witnessed his ferocity and madness in the heat of battle. As such, they were fully convinced of his abilities, and were very excited to serve in his regiment. As Bai Xiaochun was making his way over to the command center, some of the cultivators of the regiment were drilling on the parade ground, practicing the use of various divine abilities, their faces expressionless. Others were sparring amongst themselves. Although everyone appeared to be completely ferocious, they all maintained careful control at all times. The majority sat cross-legged, meditating in silence. The entire command center seemed filled with a very somber air, and a weighty pressure that would make any outsider hesitant to enter it. The place had been like this ever since Bai Xiaochun was promoted to colonel, and in fact, the troops under the command of the other colonels all trembled in fear when they passed by it. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the sky which shot down toward the command center. Immediately, all the soldiers inside looked up with cold eyes. Within the beam of light was a middle-aged man with a somber expression and pulsing veins of steel. "The exalted colonel is coming." As soon as the words left his mouth, the cultivators in the command center trembled with excitement. Immediately, the captains began to shout out orders. "Get into formation." Soon, the entire place was buzzing. When Bai Xiaochun finally arrived, he saw many familiar faces lined up outside the command center. As soon as the group caught sight of him, they stepped forward a pace and then shouted out in a mighty voice, "Greetings, Colonel!" Their words echoed like thunder to fill the entire 3rd Corps. As for Li Hongming and the other colonels, they were shaken, and quite a few of them rushed out of their own command centers to see what was happening. What they saw was the assembled cultivators of Bai Xiaochun's regiment, pulsing with tenacity, as if their very bones were filled with the desire to do battle. It was as if all Bai Xiaochun had to do was say the word, and they would raise any area to the ground in a blaze of destruction. Li Hongming and the other colonels were deeply shaken. Valiant troops and a gallant officer. Not only are they grateful to Bai Xiaochun, but they also personally witnessed his veins of steel and vicious fighting. Therefore, they truly respect and admire him, because of their zealous devotion to him. Until the day comes that they pay back the kindness he has shown, they might as well be his personal army. This was Bai Xiaochun's first time visiting his command center and seeing all the cultivators he recognized from that fateful battle. Now that he could sense how heroic and dauntless they were, it got his own blood pumping a bit faster. All of a sudden, he found himself thinking about how he had faced countless dangers that day during the war. After a long moment, he took a breath as a feeling of profound emotion filled him. After all, he knew that, while he had saved them, they had also saved him. The looks of reverence and awe with which they gazed at him caused his heart to tremble. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand toward the command center and said, "Come on, men. Let's drink and eat together. What battle credit we earn, we spend together. And when we have to flee for our lives, we do it shoulder to shoulder." Bai Xiaochun felt that his words were particularly domineering, and when the cultivators under his command heard them, they exchanged amused glances, then clasped hands and shouted, "Sir! Yes, sir!" As their voices resonated through the area, Li Hongming and the other colonels exchanged odd glances. They had seen quite a few commanding officers give speeches to encourage their troops, but had never heard anyone say things as directly as Bai Xiaochun had. Some distance away in the Skin Flayers district was an enormous building that looked like a coffin, within which Bai Lin stood looking in Bai Xiaochun's direction, shaking his head and smiling. 10 armor-clad individuals stood near him, most of them middle-aged, but some older. Moments ago, the group had been discussing business relating to the Skin Flayers, but after the scene which had just played out, they had sent their divine sense over to observe, and now all of them seemed to be reminiscing about the past. "This Bai Xiaochun sure is candid," Bai Lin said with a chuckle. "I can't believe he just said that they would flee from battle shoulder to shoulder." He turned to look at one of the group of 10, an old man with white hair. "Brother Zhou, Bai Xiaochun is very important to the Skin Flayers. Please make sure to take special care of him." The 10 men surrounding Bai Lin were none other than the 10 major generals of the Skin Flayers. As for the white-haired old man, he was Bai Xiaochun's commanding officer, Major General Zhou Xingjuan of the 3rd Corps. Upon hearing Bai Lin's words, he smiled and nodded his head. "Don't worry, General. I'll make sure to keep Grandmaster Bai safe and sound." Bai Lin nodded in response, then looked away from the scene outside and resumed his discussion with the major generals. Meanwhile, the members of Bai Xiaochun's regiment clustered around him as he headed into the command center. Once inside, he looked around at what was to be his new residence. As for Zhao Long and his original squad, they were now Bai Xiaochun's personal guard, and they quickly made strict rules regarding who was allowed into the command center. Without express orders, no one from outside the regiment could gain entrance. After all, not only was Bai Xiaochun a colonel, but he was also on the Wildlands execution list, and in the top 10 at that. The reward on his head was a Deva beast soul, something that would be lucrative to Wildlanders and cultivators alike. In fact, in the past, there had been situations in which people on the execution list were killed by cultivators, not Wildlanders. Before long, half a year had gone by. By now, Bai Xiaochun had been serving at the Great Wall for 2 years. After his promotion to colonel, fighting went on as usual beyond the wall, but they were all skirmishes that didn't come close to the scale of the huge battle the year before. Bai Xiaochun was now very familiar with life in Great Wall City, and had taken up a new hobby. Every few days, he would don his colonel's armor and strut out of his command center, surrounded by large numbers of his men, to stroll through the city. He very much enjoyed the looks of awe and envy that people cast in his direction when he appeared in public. In fact, it was something he would never grow tired of. At first, Zhao Long and his original squad found this very odd, as did the other cultivators in the regiment. However, they gradually grew used to it, and realized that this was just Bai Xiaochun's personality. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it gradually became nothing out of the ordinary. However, Bai Xiaochun continued to do it so often that he appeared to be neglecting his day-to-day duties. It reached the point where Bai Lin caught wind of it. Annoyed, he made some special arrangements. The next day, when Bai Xiaochun led his regiment out of the command center to enjoy the gazes of the other cultivators in the army, he had just begun to savor the buzz of conversation around him when all of a sudden, a group of several thousand cultivators appeared, all of them wearing suits of armor. As they proceeded along, they cleared a 300-meter path through the crowds in front of them. Not even Bai Xiaochun was exempt, and was forced off to the side. "What are you people doing?" he complained. Without any hesitation, the cultivator in question flashed a command medallion which was emblazoned with the surname Nian, as well as the sigil of the Skin Flayers. "Major General Nian Herong is coming through. Back up, all of you." Within the 5 legions, The only people who had command medallions with their surnames on them were the major generals. As soon as the command medallion appeared, the cultivator didn't need to say anything else. With the wave of his hand, the thousands of cultivators under his command began to drive Bai Xiaochun and the others backward. Bai Xiaochun wasn't too happy about that, but there was little he could do about. All he could do was watch as the nearly 10,000 cultivators cleared a path through the area. Moments later, a dazzling sight appeared not too far off in the distance. It was an old man in a crimson suit of armor, flanked by 10 colonels, all of whom had respectful expression on their faces. Everyone who had been cleared out of the 300-meter path began to cheer and cry out fervently, in a way that vastly surpassed how they had reacted when they saw Bai Xiaochun. The drone of their enthusiasm instantly bore deep into Bai Xiaochun's ears. "It's a major general! Heavens! You hardly ever see the major generals walking around. The major generals of Great Wall City can shake all creation. They're the kind of people who cause the lands to tremble wherever they go." Bai Xiaochun could merely gape in astonishment at the ostentatious and domineering scene which was playing out in front of him. At the same time, he felt a bit downhearted. What's so amazing about him? He thought. He's just a major general, right? Then he gritted his teeth. I have to become a major general. Bai Xiaochun had left in the highest of spirits, and came back feeling like he was at the bottom of the barrel. After returning to his command center, he thought back to the sight of the Major General's procession, and felt very irritated. Major General, he thought, gritting his teeth. Then he considered how the Major General had walked along with an escort of 10 colonels, while he himself was only a colonel. I can't settle for this. I have to become a Major General. With that, his eyes began to shine with determination. Over the course of the past half-year, he had spent almost no time on cultivation, nor had he done any pill concocting. Most of his time had been spent enjoying the perks of being a colonel. However, as of this moment, he had received a sharp reminder that being a colonel was not the end of the line for him. Now that the idea of being a major general was stirring in his mind, he thought back to how Bai Lin had encouraged him to work hard to get promoted. If I retire as a major general, he murmured, then when I get back to the sect, I'll be an elder in the Hall of Steel Veins. Realizing that he didn't have all of the information he needed, he decided to go out and make some inquiries. The truth was that such matters were not secret within the 5 legions, and were in fact quite well known. It only took a bit of asking around for Bai Xiaochun to get all of the information he was looking for. Elders in the Hall of Steel Veins had a position far above ordinary elders. In fact, they were on a level that put them only slightly below the sect leader, a fact which left Bai Xiaochun gasping and deeply moved. How is that even possible? This is the sect leader of the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect we're talking about. He's only in the nascent soul stage, but he's still in a very high position. And elders in the Hall of Steel Veins are just below that? Bai Xiaochun almost couldn't believe it at first, but after further inquiries, he came to understand why it was the case. The 5 legions operate beyond the control of the sect leader. Even the Deva stationed at the Great Wall is only here to oversee things. The only person who directly controls the 5 legions is the demigod patriarch. The reason the Hall of Steel Veins is so powerful is because it only follows his orders. Bai Xiaochun was both flabbergasted and also palpitating with eagerness. If he could somehow manage to become a major general, then when his commission was up and he went back to the sect, he could get a set of 5 elements Deva beast souls and step into the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, he could also become an elder in the Hall of Steel Veins. When that happened, he would have a very high position, higher than ordinary elders in the sect. Not only would that be a big help to the river-defying sect, but it would also be immensely beneficial on a personal level. The mere idea left his heart burning with anticipation, to the point where his eyes sparkled with the light of countless stars. I absolutely have to become a major general, he said, slapping his thigh. Now that he had set his goal, though, it immediately led to new anxiety. After all, he had already calculated how much battle credit it would take to become a major general, which was more than 100 times the amount he had earned in that huge battle. In the better part of a year which had passed since then, no major battles had even occurred. More than a month went by, and he only got more depressed. Eventually, he climbed to the top of the Great Wall and looked out toward the wildlands. Unfortunately, all he could do was wish that their huge army would come back. "Why aren't they attacking?" he said as he stood there sighing. "Damn it! I don't have much time to work with, only 7 or 8 more years. What am I supposed to do? I guess the savages and soul cultivators are just too scared and don't dare to come over and fight." The other cultivators noticed how he was acting and heard his constant sighing. Soon, they began to exchange awkward glances. As far as they were concerned, it was a good thing that the wildland savages hadn't attacked in full force. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't seem to think so, which they found very strange. Of course, the sight of him acting in such a way led some of them sigh inwardly and muse. "Why aren't they attacking? Isn't it because of you? If it weren't for you and your special methods, they would be doing things the way they usually did, and attacking several times per month." Bai Xiaochun waited a bit longer, and yet there was no change. Every day that went by, he continued to try to think of a solution to the problem, until his eyes were bloodshot. Finally, he decided that he had to do something to speed things up. "Fine, if the savages insist on being so uncooperative, then I'll just have to think of a new way to earn battle credit. I absolutely have to become a major general." With that, he headed toward the huge pagoda in the middle of the city. From what he remembered last time he had gone to exchange battle credit, the 5 legions had an execution list just like the wildlands did. Taking the heads of some of the people on that list came with hefty rewards. "Now that I'm a colonel, I have lots of powerful experts under my command. I refuse to believe that I can't earn some battle credit with their help." It didn't take Bai Xiaochun very long to reach the central district, and the base of the tower, where quite a group of cultivators was gathered. When they caught sight of him, they gave him solemn nods of greeting. Bai Xiaochun looked up at the eye at the top of the tower, then pulled out his identity medallion and sent some spiritual sense into it to begin browsing the execution list. The first thing that jumped out to him was the first name on the list. As soon as he saw it, his eyes went wide. Mistress Red Dust. Mistress Red Dust's information was clearly listed there in first place on the list. She had a Deva realm cultivation base, and was a ruthless fighter who was cold and cruel to the bone. In fact, there was even a reminder that, because she was a Deva, it was best to avoid her at all costs. The number of cultivators she had killed since she made her debut was shocking to behold, including many nascent soul cultivators. Most shocking of all was that she hadn't even been practicing cultivation for 200 years. To become a Deva so quickly seemed almost impossible to Bai Xiaochun, especially considering how impoverished the wildlands were. There was no energy of heaven and earth there, only soul power. And yet, despite being in those conditions, this Mistress Red Dust had managed to set a heaven-defying pace in her cultivation. "I remember Mistress Red Dust," Bai Xiaochun murmured. As soon as he focused on her name, a picture appeared in his mind. It depicted a young woman, more beautiful than Chen Manyao, wearing red garments that accentuated her good looks, and yet made her seem very dangerous. Her murderous aura was shocking to the extreme, even though it was just a picture. Bai Xiaochun remembered seeing her in the flesh during the battle outside the Great Wall. She had been in the middle of fighting Chen Hutian when she had actually made a move to try to kill Bai Xiaochun. Of course, anyone who looked at Mistress Red Dust's name on the list would see the same image Bai Xiaochun was seeing. She was a spectacular figure, who had a reward on her head so high that it was astonishing to behold. Anyone who killed her would be promoted to general. If there were no generals who needed to be replaced, then a new legion would be created. That was a reward that surpassed even Bai Xiaochun's ideal of becoming a major general. As soon as he saw that reward, his eyes burned with passion and envy. However, it also caused him to purse his lips. So stupid. The only person who could take that shrew out is a Deva, and why would a Deva want to be a general in the army? Bai Xiaochun shook his head. If he was good enough to take out a Deva, then he wouldn't be sitting around at the Great Wall. He would definitely be back in the river-defying sect already. Besides, when it came to Devas, they weren't the type of people he would ever be willing to offend. Sighing, he went on to look at the second name on the list, which also belonged to a Deva, who went by the Taoist name Wakening Insects. The number of merit points offered up for his death was shocking, to say the least. Astonished, Bai Xiaochun continued to go down the list. Soon, he began to frown as he realized that all the names in the top 30 were those of nascent soul-stage necromancers. Although some of the names at the bottom of the list were core formation cultivators, the battle credit reward for them wasn't very high. After a few calculations, Bai Xiaochun found that he would have to kill everyone from 30th place all the way down into the 200s to earn enough battle credit to become a major general. What am I supposed to do, then? He thought, sighing. Obviously, he had to give up on the idea of killing people on the execution list. It was simply too dangerous of an undertaking. However, the thought of the honor, glory, and benefits that came with being a major general were something he just couldn't give up on. There had to be a way to get more battle credit. What a headache, he thought. How am I supposed to pull something like this off when the only thing I'm good at is concocting pills? Wait a second. That's not right. There is something I'm good at. Stopping in place, he thought back to his time hanging out with Zhao Tianjiao, and how he had called himself a love saint. Suddenly, his heart began to pound. Looking back at the execution list, he blinked a few times, feeling a bit torn. Don't tell me that in order to become a major general, I'm going to have to rely on my sex appeal to seduce Mistress Red Dust? The mere thought left him grieving in indignation. That was especially true considering that she was so much older than him. Although she was pretty, who knew what kind of eccentricities she had? The more he thought about it, the more that plan seemed like a huge sacrifice. Not worth it? He thought, feeling more crestfallen than ever. With that, he abandoned the idea. Quick note about Mistress Red Dust's name. First of all, this is a Taoist name, not her real name. That fact is not confirmed until later in the novel, but it seems pretty obvious from the get-go. It's a hard name to pin down how to translate. There are different ways to interpret it, but I'm going with the way the term is used in Buddhist philosophy. The red dust is a metaphor referring to the world of mortals or human society. In terms of why she would have such a name, there is no explanation provided at this point, so you will have to contemplate that on your own. Could it be that the heavens are jealous of me, Bai Xiaochun? Have I been doomed to never become a major general? Feeling overwhelmed by sorrow, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked up into the sky. After a long moment, he sighed and turned to leave the pagoda. However, in that very moment, one of the cultivators nearby opened his bag of holding and produced a collection of vengeful souls. Bags of holding couldn't be used to hold vengeful souls for long periods of time, and in fact, these souls were already starting to grow dim. As soon as they flew out into the open, a gravitational force sprang out from the huge eye. In the briefest of moments, the souls were sucked up, which seemed to enliven the huge eye. Bai Xiaochun suddenly stopped in place, his eyes growing wide. Clearly, after turning in all of the vengeful souls, the cultivator from just now had been given some battle credit. Instantly, Bai Xiaochun's spirits lifted. Eyes shining brightly, he slapped his thigh. Of course! How could I have forgotten? You can turn in souls to get battle credit. In fact, as long as you keep turning in souls, your battle credit will continue to climb. However, only a moment after getting excited, he suddenly felt even more down than before. That won't work either. After all, there wasn't very much fighting going on lately, which meant that there were very few souls on the battlefield. He was extremely adept at taking care of souls, but had nowhere to exercise his talents. Sighing, he trudged away. After returning to his command center, he sat there in frustration, mulling the matter over from different angles. In the end, he could only think of one solution. If he wanted to get more souls, he would need to leave the Great Wall and go out into the wildlands to search for them himself. No way, I can't do that. It's too dangerous. There's no way I'm going to openly court death. Sighing, he gave up on the idea. No longer in the mood to go strolling about outside the command center, he decided to focus on cultivating his Undying Live Forever technique. The third level of the Undying Live Forever technique was the Undying Tendons. All he had to do was cultivate that part of the technique using his head, and he would be finished. At the moment, he had plenty of medicinal plants that he could use to make medicinal pills, and yet, he knew that the head was different from the limbs and torso. Therefore, he went about his cultivation cautiously. After a bit of work, he was able to confirm that there was indeed some danger in cultivating the undying tendons in his head. Therefore, he pondered the matter for quite some time before proceeding. Before long, half a year had gone by. In a few more months, Bai Xiaochun would reach the 3-year mark at the Great Wall. As the months passed, there were a few battles here and there. Every time a battle came along, Bai Xiaochun would get very excited. Although he wouldn't personally participate, his subordinates would fight, and as a result, he would get some vengeful souls and battle credit. However, he was still a very long way away from becoming a major general. When he was only 2 months away from the 3-year mark, he was meditating in his command center, working on his undying live forever technique, when he realized that he was 50% finished with the undying tendons in his head. However, it was at that point that he began to slow down with his cultivation. It was definitely dangerous to work on the undying tendons in the head, and he had almost fallen into deadly crises on multiple occasions. One day, he suddenly realized that something was glowing red inside his bag of holding. Surprised, he opened his eyes from his meditation and looked down. "What's going on?" he thought curiously. As soon as he opened his bag of holding, dazzling red light spilled out, light that was coming from his identity medallion. "It's glowing," he thought. This was the same medallion he had received upon debarking the huge ship years ago. He remembered being told to never lose it or allow it to be damaged, lest he be incapable of going into and out of the Great Wall. Furthermore, it was also his ticket back to the sect. He had never forgotten those warnings. Afterward, he had even performed a few experiments, and had confirmed that the medallion was made in some fashion that made it impossible for him to affect it in any way. Now, that very same identity medallion was shining with blinding red light. If that were all there were to the situation, it might not have been a big deal. But to Bai Xiaochun's astonishment and anxiety, he found that the jade medallion was emanating the fluctuations of imminent self-detonation. "What's happening?" he thought, leaping to his feet, his face falling. Not daring to be hesitant, he cast some divine sense into the medallion, whereupon a message appeared in his mind. "You have only 2 months until the deadline to complete your first mission. If there is no record of you leaving the Great Wall within that time, this jade medallion will self-destruct." Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped, and his eyes went wide. After sending more divine sense into the medallion to confirm that he had received the message correctly, he began to drip with sweat. "Damn it! I knew I had to go on 3 missions during the 10-year trial, but this is the first time I've heard about having to do one within the first 3 years. His anxiety immediately began to grow as he thought of the prospect of the medallion being destroyed and being unable to return to the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect. "This is blackmail," he fumed. The truth was that he wasn't the only one in this position. There were other chosen who hadn't gone on any missions during their first 3 years, who were now similarly staring at their brightly glowing identity medallions. Clearly, the Starry Sky Tao Polarity sect had prepared methods to deal with any lazy disciples who neglected to go on missions. Racked with anxiety, Bai Xiaochun flew out of his command center to find Bai Lin. Considering his current rank, he didn't have to make any special requests to see the general, and was soon right in front of him. "General, save me!" he cried piteously. Bai Lin had been meditating, but as soon as he heard Bai Xiaochun's words, he opened his eyes. Before he could even ask about the situation, Bai Xiaochun held the glowing red medallion aloft and explained. When he was done, he stood there staring at Bai Lin with wide eyes with a look that said, "I'm your subordinate, you have to help me." Most of Bai Lin's subordinates were lifetime devotees of the 5 legions, who had enlisted directly into the Hall of Steel Veins. As such, he wasn't very familiar with the rules and regulations regarding the chosen who were out on trials by fire. Furthermore, were it not for the fact that Bai Xiaochun had put on such a spectacular performance when he had first arrived, Bai Lin would never have conscripted him. "All right, calm down," Bai Lin said. Pulling out a jade slip, he sent out a few messages of inquiry. After receiving the information he needed, he slowly looked back up at Bai Xiaochun. Nervous, Bai Xiaochun said, "General, I'm a colonel. It won't really be a big deal if the medallion self-destructs, will it?" You are indeed a colonel in the skin flayers, Bai Lin replied. But you were conscripted. If you were a major general, it might be a different story, but you still have to follow the rules of the sect. I should have thought of this myself, but don't worry. I'll help you resolve the situation. This was Bai Lin's first time seeing Bai Xiaochun in such a state. So he smiled and immediately started to call upon his network of contacts to try to solve the problem. When Bai Xiaochun saw that Bai Lin was starting to transmit a large number of messages through his jade slip, and remembered how he had an important background, he started to calm down. However, after a bit of time passed, a frown appeared on Bai Lin's face. Bai Xiaochun's heart immediately began to pound. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, an unsightly expression could be seen on Bai Lin's face. Putting away the jade slip, he hesitated for a moment and then said, "Humph, those people back at the sect are complete Philistines. Not flexible at all. By Xiaochun, I can reduce your mission requirement from 3 to 1. But you'll still have to go out at least once. Take some time to think about it. After all, it's only one mission, right?" Bai Lin was actually feeling a bit embarrassed. He really had tried to help Bai Xiaochun out, but had made so many special requests of the sect in recent years that it made things difficult. As for the elder in charge of the missions, he simply wouldn't budge. Unfortunately, there was nothing more Bai Lin could do other than offer Bai Xiaochun a bit of comfort. Bai Xiaochun felt like crying, but could tell that Bai Lin had already done all he could by reducing the mission requirement down to 1. "General, I'm in the top 10 of the Wildlands execution list. The people out there hate me to death. They'll kill me as soon as they see me. I don't dare to go beyond the wall." Bai Lin cleared his throat. "Don't worry. Look, just put on a disguise. Go out, finish a mission, and get back as soon as possible. Nobody will even notice that you left. Only the two of us will be in on the secret. Besides, although the sect won't budge on the mission issue, there are other ways I can help. For example, the rule says you have to go on a mission, which means that Great Wall missions also count. Since you're a colonel, I hereby give you the authority to post your own missions. Just make a mission for yourself and go accomplish it. Simple. All you have to do is make sure that it's a mission suitable for the gold core stage. After all, the true spirit in the eye of the pagoda is responsible for declaring missions officially complete. I can post my own missions and go on one of those." Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. Laughing heartily, he clasped hands in salute and then left. At one's darkest hour, a glimmer of hope always appears. Bai Xiaochun hurried back excitedly to his command center, his mind abuzz with ideas. As soon as he got back, he had Zhao Long bring him a map of the area outside the Great Wall. After studying the map for a while, he pointed at a little valley barely 5 kilometers away. "That's the place." Looking a bit surprised, Zhao Long peered down at the valley, which seemed ordinary in every aspect, and was generally a place devoid of signs of life. In fact, he couldn't think of any reason why Bai Xiaochun would be pointing it out. "Colonel, what's so special about that valley?" Zhao Long asked. Waving his hand in a grand fashion, Bai Xiaochun replied, "According to the intelligence reports I have at my disposal, there's an early nascent soul stage soulhorn deer that lives in that valley. Anyone who can kill that creature and turn in its soulhorn will receive a battle credit reward. Go post the mission immediately." "Huh," Zhao Long said, confused. Soulhorn deer were native to the wildlands. Not only were their horns valuable ingredients for medicines, but they could also be used as the primary component to make soulhorn bows. However, soulhorn deer usually gathered in locations where there were a lot of vengeful souls. Considering that the valley in question was only about 5 kilometers away from the Great Wall, there definitely weren't any souls there, which mean that it would be impossible to find a soulhorn deer in the same location. Besides, battles were constantly being fought near the Great Wall, so even if a soulhorn deer happened to end up in the valley, it would quickly flee. After all, soulhorn deer weren't stupid, and definitely wouldn't choose a dangerous place like the Great Wall to settle down. Most importantly, early nascent soul stage soulhorn deer were almost never found outside of the depths of the wildlands. After a brief moment of confused hesitation, Zhao Long looked over at Bai Xiaochun and said, "Colonel, are you sure there's a soul-horned deer there? Also, major generals are the only ones who have the right to post missions. Look, if I say there's a soul-horned deer there, then there is. Just put the mission briefing together and send it to the general." Bai Xiaochun waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Long smiled stiffly, clasped hands and asked, "Very well, sir. How many battle credits is the reward?" Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and then said, "Well, it's a very dangerous mission that will be filled with countless dangers. The chances of making it back alive would be small. I guess the only option will be to post a handsome reward." "Very well. Set it at 100 million battle credits." Zhao Long's jaw dropped, and he gasped loudly. However, it only took a moment before he realized what was going on. Whereupon a strange look appeared in his eye. "Oh right," Bai Xiaochun said, giving Zhao Long a very serious look. "Don't forget to remind the general to let me know just before he posts the mission. We definitely can't have anyone else snatching it up." Zhao Long gave another stiff smile, nodded, then hurried away. As he went along, he couldn't help but envy Bai Xiaochun's ability to embezzle so brazenly. Soon, he reached Bai Lin, where he reported in officially and then handed over the mission briefing. When Bai Lin took the jade slip and looked at it closely, then saw that the reward was 100 million battle credits, his eyes went wide and he almost threw the jade slip on the ground. This is highway robbery. If he wants battle credits, that's fine, but he can't be so obvious about it. A soul-horned deer in valley 5 kilometers away, and at the early nascent soul stage. And then he has the nerve to put a reward of 100 million battle credits? Bai Lin wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. However, considering that he hadn't been able to convince the sect to exempt Bai Xiaochun from mission duty, he couldn't simply refuse to post the mission. After a bit of thought, he reduced the reward from 100 million to 1 million, then sent it to the pagoda in the center of the city. Even a reward of 1 million was still significant, and would be enough for an ordinary soldier to get a promotion to captain. The brat's getting a lucky break this time. Bai Lin posted the mission a bit begrudgingly. After all, since it was a skinflayer's mission, which meant that the reward would come from the skinflayer's coffers. Nonetheless, he posted the mission, sending a message to Bai Xiaochun right before it went public. As soon as the mission appeared in the listings at the pagoda, it was noticed, causing quite a commotion to break out. A mission for 1 million battle credits. Heavens! Quick! Get it! What mission is that? It's in valley 5 kilometers away? An early nascent soul stage soul-horned deer? How is that even possible? I want that mission. All of the cultivators who saw the mission instantly tried to do everything they could to be the ones to get their hands on it. However, none of them were a match for Bai Xiaochun. He had been waiting for the mission to be posted, and had also received advance notice from Bai Lin. Almost as soon as the mission showed up, he accepted it, and then swaggered away under the envious gazes of those around him. "Trying to steal my mission, huh?" he thought. "I was the one who made the mission. Even if you got it, you still wouldn't find a soul-horned deer in that valley." Feeling very pleased with himself, he peeked into his bag of holding, where he happened to have some soul horns that he had requested as ingredients for concocting soul convergence pills. One of them was clearly from an early nascent soul stage soul-horned deer. All I have to do is go over to that valley with my identity medallion in hand, then come back and turn in the mission. It was quite a stimulating feeling to be able to utilize one's power and connections to be able to earn battle credits in such an open and above-board way. However, despite feeling so pleased with how things were going, he was still very cautious about going outside of the Great Wall. After much thought, he decided that he definitely couldn't take any risks. Even though it's only 5 kilometers away, I can't just casually head over by myself. I definitely need to bring some people with me. He was absolutely convinced that this would be the best course of action, although he wasn't sure if it made sense to bring his entire 1,000-man regiment along. On the other hand, bringing too few people would be too dangerous. In the end, he gritted his teeth and murmured to himself, "I don't care about how it looks. Safety is the priority. I'm bringing all 1,000 of them with me." Having made his decision, he quickly passed down orders to his subordinates, making it clear that they weren't to spread word of the matter. None of them questioned Bai Xiaochun or what he was doing. He was their colonel and had also saved all of their lives. Therefore, all Bai Xiaochun had to do was point in a direction, and they would fight with bloodthirsty ferocity. It also helped that Bai Xiaochun had always treated them fairly. He had even spent his own battle credits to equip them with plenty of armor and magical items. He had also passed out a lot of medicinal pills that he himself had concocted. As a result, his regiment was better equipped and prepared for battle than most others in the legions. After a few days of preparation, it came time to go out on the mission. That night, the moon wasn't very bright, and the lands were blanketed in darkness. The regiment dressed in disguises to make their passage outside the Great Wall easier, and then prepared to leave. Everyone in the regiment had been stationed at the Great Wall for years, and were very familiar with how soul cultivators operated. Furthermore, they were all acquainted with the lands bordering Great Wall City. By disguising themselves as soul cultivators, complete with a few vengeful souls on display, they would definitely be less noticeable on the outside. The only way their disguises would be pierced would be if some extremely powerful expert came along, or if they were forced to use a divine ability that required spiritual power. After all, there was little fundamental difference between ordinary cultivators and soul cultivators. The main distinction was that the former used spiritual energy, while the latter used soul power. The 1,000 members of the regiment didn't go out in battle formation. Rather, they scattered and headed out one by one. However, all it would take would be a single word from Bai Xiaochun, and they would all group back together. After making all the arrangements for his subordinates, Bai Xiaochun nervously put on his own disguise, then gritted his teeth and went out beyond the wall. Outside, he reached up to feel his face, and realized that he still didn't feel at ease. Therefore, he patted his bag of holding to produce a large bucket of water, which was full to the brim with heaven-span river water. Inside of that water was a semi-transparent mask made from flesh, the very same mask he had acquired from imposter Nightcrypt. That mask could change one's appearance and aura, and even the fluctuations of one's life force. There are some mysterious things about this mask, but at the moment, I absolutely have to hide my appearance and aura. I need to seize the moment, go to the valley, come back, and then everything will be over. Besides, it's not like I'm going to run into some wildlands army in a little valley 5 kilometers from the Great Wall. Things shouldn't be too dangerous. With that, he took the mask out of the heaven-span river water and put it onto his face. Instantly, his appearance changed. No longer was he a young man, but instead, a sallow-faced, middle-aged soul cultivator. Furthermore, his spiritual power fluctuations vanished, to be replaced by intense, rippling soul power. As of this moment, he looked exactly like a soul cultivator. It was only at this point that he finally started to feel comfortable, and began to speed across the lands under the darkness of night. The light of the waning moon made it just possible to see the shadows cast by the boulders that littered the landscape, as well as bones of the dead. The occasional lonely soul could be seen floating through the air, and every once in a while, carrion-eating beasts would lift their heads to look around. It was late in the night, and the dim moon cast a pale, fragmented light over the lands. Coupled with the patchy clouds, it made everything murky and difficult to see. The occasional cries of various beasts could be heard, along with the wails of lonely souls that drifted to and fro. This was not Bai Xiaochun's first time outside the Great Wall, but the last time he had been in the middle of a battle, whereas this time he was out alone, and that was terrifying. After all, despite being in the great circle of core formation, he was still a bit leery of ghosts and souls. He wasn't afraid of them as much as he had been in the past, mostly because of his years serving at the Great Wall, and his deeper understanding of the wildlands. Although he hadn't seen everything there was to see in the world, he had seen enough that he didn't fear the specters of the dead like he had in the past. As he sped along through the night, it was impossible not to notice the skeletons of savage giants sticking up from the soil. Sighing, he thought, the whole reason I got into immortal cultivation to begin with was because I want to live forever. Who would ever have thought that my path would bring me to a place like this? Shaking his head, he proceeded along, contemplating how fate liked to drag people down all sorts of different paths. paths they might never have intended to walk. Another moment passed, and he cleared his mind of such thoughts and focused on being careful. He even slowed down a bit. By this point, he was about 3 or 4 kilometers away from the Great Wall, and more souls were becoming visible. Although the amount of souls was nothing compared to the soul tide that would fill the area during battles, there were still enough of them that Bai Xiaochun had to be extra careful. Most of the lone souls weren't humanoid in shape, but were spheres of mist that pulsed with icy coldness. Occasionally, they would converge together into the form of beasts or vicious spirits that would then pounce on the carrion-eating animals in the area. Some of the souls would burrow into the corpses lying on the ground, as if attempting to possess them. However, most of the corpses in the area were too old and stiff, making such efforts fruitless. As Bai Xiaochun moved forward, he was careful to give any souls he saw a wide berth. It wasn't that he couldn't handle them in a fight, but rather that there was no need to do so. There were too few of them and they were too low quality for him to even care about. Besides, if a fight broke out, it could attract attention and perhaps cause other problems. If there had been enough souls that it would be worth it to attack and collect them, he might have thought about it. But right now, it wouldn't be worth it. Eventually, when he was only about half a kilometer away from the little valley that was his destination, his eyes began to shine as he looked up ahead of him. That's quite a large number of souls. From what he could see, there were over 1,000 random souls flying about, occasionally letting out shrill cries. Normally speaking, there wouldn't be so many souls in this area. However, because of Bai Xiaochun's soul convergence pills, many of the souls in the attacking forces had fled and scattered to gather in places like this. More than 1,000 souls would be a good bit of battle credit. Starting to get a bit excited, he inched forward, then pulled out a soul convergence pill, quickly disabled the explosion effect, and threw it forward with all his might. The pill became a bright beam of light that landed right in the middle of the flock of souls, where it shattered, unleashing a gravitational force that quickly sucked in all of the more than 1,000 souls. Then Bai Xiaochun rushed over, grabbed the soul sphere and giddily tossed it into his bag of holding. After looking around to confirm that he hadn't attracted any unwanted attention, he proceeded toward the valley. The moment he entered the valley, he realized that there were a few hundred souls inside, and his delight grew. Who would have thought that I would make a bit of extra profit on this little venture? As of this moment, he was pleased with how lucky he had gotten, and how smoothly things were going. After glancing around the valley one more time, he pulled out another soul convergence pill, and was just preparing to throw it out when all of a sudden, his heart trembled. Eyes sparkling with vigilance, he turned to look over his shoulder. Behind him, a cloud of red mist was billowing out of the ground. However, it didn't seem to see Bai Xiaochun, and flew right past him into the valley. That red mist was a soul that, upon entering the valley, took the form of a vicious bird head, which then began to attack and consume the other souls in the valley. It's at the nascent soul level, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed to himself. As the soul in question attacked and consumed the other souls, its red color grew brighter, causing Bai Xiaochun to lick his lips. Souls of that level weren't as valuable as Deva Beast souls, but were still worth quite a bit of battle credit. However, Bai Xiaochun was still a bit hesitant. Logically speaking, that soul should have attacked me first. Why didn't it? Maybe it can't see me? Something about the situation seemed very strange, so he carefully took a few steps forward into the valley. However, not a single soul in the valley even looked his way. In fact, some of them even flew right past him as they attempted to flee the nascent soul-level soul. They really can't see me? He thought. Both surprised and emboldened, he hurried further into the valley and looked around at the souls flying everywhere, his eyes shining more brightly by the moment. Finally, he reached out with his hand, grabbed one of the passing souls and threw it into his bag of holding. Not even the crimson nascent soul-level soul seemed to be paying attention to him, and was simply going around attacking other souls. Before long, there were almost no souls left other than the crimson one, and by that point, Bai Xiaochun was fully convinced that the souls couldn't see him. Heart pounding, he reached up and felt his face to confirm that he was wearing his mask. Last time I was on the battlefield, the souls could definitely see me. but this time they can't. It must be because of this mask. Then, oh so carefully, he reached up and took the mask off. The instant it left his face, the crimson soul suddenly shivered and turned to stare straight at him. Then it opened its mouth, apparently preparing to scream and pounce on him. However, before it could make a noise, Bai Xiaochun quickly put the mask back on. The crimson soul seemed surprised, but quickly closed its mouth and then began searching around the valley, apparently looking for traces of whoever it was it had just seen. Seeing all this happen caused Bai Xiaochun's excitement to grow. What a gold mine! I can't believe the mask can do this too. It's a good thing I didn't get rid of it back then. With that, he walked up to the confused crimson soul, and before it even realized what was happening, reached out with lightning-like speed, grabbed it, and threw it into his bag of holding. Got it! This mask is like a precious treasure for collecting souls. If I use it with my soul convergence pills, I should be able to get enough battle credits to become a major general in no time. The more he thought about the prospect, the more excited he got. He quickly walked the length of the valley to make sure that his mission could be counted as having been accomplished, then looked up to see that dawn was nearing. Walking out of the valley, he decided that since he was invisible to souls, and also had about 1,000 subordinates shadowing him, that he was actually in a very safe position. Unless a huge army of savages showed up all of a sudden, he wasn't really in any danger at all. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he made a decision. It would be a big pity to go back right now. Since I'm outside the wall already, I might as well take the time to collect a few souls for battle credit. Having made his decision, Bai Xiaochun did his best to keep his excitement under control as he sped off into the distance. This time, instead of avoiding all of the random souls, he would walk right up to them and then grab them with the swish of a sleeve. The entire time, not a single soul noticed him at all. Ha ha ha! Now this is how to get battle credit. As he went along, he didn't let a single soul escape. His collection continued to increase, especially when he ran into larger groups of souls, which was when he would walk right into the middle of them and crush a soul convergence pill in his hand. With a whoosh, all of the souls would then be sucked into his bag of holding. So sick! This mask is the key to dominating the wildlands. Over the course of the next 4 hours, he continued to move about to and fro picking up souls, until he had well over 10,000. Unfortunately, that was the best he could do without running into a truly large group of souls. As for his subordinates who were shadowing him, ready to jump out and protect him at any time, many of them saw him going around collecting the souls, and were somewhat surprised, but took it in as a matter of course. From their perspective, Bai Xiaochun was the bane of vengeful souls, and therefore virtually nothing he did with regard to them would be very surprising. Time passed. Eventually, the light of dawn was spreading out across the sky, and Bai Xiaochun was more than 100 kilometers away from the Great Wall. By this point, he was almost completely beyond the area that could be considered the battlefield, and was truly in the wildlands. All sorts of strange rock formations and ferocious plants could be seen, as well as the occasional beast. He even saw a few savages. At one point, Bai Xiaochun caught sight of a soul cultivator in the mountains off to the distance, chasing after a beast of some sort. This soul cultivator didn't look much like the ones he had seen on the battlefield. He wore ordinary clothing and wasn't very handsome. Based on his aura, he seemed to be in the core formation stage, except that the soul power fluctuations coming off of him were not pure, but rather heterogeneous. A few years before, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't have known what to make of this soul cultivator. But as a colonel of the 5 legions, he had access to intelligence reports that gave him a much deeper understanding of the wildlands. The soul cultivators in the wildlands were not united, and in fact grouped together in all sorts of different organizations. There were even some soul cultivators who didn't belong to any organization, and were like rogue cultivators. The most powerful forces in the wildlands were gathered in metropolises called cities of the kings. There was even one city that bore the imperial designation. The forces who occupied such cities were the ones who fielded the huge armies, and were the home of the type of soul cultivators he had seen before on the field of battle. However, people like that were actually the minority. Most soul cultivators were scattered, and did not belong to powerful organizations. Most of the time, they came from small groups that controlled tiny bits of territory in random places. As for the soul cultivator with the heterogeneous soul power Bai Xiaochun was looking at now, he was obviously one of those types. When Bai Xiaochun realized how far away he was from the Great Wall, he stopped and decided that it would be best to end his mission and go back. Just as he was turning around, though, a muffled boom could be heard from the mountains off in the distance. A cloud of dust shot up into the air as one of the mountains actually collapsed, transforming into something like a crater. Revealed within that crater was a huge group of souls that almost instantly began to fly out in all directions. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. "What's going on?" he thought. Almost immediately, other savages and soul cultivators in the area noticed that something strange was going on. When they saw all of the souls suddenly flying out, they began to rush in the direction of the crumbled mountain to try to grab some of them. To Bai Xiaochun, souls were essentially battle credit, but they were just as valuable to the wildlanders. Not only could they be used as weapons to attack the Great Wall, but they were also useful for cultivation in a place where there was no energy of heaven and earth. Also, anyone who could get their hands on souls could turn around and sell them to necromancers, who would use them not only for cultivation, but to create soul medicine. Furthermore, the areas of the wildlands closer to the Great Wall would often have more souls because of all the people who died in battle. It was for that very reason that there were giants and soul cultivators lurking around in the area, hoping to collect more souls than was possible in other areas. Looking around, Bai Xiaochun could see at least a few dozen savage giants and more than 10 soul cultivators, all rushing forward to fight over the souls. There must be tens of thousands of them, Bai Xiaochun thought. As for the group which was rushing forward to compete over the souls, not a single one was in the nascent soul stage. They were all in foundation establishment or core formation, with the 3 strongest of them being in the great circle of core formation. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to rush forward along with them, grabbing souls with every step he took. "Mine! They're all mine!" The savages and soul cultivators had no idea who Bai Xiaochun was, and assumed he was just another soul cultivator. However, it didn't take long before they realized that he was grabbing more souls than everyone else. In fact, he was getting about half of them. Then, it became apparent that, as he moved about, none of the souls were reacting to him. He would simply reach out and grab them, in quite a contrast to all the effort they were putting forth. For those who were in foundation establishment, there was little they could do about it, but for the handful who were in the great circle of core formation, it didn't take long for their eyes to flicker with fury and killing intent. "Where did this monkey come from? He's so fast. Damn it, he's single-handedly grabbing more souls than all of us put together? Does he have a death wish or something?" One of them was an old man in nondescript clothing, whose eyes glittered with violet light. Although there were 3 soul cultivators in the great circle, the other 2 seemed to be following this one's lead, as they all turned to look at Bai Xiaochun with coldly glittering eyes. There were no formal rules in the wildlands, where the fittest survived, and the law of the jungle prevailed above all. In the end, strength was the most important. When Bai Xiaochun saw the group of 3 staring at him, he stopped in place, narrowed his eyes, and looked back at them angrily, his murderous aura on full display. If any of them had been in the nascent soul stage, he would never have done such a thing, but since they were only in the great circle of core formation, how could he possibly fear them? That was even more the case considering that he had 1,000 subordinates not too far off. All it would take would be a single order, and they would rush over to help him. Therefore, not only was Bai Xiaochun not afraid, he was actually feeling a bit arrogant at the moment. Glaring viciously, and looking very much like he was on the verge of attacking with full force, he roared, "Bring it on! Who dares to make a move on me?" None of the savages or soul cultivators had attacked him to begin with because of his fear-inspiring speed. Now, he looked like some sort of fiendish devil, the type who was used to vicious fighting. Therefore, the old man simply snorted coldly, ignored him, and proceeded on toward the crater. The other core formation experts did the same, and as for the other soul cultivators and savages in the foundation establishment level, they obviously had no intention of provoking him. All of them just continued on toward the crater in the hopes of lucking out and getting some souls. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun chuckled darkly. and then let out a few cold harumphs. So, they do realize how awesome Lord Bai is. Guess they have some sense after all. Sticking his chin up, he looked very much like the kind of person who was unparalleled under heaven and could crush anyone in front of him in battle. At this point, he couldn't just leave and go back to the Great Wall, so he clasped his hands behind his back and headed toward the crater. As he got closer to the crater, he was finally able to spot a cave mouth at the bottom of it. That was where all the souls were emerging from. Surprisingly, some of them were even crimson, indicating that they were at the nascent soul level. How could there be so many souls? Elated, he leaped forward and began to collect one soul after another. When the soul cultivators and savages in the area saw him snatching so many souls right out from under their noses, their killing intent continued to grow stronger. Pursing his lips to suppress his laughter, Bai Xiaochun envisioned what it would be like if they attacked him, and then he suddenly called 1,000 cultivators to his side to fight for him. The mere thought of the grandiose spectacle got him so excited he started hoping they would actually attack him. Come on, hurry up and make a move, he thought. With that, he picked up speed in collecting souls, focusing on those which were in the nascent soul level. Moments later, the old man in the great circle of core formation suddenly grinned in terrifying fashion. All of a sudden, a black mist poured out of him, transforming into the shape of a huge skull around him. Then he began to walk toward Bai Xiaochun. However, in that very moment, an intense rumble that far surpassed any sound from before rose up from the crater. Rumble. The sudden, intense rumbling was quite startling, both to the old man and to Bai Xiaochun. That was not to mention the other savages and soul cultivators in the area. Before anyone could react, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering shockwave erupted from within the crater. As a result, everyone, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, was violently thrown backward. In fact, some who were in the foundation establishment level were ripped to shreds, with even their souls being destroyed in the process. Bai Xiaochun was left gasping, and everyone else was shocked to the core. What's going on? First the mountain collapsed into a crater, and now the crater is falling apart. This? Don't tell me that some powerful magical treasure is coming into the world. Even as the cries of astonishment began to ring out, a gravitational force erupted from within the crater that didn't affect anyone in the area except for the countless scattering souls. Instantly, they began to tremble as they were sucked back into the crater. At the same time, shocking roars began to emanate from the crater, causing Bai Xiaochun's mind to reel from the incredible, shocking force contained within it. Everyone reacted in such a way with the exception of the old man. His eyes suddenly flickered with disbelief, and he even began to tremble in excitement. That's... Even before the man could finish his sentence, another intense rumbling sound echoed out, accompanied by a ball of white mist that shot up into the air. Just barely visible within that mist was a golden blur that appeared to be some entity trying to fly up into the heavens. Only a moment later, the golden entity within the mist became clear, which was none other than a golden crocodile. At the same time, a metal-type aura erupted out, causing rippling fluctuations that both Bai Xiaochun and everyone else instantly recognized. A Deva beast soul! The savages and soul cultivators began to cry out in shock, and their eyes instantly burned with madness and greed. Of course, those who were merely in the foundation establishment level began to back away, aware that they didn't qualify to compete for something like this, at least not do so and stay alive. The savages and soul cultivators who were in the core formation level were going mad with glee. As powerful experts of the wildlands, they lived in an impoverished place where fighting for resources was the natural order of things. Rewards come only with risk, and that was a virtual instinct for people like this. Deva beast souls were rare, something that some people might never even see in their entire life. Just catching sight of one could be considered good fortune for some. The sudden and unexpected appearance of one right here led everyone present to go wild with anticipation. Without any hesitation, everyone present shot directly toward the golden crocodile. Although the golden crocodile seemed confused, almost like a newborn creature without much intelligence, it quickly realized that a whole group was bearing down on it with the desire to take it. Booms could even be heard as some of the core formation soul cultivators and savages began to fight each other. Clearly, a large number of them were actually from the same organization and were teaming up to beat away the rogue soul cultivators. As for the three who were in the great circle of core formation, they were virtually invincible and quickly began to close in on the Deva beast soul. Although the Deva beast soul hadn't fully regained its senses, its instincts were still there, and it quickly began to back up. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were wide, and his mind was spinning. He actually possessed Deva souls, but this was his first time seeing a Deva beast soul. Despite being less rare than Deva souls, they were still astronomically valuable, and if he could turn it in for battle credit, it would count for nearly 30% of what he needed to get a promotion to Major General. Therefore, it was no surprise that his excitement instantly built to a frenzy. "That belongs to me!" he roared, unleashing all the speed he could to blast toward the Deva beast soul. In the blink of an eye, he was in the crowd of soul cultivators, waving his sleeve to unleash blasts of power and knock people out of his way. Although he was actually using spiritual power, the mask made it seem like soul power and revealed absolutely no clues about the truth. Screams rang out as the soul cultivators were hit with power, causing blood to spray out of their mouths as they looked over in confused terror at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was like an explosive dragon, holding nothing back as he battled his way forward. Soon, he was almost upon the Deva beast soul, which would normally cause it to flee in the opposite direction. And yet, it didn't even seem to notice him. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased at that, and was well aware that the beast couldn't see him because of his mask. Laughing heartily, he reached out to grab the soul. However, that was when the old soul cultivator madly shouted, "Heed my command and block this monkey. I want that soul as a gift for the giant ghost king." The enraged old man's hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture. At the same time, the others under his command recklessly charged forward to block Bai Xiaochun's path, their eyes glowing red with madness. This was the combined attack of more than 10 people, 2 of them in the great circle of core formation, 4 in late core formation, and the rest in the early and mid stages. However, despite all of that, they weren't a match at all for Bai Xiaochun, and were incapable of preventing his advance. And yet, their wild charge did have the effect of frightening the Deva beast soul. The soul couldn't see Bai Xiaochun, but could see the others, and immediately began to flee. As a result, Bai Xiaochun snatched nothing but air, after which he was struck by the divine abilities and magical techniques launched by the more than 10 soul cultivators. Bai Xiaochun was shaken, but not hurt, and yet could do nothing other than watch as the Deva beast soul fled. At the same time, the old soul cultivator tossed out a glowing red sphere, which was a magical treasure specifically designed to capture souls. As soon as it left his hand, it transformed into a huge net, which neatly wrapped up the fleeing Deva beast soul. Enraged, Bai Xiaochun unleashed the power of a frigid paragon in a blast toward the 10 core formation soul cultivators. In the blink of an eye, they were transformed into lifeless statues of ice as the entire 30,000-meter area became a frigid domain. The old man was scared out of his mind. How could he ever have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would be so terrifying? In this moment of crisis, all he could do was grab his net and then slap his hand down onto the crown of his head, causing a statue of a giant ghost to appear. It had 2 horns, green skin, and the faces of countless vengeful souls bulging out from its skin. Not only did it look matchlessly vicious, but it radiated a terrifying fleshly body power. As for its eyes, they glowed red, as if the statue had just climbed up out of the underworld. This statue depicted something completely and utterly legendary, something that existed above berserk ghosts. This was a giant ghost. As the statue flew out, it radiated green light, as well as a sinister, murderous aura that seemed to contain fluctuations of the Deva realm. Because of that murderous aura, Bai Xiaochun's frigid paragon domain suddenly slowed, giving the old man just enough time to flee with the Deva beast soul. Even still, he was covered with ice and coughing up blood. Clearly, his blood and internal organs had been negatively affected, and yet he still managed to shout, "I'm the 7th apprentice of Marquis Lan, direct subordinate of the giant ghost king. I'm here on a mission. How dare you injure me? The old man could see how much danger he was in, and how furious Bai Xiaochun was. Trembling inwardly, he pointed down at the statue of the giant ghost, which began to rumble loudly. Then, 50 shadowy figures burst out from inside, which transformed into 50 savage giants. All of them had expressionless faces and glowing red eyes, and quickly began to grow until they were fully 30 meters tall. Based on the powerful fleshly body fluctuations rolling off of them, they were all in the core formation level. Most shocking of all was that they wore matching armor engraved with images of giant ghosts. Because of that armor, they were even more powerful than they would have been normally. Furthermore, they were arranged in a formation designed to protect the old man. Protected from the frigid qi, the old man breathed a sigh of relief as he continued to speed away, and even had a bit of killing intent flickering in his eyes as he looked back at Bai Xiaochun. There was no way Bai Xiaochun couldn't be startled by the sudden appearance of more than 50 savage giants. He had been impressed with the statue to begin with, but this new development left his eyes flickering. Then he heard how the old man referred to himself, and realized that this was no ordinary soul cultivator. Furthermore, these giants were different from the other savages Bai Xiaochun had seen in battle. Although giants in the armies he had seen were numerous, and abounded with killing intent, they were very similar to the rogue soul cultivators he had seen. They were disorganized and unable to work together. These 50 giants he was facing right now were clearly different. There was something even colder about their demeanor, and the madness lurking within them caused Bai Xiaochun's pupils to constrict. Clearly, these giants practiced some special type of cultivation that made them elite among their savage compatriots. Even their armor was beyond ordinary, and capable of defending them against his frigid paragon powers. Plus, the power of their formation was such that they could easily protect the old man as he fled. Simultaneously, when the power of that formation reached its pinnacle, it thrummed with an energy similar to the spell formation giants of the river-defying sect. That was a power similar to the cultivation base of a nascent soul expert. Of even more concern to Bai Xiaochun was the giant ghost statue, which contained a bit of Deva-level defense power. Even if he managed to use his frigid paragon powers to freeze all of the elite savages in place, it was the power of a Deva that formed the nexus of the spell formation. So, is this the true power of the wildlands? He thought. Over the course of the battles he had fought with the wildlands armies, he had slowly come to look down upon them. But now such feelings were fading away. Within the spell formation, the old man's eyes glittered with killing intent. How dare you attack me after I revealed my identity? Do you have a death wish or something? Although he was a bit intimidated by Xiaochun's display of strength, he knew that if he didn't kill him, the enmity caused because of the stolen Deva beast soul was not something that could be easily resolved at a later date. Bai Xiaochun chuckled coldly. Staring the old man in the eye, he slowly said, "What's so impressive about ganging up on people? Do you have the guts to fight me in a duel?" In response, the old soul cultivator laughed as loudly as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the entire world. Eyes flaring with icy killing intent, he said, "Are you a moron or something? So what if I'm ganging up on you? What are you going to do about it?" With that, he lifted his right arm in preparation to give the order to kill Bai Xiaochun. However, it was in that moment that Bai Xiaochun also started laughing. Lifting his chin up proudly, he suddenly revealed a jade slip, which he then crushed between his fingers. "Fine. Ganging up it is. Come, my brothers." The old soul cultivator was taken aback by Xiaochun's words. Then, sensing a change in the wind, he looked off into the distance. Suddenly, dozens of beams of light appeared off in the distance to shoot toward them. The old man laughed coldly. "Humph, that's not very many, Popi." However, before he could finish his sentence, more beams of light appeared in a different direction. Rumbling sounds echoed out as, within the blink of an eye, dozens upon dozens of beams of light appeared, shooting through the air at blinding speed. Within the briefest of moments, hundreds of beams of light could be seen. The old man's face turned ashen, choking on his own breath and trembling physically. And yet, things weren't over yet. Hundreds more beams of light began to speed toward the area, causing the old man's defenses to begin to vibrate. There were 1,000 of them, causing the old soul cultivator's face to turn as white as a sheet of paper. Eyes wide, he began to pant with incredulity and disbelief. This is impossible. He had no idea why so many people had been hiding in the area, nor was he sure how he had missed any signs of them. Most frightening of all was that, without fail, all of them were in the core formation stage. There were even quite a few who were in the same cultivation stage as himself, the great circle of core formation. Feeling very dashing and spirited, Xiaochun pointed at the old man and shouted, "Brothers, put this old man to death! Die!" shouted the 1,000 cultivators, pouring through the air like a grand army, causing intense rumbling sounds to fill the area as their murderous auras raged. These were top troops under the command of an intrepid officer, a sight which caused the old soul cultivator's mind to spin. Even more shocking was that the 50 savage giants gasped and began to back up. Not even they could possibly have dreamed that they would end up facing a huge number of cultivators in this place. The old soul cultivator could immediately tell that if this group massed together, there would be no way for him to make it out of the situation alive. "Flee!" he screamed. The 50 savage giants immediately drew upon the full power of the spell formation, which accelerated rapidly in an attempt to get the man outside of the closing net. "Get him, boys!" Xiaochun roared. Although the spell formation was moving at incredible speed, these were cultivators of the 5 legions. Furthermore, they had gone through a life-or-death trial with Xiaochun and had been handpicked from tens of thousands of other soldiers. Therefore, it was with murderous ferocity that they shot toward the 50 savage giants. The majestic sight of 1,000 of his men attacking 50 giants with deadly intent immediately got Xiaochun's blood boiling. So he shouted, "Fudge! How dare you steal my Deva beast soul? Even worse, you actually went so far as to gang up on me." There was no way the 50 giants could last for long under such an attack. They fought back, roaring, and yet the 1,000 cultivators of Xiaochun's regiment were well trained, and quickly fell into their own formations, which the giants were incapable of defending against. As the giants were destroyed in spectacular fashion, the old soul cultivator trembled, clearly on the verge of tears because of the unfairness of the situation. "You big bully!" he screamed, his hair flying about wildly as the few surviving giants tried to force their way out of the situation. "What's so impressive about ganging up on people? If you have what it takes, why don't you fight me in a duel? Are you a moron or something?" Xiaochun replied proudly, spitting the old man's words right back at him. "So what if I'm ganging up on you? What are you going to do about it?" With that, he shot toward the old man with deadly force. Soon, more bitter screams rang out. By this point, all of the 50 giants were dead, most of them having chosen to go out in self-detonation. However, the resulting explosions were of little use. Xiaochun had been prepared for that, and used his frigid paragon energy to dispel the force. As a result, not a single one of his men were killed. Actually, if he had allowed his men to go all out, disregarding even their own safety, it would have been even easier to get rid of the 50 giants. However, he didn't do that. He wanted every single person that he took out of the Great Wall with him to get back safely. As the last of the 50 giants died, the statue of the giant ghost above the old soul cultivator's head began to power up to attack. But how could Xiaochun possibly let that happen? Now that the old man was alone on the battlefield, Xiaochun sped forward and lashed out with his palm. In the blink of an eye, a force like that of a mountain slapped into the enormous statue. A boom could be heard, and blood sprayed out of the old man's mouth. As for the statue, it immediately began to spin downward toward the ground, clearly on the verge of collapsing. "Get that statue!" Xiaochun barked as he pursued the old man. "It's definitely a precious item." Some of his men immediately went to retrieve the giant ghost statue. Meanwhile, the vengeful souls had all been sucked back into the crater, which had fully collapsed into an enormous, mist-filled pit. The old man finally fell down out of the sky and landed at the edge of that pit, coughing up blood. Bitter laughter escaped his lips, The attack from just now had revealed to him how shockingly powerful his opponent really was. His 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs were almost completely destroyed. His soul power was in chaos, and the flame of his life force was about to wink out. I'm the 7th apprentice of Marquis Lon, direct subordinate of the giant ghost king. It doesn't matter where you're from. If you kill me, then you'll die for sure. Despairing, the old man made one last-ditch effort to frighten Bai Xiaochun. However, even as the words escaped his lips, Bai Xiaochun appeared in front of him and reached out to grab his neck. Then he relieved him of the Deva beast soul and said, "Who gives a crap about some giant ghost king? I'm an army officer, fool." The disdain in his voice was clear as he laid some restrictive spells onto the old man and then tossed him over to some of the men in his regiment. "Take him with us." When the old soul cultivator heard Bai Xiaochun call himself an army officer, his eyes went blank. Then, a moment later, his mind began to reel, and his face completely fell. He even forgot to breathe for a moment. Earlier, he had been confused as to why Bai Xiaochun would suddenly have 1,000 men to back him up, and had assumed that he was from another of the powerful group of soul cultivators. Fear of displeasing the organization led by the giant ghost king might have been able to keep him alive. After all, the giant ghost king was one of the 4 great kings of the wildlands, and one of only 5 demigods. Therefore, few people would be willing to offend him. But now that the old man realized that Bai Xiaochun was actually from the lands of Heavenspan, his eyes filled with despair. However, that only lasted for a moment, whereupon venomous hatred appeared. Before he could do anything else, though, Bai Xiaochun bopped him on the head. "What are you so surprised about? And what is that look in your eye supposed to mean?" Bai Xiaochun was clearly not very pleased with the man's reaction. As far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, he was actually being very merciful. Most other people in his situation would have just killed the old man right off the bat. Instead, he was a very kind person. Instead of killing him, he planned to take him back to the Great Wall and trade him in for battle credit. But then the man dared to give him a dirty look. The old man gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly at his lack of options. Unless he wanted to die on the spot, he would just have to endure the situation. After all, considering his background as someone from Giant Ghost City, it was likely that he wouldn't be killed after being handed over to Great Wall City. Sighing, he gritted his teeth and bowed his head. Bai Xiaochun bopped him on the head again, and then complacently said, "Yes, yes, that's much better. Behave yourself now." Feeling like a very grand figure, he was just about to flick his sleeve and withdraw his regiment back to the Great Wall, when all of a sudden, a chorus of piercing screams rang out from the mist inside the pit. For some reason, those screams sounded familiar to Bai Xiaochun, as if they were coming out of the mouths of souls. Frightened, he backed up a few paces and then peered down into the pit. The pit was so incredibly deep that, combined with the mist, it was impossible to see the bottom of it. In fact, not even divine sense could reach its end. And yet, the screaming just now had clearly been coming from a large number of vengeful souls, perhaps even as many as 10,000 or more. Even as Bai Xiaochun assessed the scene cautiously, grave expressions appeared on the faces of the cultivators of his regiment. Then, Xiaolong stepped forward and whispered, "Colonel, there's something strange going on here. It almost seems like there's some sort of natural restrictive magic in place. We should probably get going immediately." Bai Xiaochun agreed that there was something very odd about this place. First, the mountain had collapsed into a crater, and then the crater had turned into a pit. Plus, there was that Deva beast soul. All of those things had happened in a very short period of time. Plus, neither the Great Wall nor any of the savage tribes had sent anyone to investigate the matter. It was almost as if nobody had been able to detect what was happening. Bai Xiaochun's expression was just as grave as everyone else's as he nodded in agreement. But then he looked down into the mists, which were apparently filled with large numbers of souls, and couldn't help but think about how much of a pity it would be to just leave. "That's a bunch of battle credit down there," he murmured to himself. Opening his third eye, he rotated his cultivation base, which sent a beam of violet light out. Almost immediately, the power of his heaven-span Dharma eye began to dispel the mists. Seeing that this method was working, he added some cultivation base power, which caused the mists to melt away at an even more rapid pace. Bai Xiaochun wasn't the only one who could see what was happening. The old soul cultivator and all of the men in his regiment could also see the mists vanishing. Soon, the gaping pit was revealed. Although it was still impossible to see the bottom itself, it was possible to see innumerable souls floating around inside of it. Even just at the entrance, there appeared to be more than 100,000 of them, with quite a few being at the nascent soul level. Considering how many there were, it was impossible to even guess how many the entire pit contained. The number was essentially incalculable. The scene was profoundly shocking to Bai Xiaochun, and caused the cultivators of his regiment to stare with wide eyes. There were so many souls in sight now that, despite the fact that everyone in the regiment had soul convergence pills, they could tell that if the souls all attacked them at once, they would definitely be killed. Furthermore, the rancor these souls emanated surpassed that of ordinary souls, and made it clear that if they attacked together, it would be a situation of enormous danger. As for the old soul cultivator, he was staring into the pit of souls, feeling completely shaken and unwilling to even move a muscle. He knew what kind of terrifying power that group of vengeful souls represented, and that if their attention was attracted, he wouldn't have to worry about the cultivators who had just captured him. The souls would rip his flesh apart as they consumed him and then possessed his body. If he got taken back to the Great Wall, he might be a prisoner of war, but at least he would be alive. But if those souls took to action, then he would definitely be fated to die. As a soul cultivator of the wildlands, he was far too familiar with souls to do anything other than fear them in this situation. Thankfully, the souls seemed to be in a state of partial hibernation, and weren't interested in leaving the pit. As long as they weren't riled up, they would likely stay put and not attack. Everyone was shocked, and Bai Xiaochun's scalp was tingling. However, as he looked at the vengeful souls, he saw something a bit different than everyone else. He saw a huge amount of battle credit. If I could capture those souls, I could turn them all in for battle credit. Look at how many of them there are. Heavens! Maybe becoming a major general isn't just a pipe dream after all. His lips were pursed tight in excitement, and yet he was still feeling a bit hesitant. After all, the sheer number of souls meant that even with soul convergence pills, it was still a very dangerous situation. The best thing would be to lure them out a bit at a time, or maybe split them up into groups. Although he had his mask to protect himself, he still wasn't comfortable relying completely on that to stay safe. On the other hand, simply walking away would be a huge pity. After a bit of thought, he crept backward and quietly signaled for the rest of his regiment to do the same. After they were a few hundred meters away from the edge of the pit, in a relatively safe location, Bai Xiaochun looked over with glittering eyes at the old soul cultivator he'd captured. The old man had just been sighing in relief that they were moving away from the pit of souls when, all of a sudden, he realized that Bai Xiaochun was staring at him. The old man's heart started to thump in his chest. He had the distinct premonition that whatever plans this core formation cultivator had for him, they definitely couldn't be good. Before he could open his mouth to say something, Bai Xiaochun chuckled darkly, stepped forward, and patted the man on the shoulder. Listen, fellow Taoist, why don't we forget about the matter of you trying to steal my Deva beast soul? All you have to do is just do me a little favor. What do you say? It's nothing difficult. I'll simply give you a medicinal pill, then you walk into that big pit and crush it. Remember, you can only crush it after you get into the pit. All right? Simple. Then, it was with a very fervent and hopeful look in his eyes that he produced a soul convergence pill and held it out. The old man's mind spun, and he began to tremble as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. Seemingly on the verge of tears, he said, "Please let me off the hook, O exalted one. I'm more than happy to become a prisoner of war. I have a lot of information about Giant Ghost City. I'm very valuable as a hostage. I know. Come. Just be a good boy and take this medicinal pill." Clearing his throat, Bai Xiaochun forcibly opened the old man's hand and put the soul convergence pill in his palm. "All right, off with you now." Starting to struggle, the old man loudly said, "I'm not going anywhere. You might as well just kill me. Forget it. Bai Xiaochun was clearly very displeased. "If you refuse," he said angrily, "then I'll have my men rough you up a bit and then throw you inside. Look, you're gonna go into that pit whether you want to or not." Instantly, the surrounding cultivators of Bai Xiaochun's regiment began to stare at the old man with cold killing intent. The old man was trembling in fear and simultaneously bristling with rage. However, he could tell that he was out of options. If he didn't do as he was asked, then it was obvious that this fiendish killer would toss him headfirst into the pit of souls anyway. Gritting his teeth helplessly, the old man closed his hand around the medicinal pill. Then, he threw caution to the wind as he began to creep forward to the edge of the pit. In the same moment that he began to move forward, Bai Xiaochun and his regiment fell back until they were 3,000 meters away. There, they prepared to run away at top speed if necessary. Only at that point did Bai Xiaochun finally turn to look back at the old man as he prepared to dive into the pit. The old man's face was a mask of grief, and his heart was filled with ceaseless venomous curses toward Bai Xiaochun. Even though he realized that he was holding a soul convergence pill, he hadn't yet made any connection to Bai Xiaochun himself. After all, while not every single cultivator in the 5 legions was armed with soul convergence pills, enough were that they could be considered common. "Damned monkey! You're definitely not going to die a good death." Gritting his teeth, he edged closer to the pit, where he looked back to see Bai Xiaochun and the other cultivators waiting nervously, clearly ready to flee at a moment's notice. Immediately, the old man's heart filled with disgust, and yet, he had no other options in front of him. If he did as Bai Xiaochun asked, maybe he would get out of the situation alive. But if he caused problems, he could theoretically revel in the thought of his captors being killed, but he himself would also perish. As he stood there at the edge of the pit wavering back and forth about what to do, Bai Xiaochun impatiently cried out in a hushed voice, "Hurry up! We're all waiting on you." "Yeah, well, keep waiting, bitch." The old man cursed inwardly. Clenching his jaw, he toed the edge of the pit, and was just preparing to jump in when the vengeful souls inside suddenly stopped floating around and then turned to look at him. The old man's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode, and his mind was spinning into a complete blank. Finally, he let out a shout and simultaneously crushed the medicinal pill. Before any of the souls could do anything, a massive gravitational force sprang out. Instantly, more than 10,000 vengeful souls were sucked up, without even a chance to fight back. In the blink of an eye, they became a soul sphere which the soul cultivator grabbed. However, the other vengeful souls were now riled up, and began howling, even the ones in the depths of the pit. Then, they began to pour out into the open like a massive tempest. The old soul cultivator shrieked as he spun around and began to flee. Behind him, a cloud of souls rose up into the air, tens upon tens of thousands of them. "Help me!" the old man shrieked as he fled. Feeling angrier than ever at Bai Xiaochun and his men, he headed straight in their direction. The old man was quick, but Bai Xiaochun was quicker. In almost the same moment that the old man crushed the soul convergence pill, he and his men began to flee in the opposite direction. The old man saw this, but had no other option than to push forward with greater speed. Sadly, his cultivation base had already been sealed and limited, making things very difficult. Behind him, a sea of souls bore down, their howls echoing out in all directions. The sensation of deadly crisis that filled him, and the despair, made it so that the old man couldn't hold back his curses. "You won't die a good death, you monkey. If I become a ghost, I'll haunt you to the end of your days." The cultivators were trembling at what they saw, and Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding as he fled. As he looked over his shoulder, what he focused on was not the old man, but the huge sea of souls. 1 million. No, wait, 10 million. No, wait. Heavens, how many souls are there? Bai Xiaochun's scalp was tingling in terror as he pushed forward with greater speed. As for the old man, there was no time to pay any attention to him, which Bai Xiaochun felt a bit bad about. After all, it was his own greed which had put the man in this situation. Even as he smiled bitterly, his expression suddenly flickered, and he looked over his shoulder again to see the old soul cultivator howling as he fled from the souls. But then, after the souls reached a position several hundred meters away from the edge of the pit, they suddenly stopped giving chase. Instead, they flew back up into the sky and then circled back toward the pit, where they vanished. Moments later, everything was quiet again. Bai Xiaochun looked on in shock, as did the other cultivators. As for the old man, he felt like he had just survived a deadly catastrophe, and was looking around with incredulous delight. I'm not dead," he muttered as tears of joy streamed down his face. However, before he could even calm down from the thrill of having survived, Bai Xiaochun walked up and gave him an appraising glance. The old man suddenly went stiff with anxiety. Considering that he was completely surrounded by Xiaochun's forces, it was obvious that he couldn't escape, and all of a sudden, the old man thought back to the curses he had just been uttering. Without any hesitation, he handed the soul sphere over to Bai Xiaochun. "Exalted One, However, before he could continue with any explanation, Bai Xiaochun began to walk around him slowly, poking and prodding him a bit here and there. The old man's anxiety quickly mounted. "They didn't chase you very far, did they?" Bai Xiaochun said. "Don't tell me it's because of some secret of yours?" After circling the man a few times without finding anything out of the ordinary, still seemed suspicious. "All right, how about this? Considering that the souls don't seem inclined to chase you, why don't we do a little experiment?" With that, he produced another soul convergence pill and handed it to the old man. In response to Bai Xiaochun's words, the old man nearly exploded. Eyes going wide, he was unable to suppress his rage as he yelled, "No! Fudge! I don't care if you tell your men to skin me alive. There's no way I'm going. Kill me first." The old man really was angry. Earlier, he had been staring death in the face, the result of which was that he was now hovering on the verge of mental collapse, and even hysteria. The surrounding cultivators didn't feel bad for the man at all. Furthermore, they realized that if the man really would rather die than do as requested, then it would be virtually impossible to force him to help them. Therefore, a few of the cultivators stepped forward with clasped hands. "Colonel, allow me to go test things out. Let me go, Colonel. Colonel, this experiment was made for me." Bai Xiaochun could immediately tell that these cultivators were trying to return the kindness he had shown them. However, there was no way he would agree. After all, he was most likely in the safest position of them all with his mask. Looking over at the pit, he gritted his teeth and said, "Stand down, all of you." Then he glared at the old man. "And as for you, what are you yelling for? Boy, do you have a loud voice." With the wave of a hand, he bound the man up again and then tossed him back to his subordinates. With that, he looked at the pit for a moment before walking toward it. Zhao Long and some of the others were just about to try to persuade him not to go. But he was too quick. Even as he flew toward the pit, his voice echoed back into their ears. "Get back and wait for me." When Bai Xiaochun arrived at the edge of the pit, his heart was gripped with anxiety and indecision. Further back, the cultivators of his regiment were waiting nervously, in contrast to the old soul cultivator, who was chuckling coldly and cursing inwardly. "I'm a wildland soul cultivator, and probably do have some of the aura of Giant Ghost City on me. Those souls didn't want to chase me, but as for that monkey of a cultivator, he's definitely dead." Actually, the old man had no idea why the souls had abandoned the chase, but was relatively convinced that his own analysis was correct. Even if it wasn't, he was still sure that the souls would consume Bai Xiaochun the instant he got too close. As he chuckled coldly to himself, and the other cultivators looked on nervously, Bai Xiaochun's eyes began to shine with determination. "I should be fine. They definitely can't see me." Rubbing his mask to reassure himself, he took another step forward, and was inside the pit. Of course, at the slightest sign of anything wrong, he was prepared to call upon the full strength of his fleshly body power, even to the point of harming himself, to flee. However, as soon as he entered the pit, he realized that the souls weren't even looking at him. Instead, they simply continued to float around like before. The 1,000 cultivators of his regiment, as well as the old soul cultivator, were all shocked. "What's going on?" Bai Xiaochun was delighted, but continued to maintain vigilance. He proceeded carefully through the throngs of souls, and the entire time, not a single one showed even a hint of paying attention to him. Soon, he was deep within the crowd of souls, where he pulled out a soul convergence pill and crushed it. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a gravitational force erupted out. In the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 vengeful souls were sucked into a soul sphere, which Bai Xiaochun tossed into his bag of holding. In response, the other souls were thrown into a commotion, which caused Bai Xiaochun to tense up for a moment before he realized that they still weren't able to see him. Even as his subordinates looked on in shock, Bai Xiaochun chuckled, clasped his hands casually behind his back, and stuck his chin up, making himself look just like a lonely hero. Everyone looking at him saw what appeared to be tens of millions of souls howling and screaming in madness, ready to destroy everything in their path. There were even some crimson souls of the nascent soul level who appeared right by Xiaochun. And yet, he calmly waved his hand and collected all of the souls nearby into a soul sphere. He looked like a consummate master, completely calm and collected, and in no danger whatsoever. The 1,000 men in Bai Xiaochun's legion looked on in both shock and fervor. However, when they considered who Bai Xiaochun was in the army, they realized that with him, nothing was beyond the realm of possibility. He was Grandmaster Bai. He was in the top 10 on the Wildlands execution list. He had crushed a nascent soul cultivator in battle. In terms of how many vengeful souls he had put an end to, it was impossible to even say. In fact, to call him the bane of vengeful souls was no exaggeration. These cultivators viewed Bai Xiaochun with blind devotion, and therefore were able to take the matter in stride. However, the old soul cultivator was so shocked he felt like the world was spinning around him. How is this even possible? There must be hundreds of millions of souls in there. The old man had already reached the point where he could barely speak coherently. Considering what he himself had just experienced, the fact that Bai Xiaochun was acting completely calmly was almost impossible to accept. But what happened next was even more terrifying. Even as the old man's mind teetered on the verge of collapse, he watched Bai Xiaochun pull out another soul convergence pill and crush it. Immediately, more souls were sucked in, whereupon he pulled out another pill. And that was how Bai Xiaochun proceeded into the depths of the pit. Every step along the way he pulled out another soul convergence pill. 10,000 souls, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, 500,000. Not very much time passed at all before Bai Xiaochun had collected at least 1 million souls. And he was barely exerting any effort at all. Of the 10 million or so souls that existed at the entrance to the pit, it was clear that over 10% had already been collected by Bai Xiaochun. The old soul cultivator was completely and utterly flabbergasted. What was especially shocking was how casually Bai Xiaochun strutted along, almost as if he were taking a stroll in his own backyard. The old man's eyes looked like they might fall out of his face at any moment, and he could hardly breathe. "Nascent soul!" he screamed inwardly. "Damn it. This guy is definitely a nascent soul eccentric. That's the only explanation for this. He's definitely a nascent soul eccentric who possesses some sort of powerful magical treasure." The old man was convinced that this was the only way to explain Bai Xiaochun's incredible performance. The way he had cut down core formation experts as if it were child's play indicated that he was definitely a nascent soul cultivator. Damned heaven-span cultivators. I can't believe someone who's clearly a nascent soul expert would find it amusing to disguise himself as a core formation cultivator, and then go around bullying people. Even as the old man stewed in his bitterness, Bai Xiaochun reached the point where he had collected the majority of the souls around the entrance. Although he was excited, he suddenly realized that he was running low on soul convergence pills. He quickly flew out of the pit and sped over to Zhao Long and the other members of his regiment, who were staring at him as if he were some sort of god. "Hurry up and loan me your soul convergence pills," Bai Xiaochun said. "I'll pay you back later." Without hesitation, the cultivators in his regiment began pulling out their soul convergence pills and handing them to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was delighted to suddenly have so many soul convergence pills at his disposal. He quickly turned and rushed back into the pit, where he began to head down toward the very bottom of the pit to collect more souls. Zhao Long and the others hesitated for a bit, but then cautiously creeped over to the edge of the pit and looked over the edge to watch. What they saw was shocking to the extreme. There was Bai Xiaochun, standing on top of a white surface, looking around in astonishment and disbelief. At first, no one was quite sure what they were seeing, but upon closer examination, they realized what that white surface was, and their minds reeled. That's heavens, he's standing on a... All of the cultivators in the regiment felt like their heads were about to explode, and as for the sole cultivator, he was literally screaming. How is this possible? It's a skeleton? The mouth of the pit was actually an entryway leading into what they were now looking down into, an enormous necropolis. It was virtually impossible to describe how large the necropolis was, but it was possible to see a shocking skeleton right there inside. It was fully 300,000 meters in size, and from what they could see looking through the passageway, that was only part of the skull. Bai Xiaochun was actually more shaken than the rest of them. At first, he hadn't realized what exactly the white surface that was standing on was, but after a moment, he realized it was a skull. And then he saw the ghastly 300,000-meter skeleton. It wasn't a human skull, but rather the skull of some enormous crocodilian creature, stretching down into the necropolis. The bones were like mountain peaks, so shocking that Bai Xiaochun gasped out loud. Furthermore, the enormous necropolis also contained seemingly innumerable vengeful souls. None of the souls had fixed shapes, but rather existed as misty spheres of different colors, within which faces would occasionally appear. Considering how many of the souls there were floating around in the necropolis, it was possible to estimate that there were at least 100 million, or maybe more. Even a deva who was privy to the sight would feel shocked to the core. After all, if 100 million souls all attacked at the same time, even a deva would perish under the assault, unless they possessed some special means of controlling the souls. Crocodile. The deva beast soul that I grabbed looked like a crocodile. Could it be that this skeleton was its fleshly body? The mere thought left Bai Xiaochun utterly shocked. So, does that mean that all these other souls showed up after it died, or did they kill it? It was impossible to determine the answer to the question just by looking, but Bai Xiaochun certainly hoped that his former supposition was the correct one, not the latter. And yet, for some reason, he had the feeling that something very strange was going on here, and that the latter might not be too far from the truth. Took a long moment for him to calm down. The only thing he could do was bury his speculations in his heart. Only one thing was for certain. There was definitely some big secret hidden in this place. Clearly, the restrictive spells that filled the area were one reason why no one had noticed the strange phenomena or come to investigate. Of course, a huge hole had opened up, which ensured that it wouldn't be long before either the Great Wall or the Wildlanders discovered the place. And when that happened, there was no way Bai Xiaochun would be able to investigate the area alone. These souls are all battle credit, he thought, his eyebrows dancing in anticipation. With that, he reached out and began to crush soul convergence pills. In the blink of an eye, countless souls were all rushing toward him to form soul spheres. However, there were so many souls in the area that the ground began to shake, and the screaming of the souls pierced dangerously into the minds of the onlookers. The cultivators of Bai Xiaochun's regiment, as well as the old soul cultivator, felt their own souls trembling in response to the sound, and some people even found blood oozing out of the corners of their mouths. They quickly began to back up in terror. The soul cultivator was especially frightened considering that his cultivation base had been sealed. He was coughing up mouthfuls of blood, and his face was as ashen as death. How many souls are down there? Heavens! That sound couldn't come from any less than 10 million souls. Or maybe even 100 million. The old man was reeling in disbelief. Based on his experience, even large armies that marched into battle would never go in with more than 10 million souls. A force of 100 million was something that he had never even laid eyes on. Zhao Long and the other cultivators in the regiment were astonished, and also worried for Bai Xiaochun. However, None of them revealed such feelings as they backed up and kept their eyes fixed on the pit. Down inside, Bai Xiaochun was looking around ashen-faced as he realized he had discovered another use to the mask. Shockingly, it could reduce the effects he felt because of the shrieking of the souls, making it possible to stand there without being hurt. Rich! I'm rich! He exulted inwardly. Eyes shining with excitement, he continued to collect more and more soul spheres, simultaneously calculating how much battle credit he would earn. A day flashed by, during which terrifying howling sounds continued to echo out from the pit. Outside, everyone was looking on nervously, except for the old soul cultivator, who was trembling in astonishment and terror. Heavens! Just what kind of cultivation base does this guy have? There's no way that a core formation cultivator could remain so close to that sound without exploding. Not even a nascent soul expert could do it for long. The only kind of person who would be a deva. He couldn't possibly be a deva, could he? The old man's thoughts were in chaos as his terror mounted. Before, he had harbored a slim bit of hope that he might be able to get out of the situation alive and then get revenge. But now such thoughts were long gone. Heavens! If he's really a deva, then everything makes sense. Deva eccentrics always have strange habits, perhaps even masquerading as core formation cultivators. Convinced that he had gotten to the bottom of the truth, the old man felt even more terrified than before. To everyone on the outside, the passage of time left them more and more nervous. Inside the pit, Bai Xiaochun's eyes were shining, and his eyebrows were dancing with happiness. He was now almost out of soul convergence pills. It had taken a whole day to go through several thousand of them, which meant that he had already collected tens of millions of souls. Whenever he scanned the thousands of soul spheres in his bag of holding, he could almost see all of the battle credit coming his way, and couldn't help but muse on how amazing he was. I absolutely have to become a major general, he declared loudly, eyes shining with excitement. After using his last few soul convergence pills, he patted his bag of holding a bit begrudgingly. If I had known this was going to happen, I would have come prepared. There were still so many vengeful souls in the area that they were almost impossible to count. It made him feel like he had encountered an iceberg made of gold, but had only been able to see the tip of it. The feeling of not wanting to leave caused him to heave numerous sighs. Well, there's nothing I can do, he thought with gritted teeth and bloodshot eyes. For the sake of the safety of my brothers on the outside, I should probably get back. Then I can concoct some more soul convergence pills and come back later. There were definitely more than enough vengeful souls here to propel him to the rank of Major General. The feeling of having that promotion just within arm's reach was exciting, and the mere thought of how different his life would be as a Major General got his heart racing. Finally, he turned and headed out of the pit. As soon as he flew out into the open, the cultivators of his regiment bristled with excitement as they awaited his orders. As for the old soul cultivator, he was trembling physically because of the waves of shock battering his heart. Clearly, Bai Xiaochun wasn't injured at all. His eyes were bloodshot and he seemed tired, but in very high spirits. All of that only served to convince the old man that his previous suppositions were correct. He's definitely a deva, the old man thought, seemingly on the verge of tears. As far as he could tell, nobody but a deva could possibly survive in that terrifying pit for a day without being hurt. Why the hell is a deva picking on me like this? He thought, staring at Bai Xiaochun with despair. Everyone watched as Bai Xiaochun set up a rudimentary spell formation over the entrance of the pit, then flew over, swished his sleeve and said, "Let's get back to the Great Wall." The cultivators in the regiment breathed sighs of relief. Although these were all crack troops under the leadership of a famous officer, they had been away from the Great Wall for quite some time. Plus, the area they were in seemed far too quiet. Although they could tell that there were natural restrictive spells in the area that were likely the reason that no one had sensed the strange phenomena, they also knew that the longer they stayed in one place, the more danger they would be in. If any of the powerful groups in the wildlands showed up, they would definitely end up facing a major crisis. Therefore, as soon as the orders left Bai Xiaochun's lips, they scattered and began to make their own way back to the Great Wall. As for Bai Xiaochun, he began to retrace his own route back. After proceeding for a bit, he looked back in the direction of the pit, and saw what appeared to be nothing more than a mountain range of countless overlapping shadows. There weren't even any sounds coming from the area. Considering it was currently late at night, the countless shadows looked very foreboding. Are the restrictive spells in there really natural? Bai Xiaochun thought, recalling the image of the huge crocodile skeleton. He quietly turned and proceeded back toward the Great Wall. On his initial trip leaving the wall, he had proceeded with caution as he made his way along. Although he was still cautious on the way back, he was in a much different mood. Furthermore, the trip back went very smoothly. Although he ran into a few small groups of vengeful souls, none of them slowed him down, and within a few hours, he was within sight of the Great Wall. It was now just before dawn on his third day outside. Although the lands were bathed in darkness, the spell formation shield on the wall made it seem like a huge dragon hulking there, radiating shocking energy that would astonish anyone who laid eyes on it. Of course, Bai Xiaochun and his regiment were used to the sight of the Great Wall, but not the old soul cultivator. He began to tremble even harder than before. And yet there was nothing he could do as the cultivators of the regiment produced their identity medallions and entered the Great Wall through one of the small entrances. Even till this point, the old man had no idea who Bai Xiaochun really was. After entering Great Wall City, the cultivators sent him to the prisoner of war camp, where he would be handed over to the interrogators for questioning. As for the 1,000 men in his regiment, Bai Xiaochun didn't treat them stingily. As soon as they regrouped, he rewarded each of them with a soul sphere. Although the 10,000 souls they were each being given wasn't necessarily a huge amount, considering that Bai Xiaochun had only collected only a few tens of millions of souls in total, it still counted as a lot. It was an amount that not even Bai Lin or the other generals would hand out as a reward. Brothers, stick with me, and you'll always have alcohol to drink and meat to eat. Whenever good things happen to me, I won't ever forget about you. Not only did the eyes of the men shine brightly, they needed no reminder from Bai Xiaochun to understand that the matters which had occurred on the outside needed to be kept under tight wraps. Bai Xiaochun didn't waste any time. After handing out the rewards to the regiment, he didn't rest, but instead, excitedly went to his residence to work on concocting medicine. His main goal, of course, was to produce as many soul convergence pill as he could in a short time. As for the Soulhorn mission, he had Zhao Long and some of the others go hand it in. Not long after they did, Bai Xiaochun's identity medallion vibrated and emitted bright red light as 1 million battle credits were added to it. Another 3 days passed, during which time Bai Xiaochun didn't rest at all. Eyes bloodshot, he concocted medicine like mad, producing one batch of soul convergence pills after another, including some others he'd had lying around. He now had more than 5,000, and simply couldn't wait any longer. Long delays usually lead to trouble. The longer I wait, the more likely someone is to find that place. By this point, it seemed more likely than ever that he would be able to get a promotion to Major General. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and threw caution to the wind. When night fell, he slipped out of the command center, not telling anyone that he was leaving. By utilizing his undying tendons and the undying hex divine ability he had gained enlightenment of, he left the city. After vanishing, he once again felt like his body was about to be ripped apart. A long moment passed, whereupon he reappeared on the battlefield outside of the Great Wall. Then, without any hesitation, he sped off into the night. Of course, he was already wearing his mask. Based on the soul fluctuations it sent out, along with his murderous aura, it ensured that any savages or soul cultivators who saw him along the way perceived him to be someone no one would provoke. After drawing upon all the speed he could muster, Bai Xiaochun soon reached those same shadowy mountains that he had left a few days before. Making sure he wasn't being followed, he headed into the mountains. However, after searching thoroughly, his face fell as he realized that the pit was nowhere to be found. This is definitely the spot. Why isn't it here? Could it be something to do with the restrictive spells? After looking around a few times, he finally decided to open his third eye. However, not even that revealed any clues. Most other people would likely have given up at that point. But Bai Xiaochun wasn't so willing to give in. He continued to search here and there, calling upon his heaven-span Dharma eye every so often. After several hours had passed, and dawn approached, the countless overlapping shadows that were the mountains suddenly seemed to start folding in on themselves. So that's how it is, Bai Xiaochun thought, his expression brightening. The natural restrictive spells in the area seemed complex, but were actually quite simple. The layout of the overlapping mountains in the area would shift depending on the time of day. The way the mountains were organized affected the method of entry. Back when Bai Xiaochun had first come to the area, there hadn't been any such restrictive spells active. However, upon leaving, it had been when the break of dawn was approaching. Therefore, the route he remembered could only be retraced at that same time. In fact, even at that exact same time, it also required additional effort to find the path. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun had his heaven-span Dharma eye, and was thus able to find the path. Upon realizing these facts, he quickly left the mountains and then flew back in. This time, he quickly found a path leading into the depths of the mountains. After about 2 hours passed, he found the pit. Suppressing his excitement, he refrained from immediately jumping inside, and instead surveyed the area. For one thing, he checked the spell formation he had set up earlier to see if anyone else had come by. After discovering that the spell formation was unaltered, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he flew into the pit and descended into the necropolis. Upon entering the necropolis, Bai Xiaochun was thrilled to find that the number of souls had returned to the amount from before. There were clearly more than 100 million, which was the original amount before he collected the majority of them. Could it be that the souls here are literally without end? Overjoyed, he began to toss out soul convergence pills. 100,000 battle credits. 1 million battle credits. Ha ha ha. 10 million battle credits. Bai Xiaochun was bubbling with happiness. The only thing he regretted was that he didn't have more soul convergence pills. This time, he spent a total of 2 days before he ran through all 5,000 of them. The only reason he took so long was that he tried to make sure that each pill was used in the most effective manner. As such, he continued to proceed further and further into the necropolis. 2 days later, he emerged from the pit with 50 million vengeful souls in his possession. After waiting until the break of dawn was nearing, he followed the same path to the outside and then left for the Great Wall. He proceeded with extreme nervousness, feeling like he was holding an incredibly valuable treasure, and that someone might try to rob him at any moment. If some accident occurred, and his trip back to the Great Wall was interrupted, then his dream of becoming a major general might be dashed to pieces. Thankfully, his mask was very powerful, and made him look just like a soul cultivator. Coupled with the caution he showed, it ensured that he didn't run into any problems. When he finally reached the battlefield outside the Great Wall, he used his Undying Hex ability to get back into the city. Now I have more than 70 million vengeful souls. If I convert them all to battle credit, it will be a huge amount. Sadly, I still have to get a lot more before I can get that major general promotion. I have to keep working hard. Feeling excited, but also worried that something unexpected might occur in the pit, he recruited all of his subordinates to go out and borrow as many soul convergence pills from other members of the 5 legions as possible. After all, most of the soul convergence pills that he had concocted since arriving at the Great Wall had been distributed among the 5 legions. Of course, Bai Xiaochun didn't remain idle while his subordinates went to borrow soul convergence pills. He went to many of the commissaries in the city that specialized in spell formations, and bought as many prepackaged formations as he could get his hands on. After all, he wasn't sure how many soul convergence pills his subordinates would be able to get, and wanted to be fully prepared on his next trip to the pit. A few days later, he was delighted to find that his subordinates had managed to get their hands on over 90,000 soul convergence pills. So many! This time I should definitely be able to succeed in getting that promotion to Major General. With these 90,000 soul convergence pills, plus all the souls I've already collected, I should be able to get a total of 1 billion vengeful souls. With that, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Then, later that night, he slipped out of the city once again. Being so familiar with the route, He proceeded along casually, entering the mountains right before the break of dawn. He encountered no problems along the way, and was soon at the pit. There, he put all of the spell formations in place and then flew on down. After looking around at all the vengeful souls, Xiaochun was ecstatic to discover that, yet again, they had been replenished to the 100 million level. This time, I'm definitely going to get that promotion to Major General. Feeling enormously proud of his imminent success, he headed into the necropolis, tossing out soul convergence pills left and right. The cracking sound of medicinal pills shattering filled the air. With every pill that shattered, 10,000 vengeful souls would be gathered into a soul sphere. Considering the vast amount of soul convergence pills he had at his disposal, it only took him 3 days to actually clear out the entire necropolis. Then, after an incense stick's worth of time passed, streams of mist began to flow up from the ground, which were filled with countless vengeful souls. The roaring souls began to fly to and fro inside of the necropolis as they searched for Xiaochun, and yet couldn't find him. Xiaochun chuckled darkly as he waited for a bit until the souls had been restored to the 100 million level, then once again began to collect them. They're mine. All mine. Ha ha ha. I'm going to be a major general. What made him even more proud was that he was developing some techniques to collect the souls even more quickly than before. This time, it only took him 2 days to clear out the entire necropolis. Then, before long, a third wave of souls appeared. It was in this fashion that 7 days sped by. At that point, he started to run low on soul convergence pills. He only had a few thousand left. Of course, he wouldn't leave until he was completely out. However, it was at this point that something unique happened. For some unknown reason, after clearing out the necropolis and waiting for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, no new souls appeared. Aren't there any more? Curious, he flew here and there in the necropolis for about an hour, and yet no souls could be seen. Stunned, he murmured, I guess there really aren't any more. He could only shake his head and sigh ruefully at the fact that he still had some soul convergence pills left, but no vengeful souls to collect. Unfortunately, he was very close to having 1 billion vengeful souls, which was how many he needed to become a major general. And here I thought I had found a never-ending supply of battle credit. Who could have thought this place would run out so quickly? Feeling less than pleased, he waited around for a bit longer to confirm that no more souls were forthcoming. Finally, he began to fly toward the exit. However, just when he was about to fly out into the open, everything around him began to tremble, and then a huge rift opened up in the ground of the necropolis. In fact, not only was there a rift, but there were numerous crashing sounds like thunder. Apparently, the necropolis was collapsing. Even the shocking crocodile skeleton was beginning to sink down into the earth. This development caused Xiaochun's face to flicker, and then transform into an expression of delight. Don't tell me there's another level down below? However, as he looked down, all he saw was a thick, seemingly endless stream of black mist pulsing out from below. Within that mist, it was just possible to see a gigantic ghost hand stretching out as if to grab Xiaochun, accompanied by a roar of rage. The sight of the gigantic ghost hand caused Xiaochun's face to fall, and filled his heart with an intense sensation of deadly crisis. Every bit of his flesh and blood began to scream at him that he was descending into incredible danger. It can see me? I'm finished. I must have provoked some gigantic soul that wants to destroy me. Screaming and shivering, he hurled out several thousand soul convergence pills, which detonated shortly after, creating a massive gravitational force that caused the ghost hand to distort and slow down. At the same time, Xiaochun began to flee for his life. Even as he shot out of the pit, another roar of rage could be heard from behind him, and the enormous ghost hand once again reached out to grab him. As the ghost hand moved forward, the air around it distorted, causing everything near Xiaochun to be completely locked down. Xiaochun couldn't escape any more easily than he could have escaped from a locked cage. Because of the profound sensation of crisis, his eyes were completely bloodshot, and blue veins even began to bulge out on his face and neck. Just when the hand was about to grab him, though he roared and called deeply upon his undying hex. He took a step forward, causing his body to suddenly begin to turn blurry. By the time his foot landed, he had suddenly vanished. A boom rang out as the shocking ghost hand closed around the space by Xiaochun had just occupied, and yet grabbed nothing but air. An enraged roar filled the pit, a roar so loud that it broke through the spell formations, causing everything to tremble and attracting the attention of numerous people in the area. Meanwhile, only about 500 meters beyond the entrance, Bai Xiaochun appeared, staggering forward, coughing up numerous mouthfuls of blood, his face ashen. Shockingly, his back was also bloodied, and 5 long wounds had been scraped down it. It looked the type of serious injury that could even damage internal organs. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun had a very powerful fleshly body, and thus managed to hold himself together. Blood was oozing out of his mouth, and his heart was pounding with lingering fear, and yet he didn't even pause for a moment before speeding off. Even as he shot out of the strange mountains, a black pillar of light rumbled up into the sky behind him, creating a shockwave that rolled out in all directions. The natural restrictive spells in the area were all smashed by the powerful energy shooting out from the pit, and were completely destroyed. Bai Xiaochun was scared out of his mind, and was fleeing for his life through the wild terrain, heart pounding as he focused solely on getting back to the Great Wall. I'm finished. Kaput. I got too greedy, didn't I, and summoned something big? Feeling very dismayed that he had brought about such a catastrophe, he pushed forward with greater speed. Meanwhile, many savages and soul cultivators near the pit could see what was happening, and looked over in astonishment. What's going on? Those fluctuations are unbelievable. Even as they cried out in surprise, they began to head in the direction of the pit to investigate. Thankfully for them, after the black pillar of light shot up and destroyed the spell formations and natural restrictive spells, the enormous ghost hand didn't appear again. Therefore, they weren't in any extreme danger, and in fact, after they arrived at the pit and peered down inside, some of them flew in to look around more. The forces in Great Wall City also noticed the black pillar of light. Chan Hutyin stepped out of the huge pagoda and looked at the black pillar and its incredible fluctuations, a very serious expression on his face. Send someone to investigate, he ordered. Find out what that is. Even as he passed down orders, Bai Lin saw the black pillar and sensed its fluctuations. Further out in the wildlands, on the plain with the encampment of hundreds of savage tribes, a large tent could be seen in the middle of the camp. Seated inside that tent was a young woman in a long red robe, who was none other than Mistress Red Dust. Suddenly, her eyes opened, and she looked up into the sky at the pillar of light. Could that be? After a moment of hesitation, she passed down orders for people to go investigate. Even as the 2 major forces sent people to look into the situation, 2 figures could be seen standing in the mountains a few kilometers away. One was a young man, the other a young woman, and they appeared to be in sore straits. Their clothing was ripped and torn, and haunted expressions could be seen in their eyes, the type that would leave anyone who saw them shaken. They almost looked like wild beasts. There was nothing about these 2 that indicated they were cultivators. They had soul fluctuations rippling off of them, and also possessed shockingly murderous auras. The young man seemed cold and proud, while the young woman was extremely beautiful. Both of them had clearly been injured fairly recently. Although their injuries had healed, the evidence of their presence was clear. Apparently, these 2 had fought numerous bloody battles. This young man and woman were none other than Zhao Tianjiao and Chen Yueshan. After leaving the Great Wall years ago, they had begun to travel about in the wildlands. They had fought many battles, and even built up a small team composed of other cultivators from the Great Wall whom they had encountered during their travels. However, at this point everyone else was dead, leaving them as the sole survivors. They had gone through what was essentially a baptism of blood, leaving them completely reborn inside and out. In the past, there had been something tender and immature about them, but that was long gone now. Instead, they were completely composed and cold-looking. We need to get back to the Great Wall as quickly as possible, Zhao Tianjiao said. I already sent a message to Master. Once we get back, we can spend the rest of our time as members of the 5 legions." He chuckled, causing the scar that ran from the right corner of his mouth to his ear to twist in ferocious fashion. Chun Yueshan seemed slightly distressed as she stood there next to Zhao Tianjiao. In response to his words, she looked over at him and nodded, her gaze lingering on his scar. He had earned that scar in battle when he had saved her from a dangerous necromancer. The mere thought of the bitterness of that battle left her heart thumping with fear. Thankfully, their training outside the wall had resulted in injuries, and yet had resulted in them finding a Deva beast soul. Just as they were about to head back to the Great Wall, they saw a shocking black pillar of light shooting up into the air off in the distance. After some discussion about the matter, Zhao Tianjiao sent a message to his master Chen Hetian asking for instructions about what to do. After word came back, they began to head, not toward the Great Wall, but toward the Black Pillar. Thanks to the Black Pillar of Light, both the Wildlands and the Great Wall were sending people to investigate the situation. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was speeding along at top speed, his face ashen. Eventually, he caught sight of the Great Wall, whereupon he gritted his teeth and yet again called upon the undying hex to pass inside. After coughing up some blood, he staggered back into his residence in his command center, whereupon he fell over unconscious. 3 days later, he woke up and struggled into a cross-legged position. After examining himself, he found that his 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs were all in extreme pain, and his cultivation base was in total chaos. That ghost hand was absolutely horrifying, he thought. And it didn't even grab me, just graze my back. When he thought back to everything that had occurred, the fear in his heart continued to eat away at him. Of course, he also knew that one of the reasons he was so hurt was because he had used the undying hex to pierce through the air and get past multiple spell formations. Whether it was the natural restrictive spells from the mountains, or the Great Wall's spell formation, piercing through the air to get past them was very harmful to him. Thankfully, his undying live forever technique was very powerful, and was able to sustain such stress. Normally speaking, even a nascent soul cultivator would hardly be able to accomplish what he had accomplished. Another upside to the situation was that Bai Xiaochun's regenerative powers vastly exceeded those of normal people. In combination with all of the medicinal pills he had at his disposal, it only took him about 7 days to be almost completely recovered. During that time, he didn't dare to go out. As he pondered the ghost hand, the black pillar of light, the destruction of the necropolis, and the enormous 300,000-meter crocodile skeleton, he came to the conclusion that the pit definitely harbored some monumental secret. Then he thought about how he was the one responsible for everything that had occurred, and it struck him with even more fear. At the same time, he felt wronged. "It's not like I did it on purpose," he thought, sighing. After all, he had only been trying to get his hands on some souls. During his period of recovery, he continued to get reports from Xiaolong and the rest of his regiment. That was how he learned that both Great Wall City and the Wildlands had taken the matter of the Black Pillar of Light very seriously. In fact, quite a few people had entered the pit to explore the area. Unfortunately, there was no other news than that. Another half a month went by, during which time bits of news continued to trickle in. Considering that Bai Xiaochun was only a colonel, he didn't have access to very many details. Therefore, he went to Bai Lin to ask for more information. Apparently, quite a few people had been sent to gather intelligence, and although there had been some conflicts with the Wildlands forces, they were still able to send back some useful information. Supposedly, there was a big necropolis in the area where the beam of light had originated. When Bai Xiaochun heard that, he felt a bit more at ease. "I guess I just opened a necropolis, that's all," he said to comfort himself. Looking out at the quiet streets in the city, he rubbed his bag of holding, and his eyes began to shine. "Well, the whole reason I went through all of that was to become a major general. I think now the time has come to finish the job."